There are only 10 seats up for grabs in the courtroom, and you can see across the street at the base of the courthouse steps, journalists are already lined up to secure one of those spots. Our own David Bieniek will be inside tomorrow to see how these closing arguments unfold. Karen Reed left the courthouse on this final day of testimony to cheers from her supporters. Reed had said she might take the stand in her own defense, but never did.
You've decided not to testify?
Yes. Yes, meaning no. No, not as tough as I thought it would be, the way things came out.
The final three witnesses the defense did call all agreed John O'Keefe's injuries were not caused by a car. Two accident reconstructionists said if Reed did back into O'Keefe with her SUV at 24 miles an hour, the damage to the car would have been worse. So would have O'Keefe's injuries.
Just imagine having your arm out and being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. There's going to be significant damage.
The defense has alleged a corrupt investigator broke Reed's taillight and planted fragments at the scene. The reconstructionist tested another theory that O'Keefe threw a cocktail glass at that taillight.
We noted and observed that there was damage that was consistent with that of the subject tail lamp.
At tomorrow's closing arguments, each side will have 1 hour to make their final case to jurors, 1 hour to sum up 29 days of testimony, 68 witnesses from the prosecution, and 6 witnesses from the defense.
I think the defense knew what they were doing here when they wanted to just make their points, get in and out.
Peter Ellikin has been a criminal defense attorney for over 35 years.
The prosecution needs to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there were loads of reasonable doubt here.
And while the jury gets the last word, Karen Reed is also vowing to tell her version of events.
They'll be clarified one day. They'll be clarified.
Now, there are 12 jurors and 3 alternates. Tomorrow, a clerk will randomly pull names out of a bingo cage to determine which 12 will deliberate.
Why did no one tell drivers about this new rule?
All right, if you're currently insured... So today's the day. I've got my RT.
Always something over here. All right, James, what do you think of that one?
That's an interesting clip there.
Yeah, it's just the part that I thought was interesting that I put in last night was that there's people sleeping out there all night because there was only 10 spots to be inside the courtroom to hear this, the verdict and the closing arguments. And there was just people camping out like Big Ron. Do you remember back in the day, it was people would camp out like that for concert tickets or even Black Friday specials and stuff like that, where people would just camp out in front of a store to be the first 10 or 5. And that's how they're treating this murder trial. It's crazy.
Well, unfortunately, guys, I'm about to get back to my workshop. And I'm going to have to log out of this for just a little bit while I clock out, and I'll be right back.
All right. Well, everybody, today is the day that we have the Karen Reed murder trial. We have the closing arguments. And then we'll also have the verdict. And our buddy James over here believes it's going to be less than 46 minutes. I don't know if he's taking into consideration that it's going to be over a lunch break that has historically been a 45-minute lunch break that the jury takes. So I think it's going to be 46 minutes exactly when they come back. I think an hour and 15. Let them at least act like they did something. 15 minutes worth of work and that, but then they're going to come back not guilty. But we'll talk about that later. Thank you, Mr. James. Big Ron, you still in the house? We're going to play a little video for you. And this is the one I was going to play yesterday. And this is the Turtle Boy video where he, I don't know, got assaulted, apparently, allegedly. You can be the judge of this one. I think if you were in New York, this would not be fault. But in Boston, apparently, if you look at someone the wrong way, it's assault. But here's how it is.
Really, dude? Come on.
What's up, man?
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Really?
What?
I can't just go get food at my dad's store.
We're just going to see
to dinner.
We're going to see if McCarthy's. What's the big deal? Oh God, what's happening here? We're just going to see.
So that was the initial engagement with Colin Albert, where he's Turtle Boy shows up and
Really, dude? Come on.
What's up, bro?
Really?
and then you got Colin Albert. That's him right there, Colin Albert. Look, really, man, I'm sitting here trying to, get some food at my dad's store, and then, really, man, you have to bother me.
Yeah.
Really?
That's where it all started.
Really?
What?
I can't just go get food at my dad's store.
We're just going to see.
Going to dinner.
We're going to see if McCarthy. What's the big deal? Oh God, what's happening here? We're just going to see if McCarthy.
Call the police.
We're just going to dinner.
Bro, chill out. Chill out, bro. You just touch her, bro? You just touch her?
Maybe a little fucking soft.
She doesn't want you to touch her. What the fuck's wrong with you?
We had a nice conversation. I just
Why are you touching her?
I don't know why everybody
Stalking her?
You just touched her, bro.
Asking her why she's with a fucking loser like you.
Why are you touching her?
He's not a loser.
Touch
He's
like
a good
that?
person.
Yeah,
Asked her
I
why
don't think it's
she's
such a loser.
fucking hooking up with like a loser
Look at
like
my
you.
brother like that. Get the fuck out of here.
What?
Leave. You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the fuck out of here. Leave. Fucking loser guy.
Let's go.
You're a loser guy. You and all your fans are big fucking losers. Guy's a fucking loser. Love the town of Canton so much he has to come hang out here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking loser. You're a loser. You loser. Keep going. Have fun. Have another beer in there. You go home.
What do you mean?
You're obsessed with us.
What do you mean? Don't hurt that?
You're obsessed. It's fucking loser. You're a loser too, by the way. I'm sorry. You're beautiful, but you're a fucking loser. You're not as big a loser as this one.
By him? I wonder if he's gonna beat you too. Like you want the other in jail beat you too. Like that's gonna stink. That baby won't have a dad. All the
Baby
time.
won't have a
Hammer
dad.
your phone. Look at this. Look. All the time. You fucking you do. Now you're gonna be a fucking loser too. That's gonna stink. That baby won't have a dad. All the time you have your fucking hammer in your phone. Look at this. Look. Look.
Wow, we were just trying to leave and go to our car, and they're all coming up to us. Well, please.
All right.
Oh my god.
You fucking maggot.
Oh my god.
You're a fucking maggot. Put down on your fucking
Oh shit. Oh, we have all of this on our for the blog.
We're gonna call the Canton police right now. Let's see what happens. We got
Oh
that on
my
video,
god.
right?
He just not.
We got that on video, right? We got that on video, Jimmy.
Thank you. What's your name in case we need another witness to this?
Smart, Jimmy boy.
Okay. Oh my
Calm
god.
down, young man.
Just like,
Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get Kevin on the line. We'll see what happens. Canton Police Department.
Yeah, you make fun of everyone for calling the
tough guy crew.
Oh,
I am.
this was actual assault.
You getting this off? They seem really intimidated. They seem really intimidated.
That daddy's gonna be in jail when
They
that baby
seem
comes
really
out. You're a
intimidated.
pedophile, dude, and you beat women. Why do you beat women?
Meredith, what are you doing with a guy like this?
Huh? You're a pedophile.
What are you doing with like an asshole like this?
He actually was
Seem
just
like such
standing
a
out here.
sweet, beautiful girl. What are you doing?
Are you molesting your own children?
You just touch her, bro?
Seriously.
What do you see?
You just touch her?
Maybe a little fucking soft.
She doesn't want you to touch her.
Yeah, I don't.
What's wrong with you?
We had a nice conversation. I just introduced myself to him. I don't know why everybody has to be so
You just
like.
touched her, bro.
Asking her why she's with a fucking loser like you.
Why are you touching her?
He's not a
Little
loser.
touch
He's a
like
good
that.
person. And
Asked her why she's fucking hooking up with like a loser like you.
Like that. Get the fuck out of here.
What?
Leave. You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking loser.
now that he was
Let's go,
assaulted,
big girl.
we have to wait for.
Let's go. Let's go.
I actually had a really nice conversation with him. He's nice.
Guy's a fucking loser. Love the town of Canton so much he has to come hang out here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking loser. You're a loser. You loser. Have fun. Have another beer in there. Go home.
What are you doing down that?
You're just obsessed with us.
What do you mean got rid of that?
You're obsessed. It's fucking loser. You're a loser too, by the way. I'm sorry. You're beautiful, but you're a fucking loser.
I'm actually
Not
not.
as big a loser as this one. Put down the phone though and have a conversation.
Hold on.
Yeah, nothing about your cell phone.
We just wanted to.
Said a word about your phone.
Take a walk down here. Take a 10-foot walk down here, buddy. Take a little
I
walk.
thought you guys were
Take a little
intimidated.
walk. You got balls, right? Little fucking 5'9" man. You got balls. Take a walk. Come on.
Well, they're intimidated by me. I don't want them to be
In the
scared.
limo that you have.
Well, they're not intimidated? Well, then why
Don't you look intimidated?
They're telling the cops.
Put your face in front of me again. Put your phone in front of me
Come on,
again.
man. Put your phone down. You're a big fucking man.
You will not. You absolutely will not, Jimmy. You absolutely will
in
not.
front of his hand so I get a better view of it this time I'm doing it.
I'll go wherever I please. Wherever I please.
We were just trying to leave here and like you literally got assaulted.
This is what you're dealing with right here in Canton. Turtle Boy, poor guy. You can't go anywhere without getting harassed, or people are like, oh my God, you broke the story. Let me get your autograph. And then, there are a pocket of people that are trying to beat him up and, other things like that. So a day in the life of Turtle Boy, where there was 2 people arrested. That was confirmed yesterday. 2 people arrested, assault and battery. So I think the sparks are just beginning to fly. We are in day 31 of the Karen Reed murder trial. This is the final day. The only thing that would extend it is if the jury needs more time than today to come back with the deliberation and their verdict. But the case will be given to the jury today. Right now in the courtroom, we have the fan going, so you're not going to miss anything. But I'm kind of glad that it's over. I really am. I'm kind of glad that the Karen Reed murder trial is finally over with. Hoping Joe Lanou comes on, or buddy John Cox, who's been with us, Johnny Cochran. He is not going to be available till about lunchtime, so he'll be here for the verdict. Nice A. A and B. Nice A and B. Yeah, you're right. Range-minded. Yeah, the wife is definitely glad the trial's over. I think if it was going to be another like couple months, I mean, I would have probably had to bow out a couple weeks ago, something. But no, but we have this, and we also have the Donald Trump. Oh yeah, assault and battery. Yeah, the Donald Trump, Joe Biden is going to be Thursday. And this is going to be one hell of a debate. Unfortunately, there's going to be training wheels and bumpers on the lanes. That's not really what we've all been looking for, but there's going to be rules and no over talking and cutting people's microphones off. So it'll be the first senior citizen type of assisting in a presidential debate, but we're looking forward to that. Definitely old Donald Trump, who is going through his sentencing hearing July 11th. So this will be the last debate that he'll have, more likely until his sentencing, and then God knows what's going to happen after that. All right, Karen Reed murder trial. We do have the camera spinning. Let me just double check a few things here. How y'all doing this morning? Let's hear from you. How y'all doing this morning? We got Big Ron. Let's see a Big Ron. He's driving around today doing OSHA certifications. Apparently, his military OSHA certifications are not good enough. He needs to learn how to put his tie shoes today. So OSHA is always there for procedures like that. What are we talking about here? You're a loser, a loser. You're a loser. Wonder why everyone calls everyone a loser. Wonder what that is. And didn't know always Texas now. Here we go. We're going to go with the NBC Boston. All right, so this is what we're looking at inside the courtroom, so you're not missing anything. I promise you're going to be there. The closing arguments. Oh, my God. So excited. So excited for some closing arguments today, folks. I'm excited to have this Karen Reed not guilty verdict that's going to be read today. It's finally going to be over with. Yesterday, I thought something that was interesting yesterday, when you look at the closing arguments, well, not closing arguments, excuse me, the final witnesses before the prosecution, they rest their case. They're calling Celebrite experts to say that Jennifer McCabe didn't Google search at 227. That was like their grand finale after 9 weeks, that their best witness is this accident reconstruction guy that looks like Mork and Mindy Nanu, where he's out there, conehead looking ass dude, talking about, I don't know how the accident happened. It just did. I don't know how the drinking glass made it all the way over to where his body was. And I think he was maybe sideswiped. And I don't know the mathematical formulas of how it happened. It just did. It just did. And you're like, oh, okay. And then you move on a little past that and you see the 227 debunk people from the experts for cellular phone and extractions. These experts are debunking it and say, no, that Google search didn't happen at 227. It's like, what the hell does that have to do with Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe and leaving him for dead out in the yard? I mean, that's defense for one of the 1,000 things that it just doesn't add up in the prosecution's attempt to put guilt on Karen Reed. It just doesn't make sense. Obviously, the police planted this evidence, and then you see the defense took 3 days to bring their case. So you have the old man that can barely breathe, but he said a few things, and he's qualified, triple qualified actually, to make his determinations. And he pretty much said, yes, that's a dog bite, the same as what Dr. Russell said. Yes, that's a dog bite. I know dog bites. He didn't do thousands of dog bites like Dr. Russell. He did like 3 or 4 dog bites, and most of those were fatalities with children. But he did his little dog bite thing. And he also said that there's just no way that that accident came from Karen Reed backing into him. But then you get badass number one, Dr. Wolf. And which one's better? I don't know. But badass number one, Dr. Wolf, who all but said there's just, it's science. You know what I mean? It's physics. I don't care that you found a DNA on the bone. None of that matters. This did not happen. Where he is in this evidence, none of this lines up with what you said. We actually simulated a cannon, or maybe if you threw the glass at a drinking glass, a rocks glass at the taillight, and then it broke the taillight, whatever. None of this stuff makes sense, what you're talking about. And then the next guy I thought was probably the best, the other doctor, he probably had the best lines out of all the lines. I mean, I've never in my life ever seen something like this. This was straight out of a movie where he's just saying that there's just no way it happened. I mean, if you hit your arm, and he's talking about your center of mass, the center of gravity and your mass is right there at your belly button. So that is going to be like the starting point of all the momentum. And if you hit your arm, if that's what you're saying, if you hit your arm, there's no way that you had enough force to move your body. There's no force there. And even less force if you were sideswiped. There's no way that your body went 30 feet in the air airborne. It just didn't happen. And right there's like kind of a case closed. The jury, in my opinion, shouldn't even have the opportunity to even rule on this. You're allowing potential these 12 citizens. I know that they're supposed to be judge and jury over here for your fate and decide your fate, of your 12 people of your peers, a jury of your peers. But come on, you're not supposed to give just anybody a jury to say, hey, Big Ron, hey, y'all 12, do you think he should be in prison? No, you have to actually have some charges and actually some proof that maybe Big Ron may have did something, and then you're talking about, is it within a reasonable doubt? And then you guys can be the decision. You're not supposed to make decisions on someone who clearly didn't do anything. The jury should never get this, in my opinion. But we have a contest, and we have a contest right now. It's a little over under. I think if you're looking on X, because X gonna give it to you. Don't give it to you. On X, we have, what is it? How fast is, there's a poll over here on X, is how fast is the jury going to come back? The over-under is 1 hour and 45 minutes, considering lunch break. And James says it's going to be 46 minutes. Let's bring James in here. What's up, James? "46 minutes, huh?" What's the party out here, man?
Sorry about that. My phone
Okay.
kind of glitches when it's.
Okay, we're watching this little. This is exiting yesterday here.
Liza, how do you feel about your chances with the jury?
I feel really good about reaction.
Excellent. Yes. Look at this crowd. Almost. Tamara.
Not to testify?
Yes. Yes, we need
What's happening? Yes, thank you. You survived. Hey, what's up? I'm Winter Massachusetts. Did he get by here? I was looking for him. Oh, he's in the mob. All right. This is wild.
Well, I mean, just think about that, dude. This is outside of a cop killer. Someone's accused for killing a cop, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and this is the hero's welcome as they're leaving the court yesterday. It's like, man, that shit just doesn't make sense, bro. Just doesn't make sense. James, he's there now? Yeah, here's one that.
The testimony?
Yeah, they proved that that body wasn't hit by my car.
Do you think anything was particularly strong today in testimony?
Yeah, they proved that that body wasn't hit by my car.
Do you think anything?
Yeah, this thing is crazy, dude. All right, let's hear from you. Let's hear from you. We got Big Ron and we got James. Oh, here's Big Ron.
Morning, everybody.
I was like, where's Big Ron here? And then James jumped in and he said that he didn't have very good cell phone service. I'm like, oh my gosh, John's not here because he said he has to go to a funeral or something.
Well, that sucks.
No, it wasn't a funeral. It was like he had to go to some veteran something or other.
Oh.
Yeah. And I was like, Jesus, I'm all by myself.
I'll tell you, if this case has done any one thing for me, It's the fact that I can't stand a Boston accent. I thought I didn't like a New York accent, but now I'll tell you what, a Boston accent just got under my skin.
Yeah, you're tired of listening to people packing the cars and shit like that.
Oh my God.
The thing I think that this. Good morning, James. We got James. He's live in the street. He's walking down the road. Hopefully, he doesn't shoot anybody on camera. But if he does, we're here live. But one thing this has taught me is, you know, like when you look at injustice and you look at the justice system and how, you know, these kind of things happen. This ain't the first time this happened, but it's really shining that flashlight on, hey, check this out. And then the whole country sees it, but it's not the first time. And I know it's been happening over and over and over, but you know, these crooked ass, you know, it's not every single interaction and situation, I'm sure, with some of these police officers in the Canton Police Department or Massachusetts State Police Department, but the fact that they're willing to go there and then you get caught red-handed and stuff like this, it's scary, man, that's the justice system on display here in the U.S.
Well, I've made a couple of comments throughout the weeks while we've been watching this case unfold. You know, we early on, I told you I didn't think she did it. And after the testimony from the mic drop doctor and, you know, the accident reconstructionist that basically said this is impossible. How many cases have happened with this police department where there may be people sitting in jail that are innocent because they either botched the investigation or they just didn't like the person? You know, I really do think there needs to be a state or even a federal investigation into the entire police department. We had an issue here where I live, and this has been 20 years ago. We had a police department that was so crooked, especially when it came to speeding fines, that it eventually came down to where they shut down the entire police department, fired everybody, and had a different district cover that city.
Wow. I mean, you almost have to kind of gut this one out because this one isn't at the sergeant level. And this one's not even at the lieutenant level. This is at a higher level than that, is the people who have awareness and have knowledge that the Sally Port video has been deleted and altered. The library video has been deleted and altered. The ring camera video from Karen Reed has been deleted and or altered. You know, it's not just one thing. Did you see that her cell phone that Alan?
I was going to say her cell phone data was deleted, and that would have proved a lot of stuff.
Yeah, in April. And it's like they went through all this stuff and they deleted all of this evidence so there would only be the evidence that points into the conclusion that they want you to see. And it's so obvious that they deleted all the evidence. It's not one thing, it's everything. And then you're trying to look at just a little piece of Sally Port video that they allow you to see and say, and even that they invert the damn thing and then they put the timestamp back on the right way. It's just clear deception. And I don't know, man, if I lived in that area, I guess people who live in that area, we've talked to one or two, you know, they're saying, well, everyone knows that this police department in this place is, you can't get justice and they're corrupt. But for the whole world to see it, does that change anything?
It should change a lot. If everybody knows that whole system there in that town is corrupt, then something needs to be done. And I think that leads into of why a sheriff's department is better than a police department, at least in my personal opinion, is because the sheriff is voted in the office by the people in the area versus, the chief of police for the most part is normally installed by a politician or the mayor.
Yeah, because I don't know because from the experts that I've been listening to and some lawyers and stuff, it's like, yeah, we all know that something needs to be done, but who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? Who's going to step in there and do it? Because it's not going to be the police department. They're not going to police themselves. It's not going to happen. You know, I mean, now that you know what's going on and what the problems are, who is going to be the person who steps in and takes this person to jail? Who's going to hold these people accountable for what they're doing? Who's going to bring the charges on them and bring them into some kind of hearing or disciplinary? Who's going to do it? And the answer is, I don't know. I mean, that's just the consensus of what I've been hearing people say. And it's a good point. I mean, is it not the FBI's job, is it?
Yes and no.
They don't have jurisdiction of the local police, or do they? Or how does that work?
The FBI has jurisdiction over every U.S. citizen while they are in the United States.
I thought it would be the Attorney General that would do it.
And that's actually what I was going to say is with the yes and no, it's the Attorney General that would be the actual yes.
The Attorney General.
Yeah, it should be the state AG that would bring charges up against the police department for corruption.
But then the police do have like qualified immunity. I think so does like the ADA, Adam Lally and all them. I mean, hey, I'm just presenting the case that's brought to me. You know what I mean? I mean, they brought me this case, and I took their word for it, and I just proceeded with it based on what they told me. And so a lot of these people are going to, say, I don't know. Michael Proctor sent this to me, and I just went through what he sent me. I didn't know that he deleted it, or I didn't know that he altered it, or I didn't know that he didn't send the shirt. Instead, he just cotton swabbed his ass and then sent it to the people. I mean, I didn't know that. I mean,
well,
at some point, I think the civil trial, you're going to get. It's going to boil down to you're not going to have Adam Lally and this Aunt Bev. You're not going to get them protecting the people. You're going to have a civil trial where a lot of this stuff can come out there, and I think you're going to have some low-level, smaller people like the kids that were in the house that night. They're going to start telling the story of what really happened.
Well, it's just like the military. The police take an oath to support and defend, and they're up there lying in their oath or covering up or deceiving or whatever term you want to use, then they're not fulfilling their oath. So they could be prosecuted under that, at least in my opinion.
A little protected.
If Johnny Cochran was in here or
Joe
Lanoux, yeah, he'd be able to shed a little light on that. Because I honestly don't know. That's definitely their wheelhouse.
Well, when they say protect and serve, they have really protected and served their own interest. I would say that. And they actually probably would have did a good job, because if it was me, if it was you or Big Ron or James, my ass would have been in prison for sure. I wouldn't even had the money to probably get out on a $500,000 bond and stuff. Much less pay $1 million for Alan Jackson to come in and help me out with it. But we need to see counsel at sidebar already. And here we go. I'm telling you, it just turned on. Oh, look at that. Brian Albert is in the victim. And look who it is. Jennifer McCabe is where the victims usually are. And it's Colin Albert. Well, why don't we have a cast of characters here today? Man, let's see what everyone's saying on X. Y'all seeing that?
No.
I am not right now. I'm audio only.
All right. Yeah. So in the courtroom right here, not only do you have O'Keefe's brother that's sitting there, right behind him, you have the person who killed his brother and the person who covered it up. And then you have the person who also helped kill his brother right behind him, thinking that they're on the same team. You have Brian Albert, that everything happened at Brian Albert's house. You have Jennifer McCabe, who clearly Googled Hosselong to dying cold at 227. And then next to Jennifer McCabe, you have Colin Albert, who clearly was involved with the murder of John O'Keefe. And they're sitting there, not on trial. They're sitting there hoping that the jury is going to convict Karen Reed for the murder that they committed and covered up. So that's where we are right now. It's freaking terrible, dude. The audacity of someone to sit into a courtroom knowing that they're the ones who did it. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I can't imagine doing something like that. It's ridiculous.
I mean, think about this. You know that you're the one who killed or covered up the death of John O'Keefe, okay? And then you're going to go to like fundraisers and supporting of the person that you killed or helped cover up his murder, and you're going over there to hang out with the family and comfort them at every turn. Come on, man. That is just the lowest life person to be there, and then also to be sitting with the family. It's unbelievable. This is going to be it's the most interesting day in court. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. It's like many people were saying online last night, it's kind of like Christmas. It's kind of like Christmas Eve, and then today is Christmas, where you're finally going to get that not guilty verdict.
It's like Hanukkah.
Yeah, put on your yarmulke.
So what do you think the likelihood is of the jury coming back and saying she's guilty?
0.
You think it's 0?
0. There's no chance. There allegedly, the person who was complaining last time, remember they kicked out that juror number 5. Apparently, what the is unconfirmed too, but even the lawyers and the people in the know said that's what they think it is, but it's unconfirmed. But that person was going around telling the jury members that, hey, I think Karen Reed's guilty, and guys, we really need to start looking at this like Karen Reed's guilty. And then one or two of the jury members told the judge about it. Hey, she's trying to poison the jury, and she's telling everyone about this and this. And so they got rid of juror number 5, who was caught on camera, but they got rid of juror number 5. And then they, looks like that's already back to the fan. They got rid of juror number 5. Then they called 3 other jurors up to the stand that day, and they questioned them about what was going on. And then they sent that one jury member home, which is juror number 5. And then we have, those 3 went back. But something interesting about the jury that in Massachusetts, the way that it works is you're not like in Texas or other states. You know that you're one of the 12, and then the other people know that they're an alternate. You're alternate 1, 2, 3, and things like that. So if you're an alternate, you're not really paying attention that much because you know that it's probably for nothing. The original 12 juror members, they're the ones who are paying attention. But in Massachusetts, it's not like that. You have all of your juries, and no one knows if you're actually going to be a jury member or if you're going to be an alternate. No one knows. They select them today and let them know who's going to be the actual jury member and who's an alternate. They don't know that even to today, they don't know that. It kind of makes you pay attention the way the process works. I thought that was interesting.
I like it.
It's different for sure. So online, everyone's saying stuff. Turtle Boy saying, think of what a psychopath you have to be to murder someone and then sit with their family in court in the vain hope that an innocent woman will go to jail for the rest of her life for a crime you committed. That is what is unfolding in front of me right now. He's right behind him. I mean, absolutely. That's the craziest thing to see. Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Colin Albert sitting there with the family. It's unbelievable, unthinkable. Yeah, they brought him in today with a police escort with these guys. Just low life piece of shit people, man. Just unbelievable. And the whole thing is you're a cop killer. You're not just a killer. You're a cop killer. And you're gonna go and God, just the set of balls on some people, man. I mean, I guess if you're saying that you're innocent, you should probably be there in court. I mean, I guess that's what they're thinking. That's the only thing that makes sense. Hey, if you're really innocent, you should be at the fundraiser supporting the family. You should be there supporting the family when they do this and this, and when they have their candlelight visual and they're trying to raise money. You should be participating in all that and make it look like you're not guilty. Jennifer McCabe, you need to put John O'Keefe's badge number and stencil it on the back of your car, and that's what she has. Support. And then, hey, that's not even enough. If you really want to look like you're not guilty, put these 2 blue lights in your front yard and have them shining like the World Trade Center illumination ones in support of backing the blue.
I thought blue lights in your front yard meant something completely different.
I thought red light.
That's it. It's red light. My bad.
No, the red light means just go ahead and pull up and pull out. You know what I mean? Pull up and pull out. That's the red light special. No, the blue lights, yeah, back in the blue. It's like, dude, me personally, I understand what looks like you're guilty and what looks like you're not guilty. But God, dude, if I was wrapped up the way that they're wrapped up, I don't know if I would be showing my face, especially around people like James, where, one day you might be their friend and he has a gun, and then the other day you might not be his friend and he has a gun, especially when you find out the hard truth of, I didn't realize it at first, but now after hearing all this evidence in this trial, it's pretty clear that you were involved in killing my brother. And knowing that I'm hanging around some people that have a firearm and now have the knowledge that I was involved in the death of their brother and covering it up and then pretending to be your friend and hanging out with you this whole entire time. And then this whole entire time you've been a wolf in sheep's clothing, and you really had something to do with it, trying to actually give my support, and trying to support me and comfort me. But really you're the one that's just trying to keep me at bed so I don't turn against you and all that. I mean, just a whole another level of evil. But yeah, I mean, I know the itchy trigger finger of our friend James here. I'm sure he'd be definitely shooting somebody over that situation.
I mean, if my life was threatened, absolutely.
No, I'm saying, have you found out that someone killed your family member?
Oh, well, yeah, no. If someone killed my brother, so there are going to be bodies being dropping.
Yeah, no, yeah. If you killed my brother and then all of a sudden we're like, hey, it wasn't me, it was this person over here, and then they're buddy palling around with you, and then the moment of clarity just kind of comes over you and you realize, oh shit, it actually was this person who's pretending to be my friend. This is the person who actually was involved in killing my brother. I mean, at that moment, the moment of reality when that happens, God, I don't know, man. I tell you what, for me, it would be tough for me to say I forgive you. Maybe if you had done it, but the fact that the fact that you did it and you've been trying to be my friend for so long, it would be even tougher for me to say I forgive you for that. It looks like James is about to go grab his gun right now just at the thought of that.
What do you mean go? It's right here in front of me.
Oh, okay. I see the camera move. I said, oh shit, someone's getting shot. You never know with James. He'll pull one out there on you fast. So the fan's still turning. The court comes back, and then of course we have, I promise you, this is gonna be the last sidebar of the trial. And then all of a sudden, the very fucking first thing she does, like the first second of court, there's a fucking sidebar. So I guess they're gonna try to figure out. We already know who's going first, right? The prosecution goes first, the defense goes second, and then the prosecution gets to go again on an abbreviated version of it and have the last word. So I guess what they're doing right now is maybe the arguments. David Unetti is supposed to be leading the arguments about what the jury instructions are supposed to be. So I think that's what the jury instructions. I think that's what they're talking about now is what the jury instructions should be. So we'll see. But we still have a fan moving around. What's up?
You've seen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right?
Yeah. Well, which one? You talking about the one from back in the day in the 90s?
Yeah, back in the day.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, so one of my favorite lines from that is, "Oh, you dirty rat! You killed my brother!"
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. This has been the most interesting trial, I think, in my lifetime. This is even more interesting than the OJ. There's not like you can do whatever the hell you want. If you get a good enough lawyer, they'll get you off, and everything. And the the OJ just being a superstar, African American also, where you have different dynamics that you can say it happened because of this and this and this and these other things that can bring an outcry of the media and support. This one's totally different. This is just a normal person you never heard of, educated, but just a normal person, a female, a Caucasian female who's not really newsworthy kind of stuff that she's caught up in something. It's interesting, but murder and murdering her boyfriend, that's a police officer, that's what kind of drew more attention. But this whole, hey, it was a cover up. It's like, yeah, it sounds like bullshit. Of course you didn't do it. Of course you're not guilty. Yeah, you didn't have nothing to do. It's all a cover up. Everyone's out to get you. All the police are framing you. Sounds good. Enjoy the rest of your life in prison, bitch, for killing that fucking police officer. And then all of a sudden, I mean, this is like just what someone could rationally normally be thinking, just hearing just that amount of information. But then you chip the block and you dive a little deeper. And really, it's amateur journalists that are doing the job of reporters and the police. He's doing more work than the actual news agencies and the police itself, and he's diving into all these details and saying, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. And then he starts putting all this stuff in there, and then all of a sudden you see the police in this case are like, he just interviewed Lucky Loughran. The FBI. I was watching Turtle Boy's blog. He said the FBI had interviewed him too. Then all of a sudden, 2 days later, boom. Then you have Proctor and Buchanan that are interviewing, the plow truck driver. And the amateur journalist, well, he's a journalist who broke the story. He's doing all the work, and the police are being responsive. They're being reactive to the investigation based on what the amateur journalist is uncovering. Then they're trying to cover up as he uncovers. And that's how, as the evidence reveals itself, when you hear the police say, as the evidence reveals itself in the snow, that's exactly how this case went. The evidence, we're not looking for any evidence except for Karen Reed did this. And then as the evidence revealed itself, that the other evidence that people were hearing through Turtle Boy and these other amateur journalists, then they found a way to overcome these. But there's so many of them that are leading towards the truth, it's impossible to cover them up because it's too many and the dots don't connect. The story doesn't make sense. If you just had a regular jury, someone who didn't have this kind of money to look through cell phone records and what was deleted and all this other shit and grabbing all these experts, and if you just had a regular person, this Karen Reed would be in prison. 100%. And that's where these fucking police officers belong that are sitting over there trying to put her in prison. They belong in prison so they can get it. Because I guarantee she's not the first person in prison. As a matter of fact, there's a person that was killed in Canton. I don't have her name right here. She was killed in Canton. They were called it a suicide. And just yesterday, they had a story on the news that they realized that it was a police cover-up. It was killed in Canton, and the Massachusetts State Police is now they're ruling that as a homicide. And this was another cover-up very similar to the Karen Reed's case. So that's not going to be the first one. This is going to happen over and over and over. These people are going to be exposed more and more and more. And this is our trial that we get to see it. But here's a little shot of the family, man. Yeah. I mean, imagine this.
So I guess the next question being is once she's found not guilty, which is how most of everybody thinks this is going to go, is there a new investigation that's going to start to figure out who killed him?
God, there has to be, right? I think if it was any other case, I think it's just a cold case and whatever, and who the hell's going to pursue it. But I think now that you have FBI, like here's a question that I'm not even sure I even have the answer. The FBI does a federal grand jury. So a federal grand jury means that is before you bring upon a case, right? You don't just do a federal grand jury for no reason, right?
Technically, yes. Federal grand jury would be before the actual case. You would be bringing the evidence that you have before them to say, hey, is this enough to actually charge?
So if you going through the process of a federal grand jury, they're going to use the testimony that was made in this case. I mean, they did offer both of those witnesses, and let's be clear, they offered both of those witnesses equally to the prosecution and the defense. They just so happen to be great defense experts, but they were offered to the prosecution also to anyone. So it's not like it was a favoritism there. But after this is done, the federal grand jury that happened, when was that, in April or something? Now that's going to go to I would imagine that would have to go to a case, but they would be trying what, the murder, or they would be trying the police department, or what would be the case that they would have against?
basically what I'm hearing is you're telling me that there's going to be people that are going to be moving out of the U.S. to non-extraditionable countries.
Ecuador.
I don't know. I mean, I think the fact that Karen Reed is going to be innocent today, I think it's going to be shocking for this small group of people who you see them on X and stuff, and they're like, no, she's guilty. Oh my God, I can't believe you're even seeing this shit. Oh, you blah, blah. It's like, what the fuck trial are you watching, dude? I mean, are you not listening to the same shit I'm listening to? I mean, they're you're getting your ass whipped in there every single day. And yesterday was like World War II, and there was a bomb dropped on Hiroshima, and you're like, holy shit. And you're like, oh, fuck, they dropped it on Nagasaki too. And then it's like, do you want me to drop another one? It's like, do not drop another one without my authorization. This fucking shit is over. There's no reason to drop that third one. This shit is over. This shouldn't even go to the jury. This is over. 9 weeks over. It's like, well, what about the hair that was found? Did anyone tell you about that? Did anyone tell you about the DNA that was not found on the cotton swab that was allegedly from the shirt? Did anyone tell you about, she said, I did it, I did it, I did it? No? It's like, sir, we're talking about science and physics. None of that makes it, that doesn't matter. This car did not hit him. Whatever, all this other stuff doesn't matter. It's like, oh shit, dude. So true.
So there's exactly one scenario that I can think of in which the wounds sustained by John O'Keefe would be consistent with the state's story, with one caveat. There's no way he could have been chucked that far. But since he only had wounds on one arm and the back of the skull, it's entirely possible that he could have been close to the ground-ish, not necessarily kneeling or crouching or something like that, but close-ish to the ground, closer than standing, sees the car coming at him and can't get out of the way and simply just does this, you know? That way it hits his arm hits his head, it produces slightly less damage because it's now dampened. So a 24-mile-an-hour hit would actually look more like an 11-mile-an-hour hit, which would make the wounds fairly consistent. But if he was chucked 30 feet, no, he would still receive more damage, and there's just no way to do that.
I don't know why they just don't say she hit him with the car, and then, he's fucking definitely way over the toxicology report, way over drunk. So he must have, walked in the grass a little bit, dazed, drunk, throwing up, fell down, hit his head on the fire hydrant. Maybe he got back up a little bit and finally came to a crashing halt. Maybe a dog was going down the street and bit his arm. I don't know. He just wasn't in the house. I mean, whatever. But to actually make up this elaborate story that she hit him and he went over there, that's the part that's like, I can already prove that didn't happen. So why don't you just leave it open and say, I'm not sure how it happened. It just didn't happen inside the house, which is really a defense for people who are inside the house more than a prosecution of who you think did what. But they jumped to that conclusion so fast. There was no eject button. There was no goose, we're fucking go hit the fucking thing, and they're like hitting their head on the, trying to eject out the plane here. There's just no eject button in it, and it's losing altitude, and you're going to the ground at a very fast pace, and all you can do is just watch it go crash and burn, which we're going to witness today. And it's sad that it got to that point, and it's sad that the pressure of this case will not let anyone eject out of it. They have to go crashing and burning, and they're taking the American justice system on display in Boston, Massachusetts, Dighton, Norfolk County Supreme Court, that you're just smearing a stain, like wiping your ass with Lady Liberty. Thank God she has blindfold on from what you guys are doing in that fucking courtroom. Look at Vet LT. I thought she said, could I have hit him in the car? More like she's trying to figure out what happened to him. Her original, statement that she had made is, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? But that later, after the Celebrite, first they took the phone. Jennifer McCabe sent her phone, and this Gallagher, Lieutenant Gallagher, looked through the phone to do an extraction. He didn't find any of the deleted messages to the kids. He didn't find any of the Haas Long to Die in Cold, not the one at 6 o'clock. He didn't find I'm talking about the Massachusetts State Police Department extracting her phone that she gave him. They did not find the how long to die in cold, how long to digest food. They did not get any of that. Not at 2:27, not at 6 o'clock, none of that. Nothing. No, none of that they found. Any of that. That it was deleted. Then when Alan Jackson sent it, and this is in April, where they found that no, in fact, she did Google search how long to die in cold, how long to die in CLKD, and all this other stuff. By the way, you're not missing anything. The fan's still spinning, just to let you know. But anyway, but you're also the 2:27, how long to die in cold at 2:27, and all the phone calls to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert and all these phone calls that were deleted. They finally found that one, and then as soon as they found that one, that was the first time after 15 interviews that they said Jennifer McCabe and everyone was saying, no, I'm sorry. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. That's when the story changed after 15 interviews. Is when they found the 2:27, how long to die in cold that Jennifer McCabe did. And then when they got the, no one delete your phone records. We're going to do a preservation order. And then the day before the preservation order, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins both got rid of their phones the day before the preservation order. I mean, that right there, doesn't that sound suspicious? But that's what,
yeah, highly.
yeah, but that's when the story changed to kind of increase the evidence. And that was the first time they said, no, she didn't say that. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. But that was the timeline of how that happened.
So what you're saying is they know Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, pretty much, baby. Yeah.
Because she knows how to get rid of a cell phone quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah,
one cell phone, like 30. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on.
No, you're not stepping on anything. I'm sitting over here looking at some other stuff, seeing if we have some cool stuff from people walking out of the courtroom, or see if we have any kind of information going on right now.
No, you ain't stepping on me. I'm using my headset to mute.
Yeah, stop stepping on people. James. All right, anyway. Yeah, so inside the courtroom, this is just a freaking show, man. It's a show. Where's Chloe? Where's Chloe? That's a good one.
Where the hell is Chloe?
I would say the same place that basement floor is.
Man.
Oh, look, we have someone agreeing with me. This could be the first. It's Vet LT3 is finally coming to my side, and he says, I agree she didn't hit him with the car. I'm just saying it because all the people are trying to say she said she did it in reality. She did not say that. Yeah, no, she didn't say that. She didn't say that. It's just, I don't know. How do we make this go away? If she confesses to the murder, we have a confession. So we don't even need to go to trial, right, guys? If we just get her to confess to the murder, or I'll just say that she confessed to me. And then, you're police. If you get a confession, it's over, right? So let's just get a confession. She said, I did it. Case closed. And you're like, sorry, it didn't work out like that. She is not just some average person that you usually discard like a piece of garbage by the flag. You take them out of your basement after you beat the shit out of them, left them for dead, and discard this police officer like a fucking piece of garbage on the curb, waiting for the trash man to pick it up, right under the flag. It was a very honorable funeral that you gave for that police officer. No, this one ain't going to work like that. This is not going to work like the normal people that you fucking just throw in prison without even giving them any kind of a chance to defend themselves. And your buddies the roots go so deep, you're really untouchable, that if you say, I'm going to pin this charge on you, there's a reason why there's a 99% conviction rate. 99 conviction rate in most towns anywhere in America, because as soon as that initial charge goes on to someone, even if it's a grand jury, you can indict a ham sandwich. As soon as you get that indictment, 98% is going to a guilty verdict. I mean, you tell me what the justice system is doing. So that's just my 2 cents right there.
Well, you're not wrong, Kingdom. But on a side note, for all those that are listening in YouTube land, please like, share, and a comment. The comment helps adjust the algorithm so more people will see the show.
Yes.
Don't forget, we have a smoke show tomorrow night. We'll be talking about smoking.
How does that work? Are you talking about it or someone's actually doing it live?
Yes, both. Well, it's recorded because live it would just be a boring show, especially when you're doing 11 hours worth of smoking. But I think Vet LT,
okay,
one of our night show co-hosts with Joe Lanou,
rotisserie chicken.
He did 2 chickens. He did a cherry smoke on one, and then he did another one last night that looks like he beat it with a baseball bat. So we'll be doing both those. We've got video and pictures and all that, so it should be a good show. So anybody that wants to get into smoking or wants to see what it's like to smoke, make sure you jump into the show tomorrow night. Should be a good show. I did a brisket over the weekend, so there's some pictures of that, and we'll go from there.
Wow. And we have range-minded contest, range-minded podcast said, I don't think she did it. I still can't figure out how deep the conspiracy goes, but I don't think she did it. Yeah, I mean, she didn't do it. Come on, give me a break here. Yeah, she didn't do it. But you're right about the deep conspiracy.
I have a hypothesis on what actually went down.
Okay, let's hear it.
So John gets to the party. He's already pretty drunk. Gets inside, finishes his drink, gets another drink, gets a bit frisky with one of the other guy's women, and he'd already been told before, don't fucking do that. And he went and did it. So the guy went off on him, and the dog is there getting all antsy about all this energy, starts biting at John, and then John falls, and they're like, oh shit, what the hell is this? Threw him out into the snow.
Yeah, he didn't make it out into the snow until after 4 o'clock.
Something like that, if lucky is to be believed.
So
definitely after those wounds to his arm happened.
Yeah, so I'm thinking the altercation probably happened in the first 30 minutes he was in the house.
I don't know at the beginning there. I thought James may have been describing me on a typical Friday night for our police reviews.
Friday night, I got me some bourbon.
Cigar. I'm getting belligerent.
You're like, it sounds like a Saturday night to me. But
I'm already drinking scotch.
Oh, you are?
Well, yeah, this is my night because I work nights. So
yeah, it's his evening. So when I'm drinking coffee, he's drinking scotch. I don't think it's fair.
Like the beginning of a George Thorogood song.
That does sound like the beginning of a good song.
Yeah. But yeah, so Vet just wanted to let me know that he was agreeing with me from day one. I know there was some banter back and forth, and I may or may not have been calling this person and that one, you lying piece of shit. I mean, I've been kind of saying that from the very beginning, and I've been getting a little heat for that. But this is one of those moments that a gentleman really doesn't like to say, but sometimes it's necessary. Told you so. One of those I told you so moments.
I mean, as soon as I saw that arm and his sweater and the perfectly round holes in it that looked very much like dog canines, I was like, there's no fucking way this story holds up. It's just not possible.
Why don't you just tell him that it's from a dog? Why do you keep lying through it that it came from a taillight on his arm? And that part was like, when you get caught in a lie, adjust. Don't just stick to your story when it's it's going to be the death of you. But yeah, they killed themselves on that one. But we're back on the trial. We're back on the closing arguments. Can you imagine the fucking stress of sitting in that chair right there, right now, knowing that this moment, you will look back on this for the rest of your life. If you get convicted, guilty, and you're guilty here, the jury says guilty, and you're convicted of this, this is it for the rest of your life. You're done. This moment right here, as much as confident as you may be, it's got to be fucking super stressful right here on trial for murder.
Can't imagine. mean, I'll probably be there eventually, but still can't imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll all be facing the Piper at some point in our life. But yeah, just the stress. She doesn't have the big fucking smiles on her face today.
Well, considering she's like 3 hours from a verdict, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they said, hey, all that snarky type of looks that you're giving and the little facial expressions and acting like we have this thing won, don't give that jury any reason to not like you. The evidence already says you didn't do it. Don't give them a reason to not like you. That's why we don't want you testifying. There's no reason. All you can do is mess it up because you have a kind of a weird personality that could rub someone the wrong way. So just sit there with a blank stare on your face for 12 hours. Just like Jennifer McCabe is sitting there right there in this picture behind us with like she has taken a bunch of, I don't know, medication or something. And she's just like a zombie over there on whatever medication.
She's got like 2 or 3 Xanax in her, that's what it seems.
Yeah, a couple bars. Yeah, she's just out there, out to lunch. But the fact that they're in this courtroom, that is just unbelievable. What does Bettero say? I would go after Jennifer McCabe after her 12 times. I may have hit him, morphing into I hit him and her denials. Jury will look at her making this nasty face. Powerful stuff. Worth 1 of 6 precious minutes. 60. Yeah, they're talking about going after Jennifer McCabe in the closing arguments. It's worth 1 minute of the 60 minutes. Yeah. Man, if you only have 60 minutes, it seems like 60 minutes is it may seem like an hour is a long time, but if you're talking about 9 weeks of testimony and you're trying to talk about all the details, it's very difficult to bring up 9 weeks of testimony and condense it into something that's saying that your client is not guilty within a 1 hour, 60 minutes. That's not a lot of time. What's up, Fidgy? Fidgy baby. It's not Willy Wonka. Good morning. Good morning. We do have James and Big Ron on here. Hey, Big Ron. There he goes.
Yes, sir.
No, I just seen it. Looked like your mic was muted or not muted, and
I'm muting on my headset because I'm working. So
I seen one time it wasn't muted, and I was muting it, and I was like, "Well, let me unmute it so you can mute it on your headset again." We definitely need to hear some commentary from our buddy Big Ron. Yeah, hey,
did we lose Ron?
No, he'll be back. He'll be back. He's come on, Karen Retrial. Let's go here. There he is.
I know, right? Been at this for an hour already. Come on.
Yeah.
can't hit the back button too many times on an Android, otherwise it takes you right out of StreamYard.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, we're still sitting in the courtroom. We still got, man, it is a packed courtroom. People, can you imagine the people who stayed there all night? They camped out there just to have one of the precious 10 spots that people can first come, first serve, be there. Can you imagine what them fucking people smell like? They've been sleeping out there on the courthouse steps all night. You're like, oh shit, you know, man, thank you. Welcome. Do you have to sit so close to me? It's got to be.
Where else?
I'm really surprised they didn't choose a bigger room.
Well, apparently, if you know anything about this particular courthouse, there is a courtroom next to it that has a huge courtroom, but actually the jury box sits so far away, and half of the jury members can't even see the witness, so you won't be able to see their facial expressions. So they, Alan Jackson, they purposely picked this small ancient courtroom because the jury members are closer to the witness and can see their facial expressions, but it's super small. The court next to it is the huge courtroom. This is the one that, you know, you could fit 100 people in and stuff. But once again, it's the layout of the courtroom, as I've heard people who've actually seen it, eyewitness said, that's the reason why this courtroom makes better sense for the jury to actually be able to see the witnesses. but you can't hear shit. You know, you got to turn the air conditioning off. You know, pretty much for everybody.
That surprised me that air conditioner is that loud. You know, I've been around some pretty loud air conditioners, and you'd figure with today's modern technology they'd be able to have speakers in that courtroom, the microphones and lapel mics for the counsel. It just makes no sense to me.
Yeah, and you don't have like, if the jury can't hear, you know, what we can hear, there's a microphone they're speaking into, put like a little small monitor, like where the jury can hear what's coming through the microphone. I mean, they have duct tape all over the place, so you know they have electronics. You know, see all the fucking cords that are duct taped to the wood and stuff. You know, like you know what you would do in your apartment, or if you live in Boston and you know in your apartment. So we're back to
the fan.
I don't know what the hell is going on in here, bro. I don't know what's going on right now in the courtroom. Are they going for a mistrial? What are we doing here?
Well, if they go for a mistrial, they can retry her, right?
Yes.
Maybe that's what they're doing. They know they're going to lose, so they're going to try to do a mistrial so they can retry her and put her through this whole thing again.
Well, Attorney Betterow from Betterow Law says, I have no clue what is happening, but if mistrial anyway, fault of DA or caused by them, case is over and she can't be retried under double jeopardy principles. If not, she could be retried. So I guess they're talking about if it's a mistrial, she can be. Oh, if it's the fault of the DA, she can't be retried. If it's the fault of the defense, then she can be retried, is what Attorney Betterow saying.
Yeah. And considering the last couple of witnesses, when the defense went to cross-examine, it really seemed like they were kind of nailing themselves in the foot. No, you'd lose this trial and you can't retry.
I don't know that they would want to retry this. I mean, God, you barely got some of those people off the stand. And now that you know more information, well, some people knew it, but then other people found out while it was being said in the trial. And that was not just all of it, but most of it. But then you're going to bring back Proctor again. And now you know the whole entire story. And you're going to be asking these people more questions like Brian Higgins and stuff. If you had to retry the case again, it would be worse for the prosecution because you know for a fact it didn't happen. And then all of these expert witnesses that from the Massachusetts State Police that are talking, you know, I don't know that there'd be a jury in the United States or in that area that wouldn't have knowledge of this case. I think it would be worse for them. I think if I was the prosecution, I would just want this shit to just go away. And you have plausible deniability. You had no idea. I had no idea that I'm just doing the job that I've been asked to do. They tell me, here's the case. They gave me the evidence. I'm just doing my job. I didn't know that, you know, but you know for a fact, Lally has to know that this is bullshit. I mean, he may not be very entertaining and stuff like that, but he's not stupid. He didn't get there by being a dumbass. He knows what he's doing, and he knows that this case is bullshit, but he's pressing forward. He needs to grow a set of fucking balls and say, we cannot go forward in this case. I cannot let the jury hear this.
Is that even his call?
The DA or ADA, he can stop this case and say, we're not proceeding with this case. His job is it's not like defense and then prosecution. Me and you, James, it's me against you. You're going to argue for the prosecution, whatever the state side, and I'm going to argue for the defense. It's not like that. You're supposed to be seeking the truth. And if the truth is that she didn't do it, and you know for a fact, you should stop right there.
Well, I agree.
No, am I right?
I
heard an attorney say that. I'm not saying that because that's my own opinion. I heard an attorney say that yesterday, and I was like, oh, okay. So that was another Betterow comment.
I don't know enough about our legal system, I guess.
Oh, here we go. We have a little eyewitness inside the courtroom. That's why I'm glad I have these little eyewitnesses in the courtroom. Let's see what we got here. Breaking news. Shit. I typed that up real quick. Boom. All right. So breaking news. Juror number 3 was brought up to the front to speak with Judge Cannon. This is by far the most obvious not guilty vote on the jury. She made disgusting facial reactions during Michael Proctor's testimony and mouthed, "What?" while shaking her head during Trooper Paul's testimony. So there's a jury member that has been called up to speak to Aunt Bev, and that's what we're missing right now. So, breaking news.
Must be quite some talk.
Yeah. What's the closing arguments? I mean, you're going to have the state that's going to go up there and talk about all this bullshit evidence, and she hit him. I mean, after the FBI, the people who hired the FBI and their accident reconstruction, after they said that she didn't do it, what's all these other details? What other details are you going to talk about for an hour? You know what I mean? What could you possibly say that says that she hit him with the car when clearly these two experts that are more qualified than anybody in the country that was gifted to both of you, the defense used it, but they said that there's no way this has happened. What are you going to get up there and say on your closing arguments? I mean, you're just wasting time.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to take the whole 60 minutes. But I would assume that he's probably just going to keep talking about the DNA evidence.
Oh, there we go. Juror number 3 has been dismissed. She's an obvious not guilty vote, and by far the most attentive juror in the entire trial. Juror number 3 in the back of the courtroom is speaking with, we already talked about that. Oh, juror number 3 is back in the courtroom and speaking with Judge Cannon with the lawyers. She has her hands on her hips and looks peeved. She now walks out. Hard to tell from looking at her face how that went. If the McAlbert's goal is to intimidate Karen Reed by being there, they have failed. She looks unshaken. She's not afraid of them. And then another report says Jennifer McCabe just whispered something in Paul O'Keefe's ear and they laughed. Earlier, she was rubbing Aaron O'Keefe's shoulders. Jennifer McCabe, just fucking ridiculous. So they definitely kicked off juror number 3, who's a clear Karen Reed supporter. Not that she supports Karen Reed, but she is going to be a clear and obvious not guilty vote according to eyewitnesses in the courtroom. And she's off. Now let's see what happens. Damn, that's interesting. The day of the trial and where you're going to have a closing arguments and a verdict, you tell the jury member who seems like they're probably the most attentive and not guilty verdict after 9 fucking weeks of wasting all of your time in this murder trial. You tell this person on the very last day, not like on the first week or the first day, like, hey, I got, appointments with my kids, just don't pick me for jury. I don't need 9 weeks sitting in this courtroom. I got a family. I got to support my family. I don't really have time. But you go through 9 weeks and on the last day, you tell them, I'm sorry, we don't need you. Like, come on, dude. At least let me sit here with my dignity. But I guess she must have done something that they think is going to poison the jury, or this is that last ditch effort, or I don't know, man. I don't know why Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert would be in the courtroom, with the exception of to put some pressure. But yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy what's going on here.
It's definitely an interesting one, for sure.
Yeah. The witnesses who obliterated the DA's case were not hired by the defense and were equally available to both sides. They were not paid. They were called by the defense because they destroyed the entire theory of the DA's case. This isn't complicated. What are we waiting on? What is taking so long? Get to the closing arguments and let's get this thing over with. Me and James have a bet, and now you're making it closer to James probably winning this because James, you said 46 minutes for the verdict?
42
minutes. So 42-minute verdict for a 9-week trial. Joe Lanou, he's locked in for, he thinks, a week and a half for the verdict. We might have movement on the camera. No. A week and a half. I think, and I was saying yesterday, an hour and 15 minutes, but I forgot that more than likely, if they only have an hour to speak, it starts at 9 o'clock Eastern time. You got, an hour, half an hour, some maybe 45 minutes to an hour of some jury instructions, and then let's break for lunch, and you can have the case. They'll probably take an hour lunch, that last free lunch, and then maybe 15 minutes of, ironing out the details, and then, hey, the jury has reached a verdict. I think an hour and 15 minutes was realistic based on the lunch schedule. But now that they're doing all these shenanigans, it looks like the 42 minutes.
Well, my 42 minutes didn't even account for lunch at all. It was as soon as the jury actually starts deliberation, start the timer, 42 minutes later, they're coming back.
But I was thinking they were going to deliberate at lunch. Like, let's deliberate. And so they're not going to take a lunch, come back, and then say you can deliberate. I was thinking they were going to deliberate, and they'll consider that also over lunch. And that's why I was thinking an hour and 15 or hour and 45 is what I have the over under. And on Kingdom Radio, there is, I have it right here. I put a poll out, and it was, we have the Karen Reed murder trial verdict over under at 1 hour and 45 minutes, considering the lunch break. What do you think? And the over, I can bring this up since there's fucking nothing going on. And the verdict, the people, 58.7% said it would be over an hour and 45 minutes, and 41.3% said under. So as far as a bookie making odds, that's pretty good odds to be 50-50 like that.
I voted under, just so you know.
Oh, you did not? Yeah, good. Oh, shit. We will have action. The trial of the century is continuing.
At least a decade.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoli, Justice of the Norfolk Superior.
Beverly Cannoli. You got some cannolis on you. You know what I mean?
I thought I heard Kenobi.
Yeah, Obi-Wan.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I don't know how many times I start in the morning by saying we appreciate your patience, but today is one of those days. Again, we appreciate your patience. You may notice that one of your fellow jurors is not sitting with us today. I can assure you that that is because of an issue that is just personal to that juror and has nothing to do with any concern of any of you. So please.
Hey, Kingdom, can you turn the trial up just a hair?
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
It's all the way up to the max.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes.
She's just not on the microphone. She'll be louder in a minute.
Anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So now we're at the point of the trial where the lawyers get to do their closing arguments for you. I've given them each an hour to do so, and they both tell me that they want me to give a 5-minute warning. I just don't want you to think I'm scolding them when I give a 5-minute warning, so we'll let them do that. When I was a trial lawyer, I tried a lot of cases in this courtroom. The thing I liked least about the trial was just before I stood up to give my closing argument, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. So because of that, you have to put your notebooks away. All right, so if you just put your notebooks away and just listen, And though the closing arguments are not evidence, they're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all seen how hard the lawyers have worked for this long period of time. And we've all noticed that you've paid great attention throughout the entire trial. I'd ask that you extend your courtesy to the closing. And in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
Oh.
Thank you, Your Honor. Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's your job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America, lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabes, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up until the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial that was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she'd left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie, and Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you're if you want to take another look at it, it's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, "You coming here?" This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, "I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers." Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, "You know, your girl's been texting me"? A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jen McCabe admitted, "Yeah, I didn't see her there." But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion of the Commonwealth's experts, we're left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was no body on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe you do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears are realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You could see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabes. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. That magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight, while he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it, which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There is no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case. Lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor. And he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mulaney, Michael Lank, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts State troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about. Those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not Stop and Shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37. And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara, unidentified troopers and Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence. And I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner, who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. Two of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement, before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rentschler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics. John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injury to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, a whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
Five minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued, he got hit, punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object, and he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth, and I did that because that's what this case is about, top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you, not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Lally.
Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That was good. Welcome, Big John, Big Ron.
How we doing?
What do you think about that? I mean, I think he laid the whole thing out for a not guilty for sure.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
Well, I
I
was
hit him.
listening a little bit a while ago, and
Those are the words of the defendant.
back on.
4 times. You heard
Yeah, I
testimony
think he
from
nailed
4
it
different
one little
witnesses
bit, I heard.
who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened, and the defendant said, I hit him.
Up on Tactical
I hit him,
Texan. What's up, brother?
I hit him. I hit him. Firefighter
Morning.
Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him. I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, I hit him repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. You did what? And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, I hit him. You heard testimony from Officer Sarif, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, this is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this. This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29th, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony are concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. And I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter.
How he's saying
Little
all this
things
shit
start
with a
piling
straight
up.
face is beyond me, man.
Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a 3-card money trick. Facts and the evidence in this case are your card. They're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement. Look at this person. Look at that person. Look at text messages. Look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the 3 indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide. Using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you and elucidably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him in sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence, no evidence whatsoever. Why?
Time for Biz to Credit.
There's no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story through his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. What I would submit to you is a timeline. This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering. Stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with me." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point in which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a straw. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. A drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, about an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolakithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Mme. McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe. Speaks with him regarding directions, sort of going over which way to come in Chapman Street, over Cedar Crest as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed, the black SUV from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. What you have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. The movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text stream, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that 3-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, with 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the 3-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voicemail. So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62.5 feet, the defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42, Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55, the defendant texts John, "See you later." 12:59, the defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637, it sounded like this.
"John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert."
But somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where he was. She had driven him there. She had struck him there. She had left him to die there. 1:02 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone." 1:09 a.m., the defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point. 1:10 a.m., the defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
"John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself."
1:18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body to be out on the front lawn. 4:42 a.m., the defendant calls and speaks. The calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m., the defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead, Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead, he must have been hit by a plow. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves 1 Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling KCD, calling 911, something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent, and calling your parents, and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant. While John O'Keefe is laying freezing and dying from a brain injury and a skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. 5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfront. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was. She had hit him and left him there the night before, and she had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. 5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts return to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12, indicating this cruiser camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this card right here is the spotlight that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with the vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road. In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant sitting in the back seat of the vehicle knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. But the defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south. We circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe, to his families, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. We heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. We heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Miss Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. The defendant shows up at the house, abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with their family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drives that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton at the height of the blizzard. You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages and the phone call on January 28th. You've heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. Defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dighton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she say that? You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up, meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out, and then he and Ms. Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from her. Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asks him if he's okay, asks him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is. You heard testimony from the children about the arguments in the weeks and the months. And I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house. They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece, Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing, again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to see if McCarthy's, eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. We have the testimony in regard to the ring camera. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security codes to the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with her father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots. Mr. Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game, in which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you recall, the defendant is saying something or joking about something that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are. There are only 2 videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. No video. The variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There were text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning. The call then from Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call her Julie Albert, because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, this is a phone call that both Ms. Albert and Ms. McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband Matthew McCabe reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34 Fairview. So she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead. And then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Ms. McCabe about the cracked taillight before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere, as you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st. You have the text messages between the defendant and Laura Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Laura Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m. And every indication is that he was found in the snow by the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. would be about an hour before. 5 a.m. would be between that time where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18, 5:35. Little things. The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whitford as to SQLite databases, P-list databases, Knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of that. Also from Trooper Garino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning. They were not deleted by a user. That is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbright, and by Cellbright, the person who designed that being Mr. Whiffin, had to alter exactly how their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case. And what did Mr. Green say? Yes. But those questions, as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. She knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, in the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning. What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicate is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about the medical condition. Is he dead? That phraseology repeated over and over and over again. And when you take into juxtaposition that phraseology, text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 to 5:35. The repeated questioning of firefighter Whitley, firefighter Woodbury, asking Ms. McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation, is what she's looking for when she asks over and over again, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? You have the testimony that you heard from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other really at all. The only time, as they both testified to, that they ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022, is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers because he had some sort of deal at a Reeboks outlet or something like that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece, and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy. At the waterfall, Mr. Albert said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were coming. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe, that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down going down Fairview of coming off of Chapman. That you first go down a big steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second. 2 hills going down on Chapman. Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that his health data is reporting that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And she's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before, and neither has the defendant, which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But she's giving directions, and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe will be familiar with that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time from a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so prescient on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when she's riding, going towards Fairview Road with Miss Roberts and Miss McCabe in Miss Roberts' car. She's still talking about it at that time. It's that much on her mind. Miss McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw the vehicle initially in front of the front door, as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Brian Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense that it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece, Kaylee, at 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning. She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen, Jen, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall. The variations, the different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning. Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, we saw you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tail. Then both Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning. They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. And so what did Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 29th? They take off their boots, they get out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning when she came back to the house? Walked right in with the shoes. You hear that second voicemail. It's after the defendants arrived back at One Meadows Ave, after her phone is reconnected with Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. And you can hear the footsteps. Part of that may be in the garage, part of that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is. She knows it's not an issue. He's not coming home because she hit him with her SUV and she left him in the snow. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe are frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe. Defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again, the defendant from the back seat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn. We have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and you recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on the scoop stretcher and they bring him over to the ambulance while they're conducting resuscitative efforts trying to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. But Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath it, only the phone, but the phone on the grass. On the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe, which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. You heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow and a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point to that, okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was, Ms. Roberts observed some 6 hours later after it starts snowing, is still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is, which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there. Now, on top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose to that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video of the defendant crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which even Dr. Wolf would indicate would not cause the damage to the taillight that was observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow. And if you look at those stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted, Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow, when Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up, because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it. That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side of that taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks that they could have taken it to didn't have that heated condition. So yes, after it's been in there from January 29th at about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit, weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries, it's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out, Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe, that initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. That's indication of the swelling that Dr. Sportibello was testifying to, and no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan. Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent account, internally, externally, from civilian testimony to investigator testimony to medical testimony to forensic testimony to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Saraf's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Saraf. You have the testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away, in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins spent January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn? Really? That's the conspiracy? What evidence do you have of that? You have statements that the defendant made to Sergeant Buchanan on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail. Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments and incessant phone calls and everything else that you saw from the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 28th. She indicated that she got to CF McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas. The men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked on Washington Street across from CF McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. Kolakithis, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting in the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger seat. She said they left the Waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a three-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night." June 2022, you have that other recording of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Buchanan, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house, from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Green. You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in their testimony, and the defendant knew, based on her questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the Waterfall. The weather was a weapon. You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan Nagel. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson. Ms. Maxson indicated she saw a male passenger, female operator, as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse, a three-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right onto Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxson are taking a left on Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxson can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? The dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. The Nagels, Brian Nagel, Ricky D'Antono, and Heather Maxson drive away from that. We heard the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning. You have the testimony recall, and you have text messages in regard to Colin Albert when he gets picked up from Colin.
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Colin Albert, Miss Allison McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., all indicating that he was picked up around that time at 12:10 a.m. You have the testimony from Chris and Julie Albert, his parents, as far as when he comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in earlier in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza. What are you doing later on? Contained within those texts. You have the testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search team. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level, 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found the evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Formati to Dr. Rice. We heard the testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from Dr. Fowler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. And you have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard to the forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, the clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday, 12 inches and then 6 inches for the tail end, is easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit are consistent with the dimples on the tail light cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow. You have the testimony in regard to forensics as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that taillight house, on the house. His DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Scortibello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing. You have the testimony from Ms. Hardman, Trooper Paul, as regard to the damage that they observed, the dent, the scratches, the 7/8 of an inch hair. You have the testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. You have the testimony from Ms. Valier and Ms. Hanley in regard to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes, Your Honor. All consistent with pieces of taillight that are found within his clothing. Ms. Gilman, if I could. 605, this is what this vehicle looks like backing up at that speed for approximately that distance. There's another, years and years ago, started practicing in Norfolk County in Braintree, what is now Quincy. I eventually became a far smarter man than myself, eventually became President of the United States. His name was John Adams. John Adams once wrote, "Facts are stubborn things. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence." What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing to death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you. You've gone over. Okay.
I literally have one sentence.
1 sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit ineluctably demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Jurors, I have my instructions on the law I'm going to give you. My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break? You can take a short break. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
All right. We're on a short break here.
You are muted.
See if we can wake up the jury. Jesus Christ, I think everyone's fallen asleep at this point. That closing argument was the worst. It's like you have 5 minutes and it's like, oh my God, 5 minutes is gone. Okay, so you have 1 minute. You have 1 minute. And it's like, he's still like, whoa, it's like, I hate to stop you when you're trying to say, everyone, I need you to go in there and say that she's guilty. But he couldn't even get the words out. He had to stop the fight before he could even finish. It was terrible.
And that reminded me of like a college professor lecture or something like that. I think I nodded off twice.
James, you still there, dude?
He's asleep.
He's drizzling.
I fell asleep twice.
Yeah.
Oh, well, good morning. Good morning. Well,
Good morning.
James actually works all night. So this is technically the afternoon, 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. James gives that a new description. Working that moon. Yeah, what do you think of that one? While you were awake, what do you think about the closing arguments?
I missed almost all of the prosecutor, but I caught the defense and I loved it.
Yeah. I mean, he did a great job. And the part I thought was really cool is as they were showing Alan Jackson in the corner, in the upper right-hand corner, you got to see Brian Albert and his reactions or lack of reactions as he was saying it. And oh my God, I cannot believe they have the balls to show up in court. Him, Jennifer McCabe, and Colin Albert sitting up there. I just couldn't believe it.
Crazy.
Like the set of cojones on these guys. I mean, I would say that's almost in a situation of what you would call witness intimidation, or jury intimidation. Like, let me sit there and stare lasers into the jury, and you know who I am, and go ahead and say not guilty and see what happens. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what's going on, but you could definitely point a finger in that direction. Why would they be there?
Yeah.
Unless they're trying to control the narrative, because I guarantee when the news cameras gets in their face when they're leaving, they're going to say no comment and keep it moving. 100%. They're not talking to the news or anybody really on the way out. But I think it'd be malpractice for any journalist not to put a camera in their face and ask them what they thought.
Well, I'm no legal expert, but I'll say that the prosecution, he made good points. The problem is he delivered it all in a flat, monotone voice with weird pauses, whereas the defense, Jackson, was more charismatic. It was faster. There was emotion to it. And I think it's hard to listen to that for an hour. I literally felt like I was at a lecture.
Well, I mean, I think, you're there for justice for John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe, Boston police officers murdered. Okay, get to the fucking point where she hit him with the car, because that's what I need you to do. I mean, the fact that she's a bad person, or she was upset with him for not coming home and she's stuck with the kids while he's out partying, or he was kissing some girl, or she had 3 drinks instead of 5 drinks, or all that. Who gives a shit? None of that matters. None of those details matters. Talk about the part where you have evidence that she backed into him and left him for dead. Not all this testimony of, well, this person said that she knew exactly where he was. It's like, yeah, I dropped untactical Texan off at this address, and then he never came home. So while I'm looking to find out where the hell he is, don't you go back to the place where you dropped him off? I mean, none of this shit's making sense.
That's because you backed into me and ran me over.
Yeah. And you knew damn well you did. And he was on the ground, and he was 100% dead. You left him for dead. That's why when you went back to the house, you knew exactly where you backed into him. It's like,
so the one part of that where he's saying, oh yeah, he's covered in snow, but the ground underneath him is not covered in snow. If you take a body at 98 degrees and put it on snow, the snow is going to melt.
Yes.
It's going to melt under that body. The body heat's going to melt that snow. So, of course, the ground under him does not have snow. That's not indicative of how long he's been there. I found that kind of a weak
And then another thing is there was only 2 inches of snow at 6 a.m. So it was barely snowing. If you look at the library videos when she was passing by, it wasn't even hardly even sticking to the roads at that point. It sticks to the grass first. But like you said, a warm body on an inch of snow, and it's, until the body actually gets, you die and you go to the temperature of the snow, which he wasn't even dead when they put him out there. And he wasn't necessarily completely dead or passed when they took him to the hospital. They were still showing a 10% chance of him living. I mean, there was still blood flowing from his nose and his mouth. So, they definitely left him out there to die in the cold, and Haslong to die in the cold. How do you get around that, man? I don't even know. I don't even know how he fucking gave that closing argument with a straight face. It was like, dude, this is unbelievable. And now look at Fidgety. Kingdom's right. I love it when people say I'm right. Let me just start with that. I love it when people say I'm right. But anyway, she says none of that crap matters because it wasn't some planned event to end him. Or was it? Because if you listen to the defense when they did their closing arguments, he definitely drew the line that Brian Higgins had motive. This wasn't really said. It was implied, and maybe we said like, oh, there's motive. But you're messing with this girl. He caught there are better ways. I have a list. But Brian Higgins is macking on John O'Keefe's girl, and he got a smooch from her, and John O'Keefe had seen Karen Reed walking John out to the car, and they were sitting there, staring at this, and Karen Reed showing him Brian Higgins' testimony of, John really kind of, he's really been looking at that video of me walking you out to the car, and he's asking, hey, is there something going on? So there's obviously something there. Brian Higgins is at the bar. They're play fight, grab ass, whatever they call, play fighting with each other. He's motioning them, hey, why don't you come over to the house? That's one person who has motive. 2, the dog. The dog definitely is aggressive to strangers. So the dog has definitely a motive to attack, just for whatever reason. And then the other one is Colin Albert, this kid that they just swore that he's just not there. Colin Albert was not there. Just forget it. And then all of a sudden, people start testifying he was there. Colin Albert drives a Ford Edge, but not a dark one like Lucky Loughran or Brian Loughran said. There's a dark Ford Edge that's in the driveway that belongs to Brian Albert. Colin Albert drives a light color Ford Edge, and he was there at the party, and he has motive to kill because John O'Keefe had reported multiple times that Colin Albert was acting obnoxious, harassing him, throwing beer cans in the driveway and stuff like that. That is a motive. Plus, one of the neighbors, it was in the Canton Select Board just the other day. I played it on our Kingdom Radio Texas X page. Where in the Canton department, the chief of police went up there and said it's absolutely true. This was in August. It's absolutely true that not just John O'Keefe was reporting Colin Albert's activities, but also the neighbor was reporting the drug activity that was in there, and they were scared for their family, a wife and kids sitting in the house, scared for their family that their neighbor, Colin Albert, and his buddies were all into dealing drugs, and they were being very obnoxious out in front of the house of his dad, which is Chris Albert, that owns D&E Pizza, that's right next door to the CF McCarthy's, where Turtle Boy was over there in this little confrontation the other day. So the whole family's connected. Colin Albert was definitely into it. He had the freaking bruises up on his hand and boom, 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 that he's going to beat him up and all this kind of stuff. So this is how the family acts. You've seen that on display the other day with Colin Albert and Brian Higgins. They both have motive. All it took with a drunk person to come in there and say the wrong thing. The dog gets on you. You didn't realize Colin Albert was going to be there. He's like, hey, man, you're going to try to get me in trouble and call the police and try to get me in da-da-da-da-da. And then, hey, you got your friends with you, so you're acting a little bit tougher than you normally would after a couple of beers. They're having a party with Brian Albert Jr. in the basement. It was his birthday. And then, bam, you get a couple hits, sucker punch, and then that's it, dude. It's it. And then it goes out of hand. You're like, oh, shit, he's not dead, is he? I don't know. But then he's throwing all up over himself. And then you drag his ass out there. You don't know about the taillight. You drag his ass out there with the cup, with the broken cup. And you figured, I don't know, maybe he got an altercation, but let's make it where he's outside. There's no blood. He's like gushed all his blood out of his head, but there's no blood on the snow. I mean, all this evidence is like, what are y'all talking about? He got his ass whipped. You brought him out there on the lawn. You had no idea about the taillight. They came out there at 6 a.m. with 2 inches of snow. You didn't find no taillight. Then all of a sudden you hear that that Karen Reed broke her taillight when she was backing out of the driveway, told Jennifer McCabe. Then they said, oh, she said, did I hit him? So why don't we just try to blame it on her? Then later that night at 6 p.m, you finally, for the first time, find one of the 42 pieces of taillight that they couldn't find during the day when there's 2 inches of snow. But now that there's 18 inches of snow, you find all the taillight. They fucking called to impound her vehicle on the way there before even seeing it, and called the Dighton Police Department guy to meet him over there so they can tow the vehicle when they hadn't even seen the vehicle yet. They haven't even seen the taillight busted out. They already knew it was busted out and they want to tow it. The whole thing stinks. Michael Proctor, just listening to what he said about he hopes she kills herself and all this stuff, it's like unbelievable. There's no fucking way that this jury can come back with anything but a not guilty. There's no way. I mean, it's not just one thing. The glove doesn't fit. You must have quit. It's like a mountain of stuff saying these police officers and the whole entire Canton Police Department, for that matter, needs to be stopped. And they need to make someone else, that maybe the Dighton Police Department, increase their workforce and take over that territory till they can get it rebuilt. But all of these police officers, not only do they need to be reprimanded and fired, some of them that are in the inner circle need to see the inside walls of the penitentiary.
Well, I'll say that was an interesting point, or a very good point that Jackson brought up. The evidence logs, one person in charge of all the evidence, no log of any of that evidence, no chain of custody. Where did it go? What's going on there? And for that reason alone, if I was on that jury, I couldn't vote guilty.
I mean, at that point, it should have just been tossed out of court. Like, what the hell is Bev even doing?
Well, it's really the defense of Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, who are sitting in the they're sitting in the booth right there where the victim's family is. So now we're looking at the jury instructions.
Jurors. Thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purposes of reaching a verdict in this case. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you instructions concerning the law.
The instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first is general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You will also get a written copy. I'll probably send in 3 or 4 to the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part 1 of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have heard it and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion or sympathy, passion or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now, your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in this case. However, I have no opinion about how you decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence. Now, the arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, They are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Please keep an open mind until then. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship do they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose. Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted test or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you, and you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were in fact John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe, because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse, hands you the mail and states that he or she observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described. You may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. All right, that completes my first part of the instructions. Now I'm going to
You
turn
might
to
need
the
a
elements
break
of
in
the
between
charges against Ms.
instructions.
Reed.
This is terrible.
The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29th, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this first theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test. Mr. Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point. Thank you. It's distracting, and I don't want it to be distracting for you folks, okay? The fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved the element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental, but it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently.
This is terrible, dude. I just want to turn the volume down a little bit. What do we got here?
The person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is,
I don't know, man.
when they act
This is
in a way that
painful.
reasonable
They're going to
person
come back
would
with a
not
not
act.
guilty. She's just
This can
talking,
happen either by doing something
icing down the
that
jury,
a
if you
reasonable
will,
person
like
would
icing a
not
kicker,
do
calling a
under the
timeout right before they kick it, so they can try to do it
by
again.
failing to do something that a reasonable person
I thought Lally was
the
bad. This
defendant
is
acted
God,
negligently if she
Bev.
drove in a way
I think we need to turn the AC off. Speed this up.
I know. Yeah, this is crazy. But, as soon as they give it to the jury, I think they're going to have a one last lunch, and then they're going to come back with a not guilty for sure. I haven't heard any evidence that she hit him with the car. But what's up, Big Ron?
Yeah, I hit a dead spot earlier and lost all my connections.
Were you at Brian Albert's house?
Yeah, I was looking for the dog.
Yeah, no, he testified that his house was a dead zone. Oh, yeah, I was like, oh, he had a dead zone. Yeah, so on the, Alan Jackson kicked ass, man. He did fantastic. He talked for an hour. He got his 5-minute warning. He finished flawlessly. He had to skip one page of stuff that he was talking about, but he got right to the point. It was perfect. And then Lally got up there, and the jurors started falling asleep. I think one of them actually was reported on X that he was falling into a coma, sleeping while fucking Lally was talking, along with a lot of other people. Watch it. But so he didn't do a very good job. They gave him the 5-minute warning, and then all of a sudden the 5 minutes was up, and she goes, "Hey, I'm going to give you one more minute, just one more minute." So then he pulls this video, and he never gets to the point, and then now he's like getting ready to say, "Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, blah, blah, blah." And she's like, "You're out of time." He's like, "But I just had like one more sentence." And he's like, "Okay, I'll give you one more sentence. Just say guilty. Okay, you're out of time. It's like, it was fucking terrible. It was terrible.
That was pretty brutal.
It was terrible management of time.
An operated motor vehicle. Second,
Oh, she's still yet japping her jaw off.
in a place in which the public.
But anyway,
She's got
that's
to have
what
her
we missed.
15 seconds of fame too.
Well, I think the actual jury instructions could take like somewhere around an hour.
Oh, Jesus.
But we've got to be damn close to it because I've already fell asleep twice.
Yeah.
It's like you almost want to set your alarm clocks when she's done talking.
Yeah. I'm not on the jury. I don't care.
Yeah. Not only that is it's gonna be not guilty. I realize that you have to go through this whole, song and dance, but Lally didn't have to go through the whole song and dance in the detail that he did. Have you heard Alan Jackson kind of opening up these witnesses that were on the defense, the 6 or 7 that they called? He didn't have to ask, well, can you tell us what, if any, experience did you have? What, if any, college did you go? It's like, dude, just say, tell me about the education that you have after high school and just let them tell the whole thing. Why are we dragging out laying the foundation for like 2 hours? And it's so freaking boring. That's the part about watching this trial is just how boring that these people are.
I think that's probably the reality of most trials. I think this one just has high moments where it's super exciting, but most trials are probably this boring.
Yeah. Well, I can only imagine what Karen Reed must be, feeling right now, even though you're very confident that you did a great job. You're very confident that all these facts, more than likely anybody with a reasonable mind and coherency is going to say that you're not guilty, but still there's a chance they could come back with a guilty. And there's a chance that today's the last day that you're going to give a hug to your parents and do a lot of things in life, that your life is pretty much over at this point. And it's got to be nerve-wracking. It's got to be nerve-wracking.
So what do you think the possibility is they come back with guilty on one of the lesser charges?
It's always a possibility, with a jury, and your jury is, you never know who got to the jury and stuff like that. I mean, have you heard the Trump trial? Did you think every single one was going to come back and say, hey, your paperwork error, your tax paperworks were filed incorrectly, so administrative errors, so all of a sudden you're guilty of 34 felonies? I mean, that didn't seem, like that didn't make any sense, but it came back. You're like, wow. Speaking of which, we will have the Trump-Joe Biden debate on Thursday. But that didn't seem right. And then stuff like this, you don't know who's connected. You're talking about a town and a city that's connected, politicians, and everyone's connected together in this case. So you just never know who knows who on the jury and what, because they go home every day. Everyone knows who they are. If you're going to say that the police are willing to plant evidence against Karen Reed, then why would they not contact a jury member?
24,000
why would they not?
People sorry. I didn't mean
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. It's like, why would someone not say, hey, I got your son on, because everyone knew he was doing these bad things. I got him right now, and we're going to press charges. Or, I could see in any kind of scenario or story coming up there that you could grab one of those jury members.
Yeah, 24,000 people in this town. Everybody here knows of everybody.
Yeah, especially the ones that are the movers and shakers and the ones that make the law. The ones that, even if they don't make the law, if you got pulled over, I know exactly who it is, and I know who his family is, and I know who his friends are. And, as a matter of fact, his boss is my friend, and I went golfing with his boss's boss last Thursday. So everyone knows everyone, and I wouldn't put it past that someone could have got to the jury. As far as it's going to be a unanimous not guilty, it's hard to say, but definitely I think it's going to be a hung jury or not guilty.
To deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of returning a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice.
Oh,
The
man.
fastest run from home to first, 3.3 seconds.
Or any other personal characteristic. I
Just
also
in case you were
pointed
falling
out that
asleep,
we
you know,
all
it
have
wakes
our
you up
own
with a car.
built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision.
Do not come back in
Hasty
5 minutes
decisions
with
are the
a not
most likely
guilty.
to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions. So don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand.
Isn't it interesting when she says the law, she says the law, like the law with and then an R on the end? This is the instructions on the law are like,
Which is so weird because Bostonians don't generally pronounce their R's.
Suspicious.
She's a plant.
She's from California too.
No one in California says law like that.
So so today's the last day, but yesterday there was a record-breaking crowd out in front. There was 300 people. That's what they said. 300 people were outside. And then today I'm looking at videos right now, which I'll show you in just a second, of how many people are. Matter of fact, Let me see what she's saying. I just want to make sure I don't miss nothing. We're gonna have some
I'll
time.
send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise.
She said that when they're going to lunch or something or whatever, she'll just kick them out a note and see if you want to keep going or you want to stop for the day.
You were going to notice shortly that
So they're
the
going to
officers are
lunch
going to
there,
take an oath
James.
and you will
So
hear
I
from
think the
that
45 minutes might be a little
they
quick.
too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate.
No,
in
see,
any
it
way
I wasn't counting the lunch. So after lunch is over, 42 minutes later, boom.
So if the lunch is 45 minutes long, then we're talking about an hour and a half.
That's still under the hour 45 you said.
That's true. That's true. That's why I changed it to an hour and 45. Just to say 42 minutes plus an hour of lunch plus 3 minutes, give or take. So I was going with your dead on.
I stand by my 2 hours.
It's going to be today, though, right?
I don't know. The jury may
If it's
need
not
a
today,
nap.
we all owe Joe a bottle.
Wow, that's
No.
Or a bag of coffee.
4 cups of coffee. Yeah, 4 cups of coffee.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So what do we got going on here now? She said pretty much she's gonna release it to the jury, and they're talking about what? I missed it. She's a ficus. She's a ficus over here. Yeah. You're not a fan of the accent. I know another person who's not a big fan of the accent. It's Mr. Big Ron. He is not a fan of the Boston accent, especially after this last couple weeks. All right. Well, while they're doing something, I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss anything, but I do want to show you some videos of outside. I think I might just pause this one just in case we miss something, and I can play it if we missed it. But let's go to something a little bit more entertaining. I mean, think about that, dude. People travel from all over the freaking country just to be there for a moment where she's walking past where they can sit there and chant. It's like, wow, dude.
Well, the biggest damage to the prosecution's case is Proctor talking about balloon knots. You pissed off a bunch of women.
Oh, dude. Yeah, to say the least.
Yeah.
To say the least. There's another one. That one's from yesterday walking out. There's another one from...
You are unmuted.
All right. So, Mr. Clerk, will you choose the alternates, please?
Oh, they're choosing the jury now.
Probably be faster just to pick the alternates.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 3, who is juror 79, step down and take your place as an alternate? And the juror sitting in seat number 2, juror 14.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to swear in the court officers. They're going to be in charge of you during your deliberations. I suggest that you listen to the oath that they are taking so that you can be aware of their responsibilities. Now you can swear them, Mr. Clerk.
You swear that you will keep this jury and alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they are agreed, nor suffer them to disperse until they're discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right. So, Jurors, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you have heard here in the court during trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may now retire and deliberate your verdict.
All right, mark time, dude. Mark time.
All rise, follow me.
All rise and follow me. What time do we got there, Dante? I got 12:26 Central Standard.
Live stream said 4 hours and 39. So
okay.
And I started a stopwatch.
So that means we have, what time is it?
So it'd be 126.
So, counsel,
there.
I'll give you a few minutes to work with Mr. McDermott on the.
And then 45 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So an hour and 45 minutes from now would be, so it's 12:30, it'd be 1:30, 2:15.
Yeah. So it should be 2 o'clock, or give or take a couple minutes, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they'll say, hey, there's a verdict announced or something. But yeah, check. This is outside the courtroom right now. Let's take a look at this.
All right. Yeah, there's definitely more sidewalk with shade down there.
We're some of the original people.
When you said,
I mean, what do you think about that?
That's quite a production there.
Yeah, that's just where some people are allowed to stand. It also hooks around the right there, but they have it sectioned off where the First Amendment's not allowed in the front part of the courthouse. As soon as you walk out of the courthouse in the front, there's no body allowed to gather there. It's only around the corner a little bit when people are allowed to start gathering, so they can be ready for this not guilty. And we're on the clock. We are on the clock, and as time ticks down, we have an hour and 43 minutes to see what's going to happen with this little over-under. So anyway, let's talk about some other stuff. We got Karen Reed. She's in there. James is 100% thinking it's going to be not guilty, but we have our buddy Dante. Dante is looking for a guilty verdict in 2 hours.
Dante thinks that she shot him. So,
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, 12 gauge. Yeah, this whole thing's a freaking joke, man. You heard when Aunt Bev said, look, jury, whatever you do, I'm suggesting do not go back there and do a straw poll and say who thinks she's guilty or not, and then come back here really quick. Don't do that. Go over all the evidence. It's like, yeah, whatever. So that might add another 15 minutes to the time is what I was thinking.
Been sitting in that courtroom for how many weeks? That's the first thing I'm doing. Hey, who thinks she's guilty or not?
Are they taking a lunch first, or are they just going straight back to deliberate?
They're just deliberated. Yeah, but they're going to deliberate over lunch, maybe not. So I think it's maybe a 45-minute lunch break, and then they're going to go into the deliberation room or whatever. So it's what it sounded like to me.
Anybody start the timer so we can see how close they are?
We did. So we got a 2:15 Central Standard, so 3:15 your way. Did I say that right? 12:30, 1:30. Yeah. So 2:15 will be the hour and 45-minute over under. So we should hear something by 2:15. Where's our buddy Joe Lanou?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you hear what happened?
Yeah. 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 He said he was feeling a little under the weather, and maybe if he just had a couple extra cups of coffee in the morning, he'd be feeling better. So if you're out there and you know about this buy me a cup of coffee situation that Joe Lanou has, definitely support my brother. And,
I was the first.
Yes, you were the first, weren't you?
Well, you guys know my spiel. Click the like button, share, make sure you leave a comment because it helps with the algorithm. Don't forget about tomorrow's show, and always tune in to Night Court with Joe Lanou.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. Yeah. Tonight is, what are y'all talking about tonight?
No specific guest. It's just going to be a Night Court topic, random.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure.
Is it about guns?
I mean, that's always a topic.
Yeah.
Joe said he didn't have a guest lined up, but he will have a topic. He just didn't tell us what it was yet.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So what about you, Untactical? What you got going on, brother? Today's your day off? Today is my day off. I need to be working on some YouTube stuff, but instead I'm wrapped up in this with y'all. But I'm going to get back on it in a little bit to actually do some stuff. Did you see the one I made from No Label? No, I saw the Treaty Oak one. I didn't see the No Label one. I'll have to go back and look at that. I'll show it to you right now. Okay, cool. Let me see here. Oh, why didn't you make one at my bar? What's going on here? Dude, it's the same thing. When you said I have some stuff to make, I just haven't got there yet. I'm like, I feel you. I got two more to make. What am I talking about? No Label. Let's see. Oh, here it is right here. So you've seen the Treaty Oak. So then this one is the let me share this screen. Yeah, the Treaty Oak one was good. Yeah. Are you editing that or yeah, I do all the editing on this one. Yeah, that's nice. Good editing. Let me see. Check this out.
You're listening to Kingdom Radio.
What's going on, friends and fam? We're over here at No Label Brewing in Katy, Texas.
I love my occupation. If you don't like your life, then you should go and change
July
it.
18th. That's Thursday, July 18th. We're going to have a Christmas in July celebration, and it's going to be awesome right here at No Label Brewery in Katy, Texas.
Every single day. Every single day. Every single day.
We're definitely going to be here July 18th.
Every single day. Every single day.
And then here comes the Jay-Z part. Jay-Z. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, putting a couple together, I still got to do one for the Cobble and Spoke and one for the Woodlands Resort, the Harrisons and the Woodlands Resort. That's on Saturday. But we got 15 people have already signed up and got tickets to go on Eventbrite. And I got 3 people who are going to be signed up yesterday that wants to be at the Cobble and Spoke on Saturday. And then I also have an expert in our industry that's flying in from Dallas. He'll be there on Saturday and some other stuff. So, you know, it's ramping up. It's not where we need to be, but we still got about 3.5 weeks to get some of these locals in there. But we're hoping to have the place packed out where there's just no room to move. And, you know, someone with cobble and spoke is saying, who invited all these fucking people here?
I did.
Yeah.
What time block are you doing?
1 to 5.
At Cobble. Okay. So
Yeah.
I come in at 4, but I may show up a little bit early and just
Yeah. Well, yeah, you got to work crowd control. Yeah,
That's right. Yeah,
put a couple
keep y'all in
tents out
line.
on the sidewalk going out into the street. You're like, yeah, what's all the tents about? You're like, oh, that's freaking redneck. This redneck from Plantersville. Yeah, but yeah, we're looking forward to it. It's gonna be a good time, and a lot of people are saying that that's gonna be the highlight. So we're gonna see how many people we can shoulder to shoulder up in there. It'll be fun.
You can get about 60 people in there pretty comfortably.
Hey, man. Well, plus this is in addition to the people who are already there anyway, which already has it filled up, you know. So
yep.
It's always nice to have a business filled up like that, and not only that, but have videos of the place completely filled up. That's the other one. You know, when you're saying, hey, check out my, the bar or whatever like that, and it's showing it's just wall to wall people, you know, videos like that make you want to say, what the hell is going on there? There's so many damn people. So hopefully we have some good stuff.
I may have to work a double that day. I don't know.
Well, hopefully some people are there that are going to be also drinking some beer. Oh, thank you, Spirit. Drinking some beer. Look at this.
Oh,
nice
little
salad.
lunchtime.
Yeah, a little nice garden salad for yours truly. But yeah, we're looking forward to that one. It's 3 weeks away. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. We've been getting pallets and pallets and pallets of stuff coming in. So business is ramping up, and we just signed another employee to start working the season with us. So it's a little stressful, but we're getting it happen. So Karen Reed, what do we got here for Karen Reed with our hour and 45 minutes lunchtime? I know James got something to say.
James always has something to say. And mostly, I am absolutely convinced there's no way the state story holds up in any way, shape, or form. Like you said, they should have sidetracked onto something else as soon as it started shaking apart.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can. I mean, the fact that Brian Albert is there, that part's weird. The fact that Brian Albert and Julie Albert are all there, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Colin Albert are there in the courtroom. That one's weird.
Is this the first time they've shown up during this whole thing?
Besides when they testified.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
that is kind of weird then.
So I tell you, what I think we should do is I'm just going to go ahead and rewind this thing. And while we're waiting here, I was going to take myself a little lunch as well. But I was thinking I was going to replay the Alan Jackson defense's closing arguments. How's that sound, fellas?
Sure.
That sounds good.
Look
to me.
the other way.
Lunch too.
Yeah, look the other way. Let's do it. Share this instead.
For this long period
of time.
Great attention.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on. But the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's your job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us, and we start answering to the government. And low betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabes, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that can happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you.
But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Kenton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial that was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data, look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monotonic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Read was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Read's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie, and Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers. Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me? A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jen McCabe admitted, yeah, I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen. It was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turned to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe you do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears were realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief You can feel the raw anguish. You could see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabes. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Owls. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. That magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that that one was turned over.
All right, I got to stop right there and I got to show you something. This right here is a little breaking news. A little breaking news. Let's see it.
Did you hear my breaking news?
I didn't.
Okay, Kevin Farris. I don't know if Dylan heard it. Kevin Farris,
Yep.
who always calls in to Dylan, is on the show. He's from Dighton. He went down today to talk to the tow truck driver. He said to the guy in that Sally port is not me. I never drove that car into the Sally port. Breaking news. You heard it here first. All right. Did you hear my breaking news?
I didn't.
Okay, Kevin Farris.
To a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. While he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it. Which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There is no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case. Lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor, and he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mullaney, Michael Lang, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about. Those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's control. And you remember, he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic, then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47, ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question: who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37, and see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara? Unidentified troopers in Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence. And now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated 1,000, up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. 2 of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent. of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement, before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rentschler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics. John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
5 minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued, he got hit, a punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen, Given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object, and he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth, and I did that because that's what this case is about, top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you, not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
Well, I'm sure that everyone is sitting out, but I do have something I'd like to share with you. What's going on, everybody? Thanks for staying with us as long as that you have. We still have a fan going, and there is a verdict watch party. Did I say verdict watch party? Yeah. A verdict watch party, and we're going to listen in, not live, but we're going to listen in right here. This is going through the motions, And we got the Glara just jumped on there. So let's sure. Oh, there's Untactical.
I'm
What's
here.
up? Oh, there's James.
There's James.
James, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning for you, ain't it, bro?
Something like that. It's almost noon.
Oh, it's almost noon. Well, are we we're about 30 minutes away from being off on the over-under.
That means we all owe Joe coffees.
Big Ron. Big Ron, he's probably working on heavy equipment. Yeah, but anyway, so what's going on with the Untactical Texan channel?
Oh, well, I should be working on stuff right now, but I'm here with you. So
yeah, well, yeah, I was just going to play some other videos and kind of roll it out into the verdict watch party, and so I can get on to doing some other stuff too. But let's look at real quick at the Untactical Texan. Untactical Texan. Oh, here we go. What's the new video that you have up now?
The last one I put up was taking a new shooter to the range.
Oh yeah, I took a first timer to the range 4 days ago, and that's the whole video.
Yeah. Yep.
Tell you what, man. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna ride out some videos. I'm gonna play that video right there, your last one, and then I'm just gonna play a couple of videos that are online. And then if there is a verdict, maybe I'll give you a text message and we'll come back on. If not, I'll still keep the live feed up and just play other people's feeds. But I'm gonna start with yours.
That'll work. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah, man. Happy working, man. And hopefully I'll see you today in just a little bit where we can go over some verdicts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And without further ado, here is the She has never shot before. Let's do it.
Howdy, y'all. Hope you're doing well. So today I want to talk to you about 22 for new shooters. Now, I know a lot of us growing up, I'm a Gen Xer, born in the 70s. I grew up shooting 22. That was the first firearm I owned, and I still have that love for it today, but it also has a useful purpose, which is a really great way to teach new shooters. I see a lot of times people taking new shooters to the range and they hand them a Micro 9 or, a 357 revolver or something like that, and that's intimidating. It's not going to help that shooter get more comfortable. The recoil, the noise, all that is going to be a factor. They're probably not going to enjoy themselves. Also, not hitting the target is a big deal. That gets
that was
frustrating
funny,
for a
dude.
new shooter because they're watching the guy on the lane next
to throw in a little humor here and there.
I'll target right in the center, and they're wondering why they can't do that. So I have a customer that comes in. She's a single mother. She expressed a desire to conceal carry. And we decided I would go ahead and take her to the range and let her kind of work out her nervousness about firearms. She'd never shot before with 22, and she was excited about that.
Hey, y'all. So today we're going to be just doing something kind of fun. We're taking our friend Nicole here to the range. She's never shot before. So she's got a little bit of nervousness about firearms, but she does want to conceal carry. So we're going to use the mighty power of 22 long rifle to get her acclimated and help her feel a little more comfortable and have some fun.
Without a whole lot of recoil.
Mrs. Untactical here is going to help me out on this video. We're going to do this all together. We're going to have a blast. So I brought 4 different things. We're just going to show her a good time, get her used to shooting. So let's get this started. All right. Yeah, go with this one first. This is the one you have to find the dot. As soon as you pick it up, the dot comes on. Okay. So your magazine will go in just like that. And then you can pull it back and let it round go forward. And then you're live. But I'm standing right here. So if you, like I said, if you get something where it, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If you get something where it malfunctions, just set it down and I'll clear it. Pull your slide back. Now you're loaded.
Okay.
You're good to go. And then, up and then under. Perfect.
I am NRA certified range safety officer. So I am qualified to give her safety briefing. I am not a firearms instructor, by any means. For this trip, I showed her basic, battery of arms of 3 different firearms that we were taking, and just got her kind of, acclimated to how they work. So we went off to probably my favorite indoor range in the Houston area, Athena Gun Club. Very, very nice range, really clean, great acoustics, great ventilation. We showed up there. I did bring a .22 rifle as well, but the rifle range was closed for a private event. They do that sometimes. And it was probably for the best. Just, handling 3 different pistols was enough for the day. I took the TX22, the TX22 Compact, and the Ruger LCP in .22. I kind of wanted 3 different sizes to see what was more comfortable for her, what she shot best. Right off the bat, I started her out with the optics ready TX22 Compact with the Riton optic on it.
You're out.
Okay.
Nice.
That was fun. It's a lot of power in my hands.
I moved her on to the little LCP2, the LCP2 in .22 with the Viridian laser on it. Didn't like that as much as the TX22 Compact.
I'll try this one.
Okay. The small one?
Yeah.
All right.
And on this one, remember you have the laser. You can use it, or you can just use the
My hands,
sights.
I even laser, and my hand's a little shaky still.
Yeah, that happens. Do you want to move it a little bit further out?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Then we moved her over to the full-size TX22, which is what my wife normally shoots. That's her favorite thing to shoot. Just iron sights on that. And I think that's where she shot the best. But overall, really great shooting. She did a really nice job. She did experience a couple of stoppages, and that's good learning. Even if it's me clearing it for her, she's watching how you deal with a stoppage like that. So
No. Go ahead and set it down.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here.
Maybe I loaded it poorly.
Now try.
All right.
You're loaded?
It's because I loaded it by myself without supervision.
Yeah.
I'd say her, by the end of it, her comfort level was really high. She was excited.
All
right, so bring it in and look at it. Oh, badass.
Woo! I got it. At least I got
There you go.
it.
At 7 yards.
And you see where it's big?
Better be recording
You
that
at least
shit.
hit 1, 2, 3.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
His head off too.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you and look, you cross shot him. I
Oh,
told
yeah.
you.
That's
Favorite.
multiple rounds to the same hole.
They're gonna make
So what do you think?
I mean, I was hesitant very much so at the beginning, and after a couple shots, I definitely felt more comfortable.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So
Smooth.
And she happened to be a badass about it.
yeah, good shooting. You probably shot about 200 rounds today. So
Oh, wow. Okay. Awesome. Well,
All right.
I appreciate it.
cool.
Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole.
All right.
About 2 hours after my wife and I got back from the range, I got a text from her asking when she could move up in caliber, maybe do some 9mm. So that may be a video coming up soon, but that's pretty cool. I want to suggest if you're a female and you are a new shooter, or maybe you've shot a few times, but you want to get some training, you want to get some instruction, consider going with a female instructor. Not that male instructors aren't going to do you right. They're going to be, good, but you may get a little bit of a different perspective from a female instructor, whichever way makes you more comfortable. There are some great female instructors out there though. And there's some great organizations for women gun owners. So look into that as well, become part of the community. And I think it's important for the 2A community for to get one of the fastest growing groups of gun owners is women, as it should be. They need the ability to protect themselves, and I think a lot of people are waking up to that. So there's a lot of new women gun owners, and that's great. But in this video specifically, we're just working with 22 with a new shooter who was very nervous about shooting, and it turned out really, really well. She shot well. Everything went great. So that's what I got for you today, folks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment. Check out my campsite page. I will put that in the link below. There are all the companies that I'm an affiliate of, and there are some great deals on there. I've also teamed up with a group of podcasters and content creators they are across all platforms, X, Rumble, YouTube, all that good stuff. You can find them at We the People Live. I'll leave that link below as well. We do some great live streams with some content creators in there, answering questions, giving commentary, things like that. So that's kind of fun. Glad to be a part of that. So check them out. I will see y'all next time I make a video. Y'all stay safe out there.
Dude.
I just realized I never put the link in the description.
I thought it was good.
I will fix that now.
No, I was like, you have this chick, right? And by the way, you're not going to miss anything from the trial. Make sure we go over there if there's a verdict. But so you have this chick, and she's like, hey, tactical. I really want you to show me how to, fire that gun. And so then at what point does your wife say, whoa, 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 whoa. If anyone's firing any kind of guns, I'm going to be present at all times. Is that what you're talking about?
About 30 seconds after that happened.
Yeah, I said, like, well, look, if you ever want to learn how to shoot guns, I would probably get a female instructor. That way the male instructor doesn't have to have his wife tag along the whole time.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, did I listen to that correctly?
I think maybe you did. So I was thinking of I was actually thinking of Carrie Sloan when I put the female instructor in there. I've watched some of her content. I know you're probably familiar with her, right?
No. James probably is.
James, you are. Okay. So I watched some of her training, videos and stuff, and I think she's really very informative and calm, and I'm sure there's other female instructors out there that are exactly like her. It's like I said, it's a little bit different perspective. All jokes aside, Kingdom.
No, just when you said that, I was like, oh gosh.
I know that took about 30.
Wife. Yeah,
that took about 30 seconds. She was like, I'm going. Like, okay.
You're like, babe, we're just gonna get the movie camera. We're gonna be over here in the living room. Just I'll let you know when we're done, and we're gonna go on a date. I mean, to the shooting range. And
oh boy.
Yeah, it's just like when you're teaching someone how to shoot pool. You're like, hey, let me get behind you, and
oh god. No, sir.
No, it was nothing like that.
No, it was nothing like that. Actually, so since I made that,
as a matter of fact, don't ever play one of my videos again, ever.
maybe I'm thinking about that. I'll be more selective which one I choose next time.
I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
I know you are. So no, actually, we went back out last week, and she shot 9mm. Did an awesome job at it. I think she shot 9mm better than she did 22. So.
How long does it take you to make that video right there?
Longer than it should have.
Yeah. I mean, you have like when you're talking, you basically you shoot the live video, and then you have a actual recording, like a nice camera, and then you have a cell phone also, right? Because I've seen you put the camera down, then you had like another recording device.
I shoot most of the things on my channel. I shoot on my Pixel 7.
It's the same thing I have.
Yeah, I use a GoPro for
Google
secondary shots, whatnot. So yeah, most of that was off my Pixel.
Okay.
A lot of it was I have a head mount for my GoPro, and I was wearing that.
Yeah, I seen. And then you have a some kind of a microphone that clips onto your shirt.
Yeah.
So that's what you use when you're in the garage. You set up a tripod with your camera, or do you use your Pixel?
No, I use my Pixel
for the garage too.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
90% of what I do is done on the Pixel.
And then when you write down your notes, what kind of notes are you writing down? Just topics, bullet points, or?
I should write more notes. I do most of it off the cuff, which is why there's sometimes weird, awkward pauses where I'm like, "What the hell was I just saying?"
Well, I seen you kind of talking, and then you kind of glance down at your notes, like, okay. And
That
then,
one I did write a few bullet points on that one.
yeah, that's how I do it too. Well, I try to. When I have a live video, I try to just make a couple notes as I'm editing the video part, and make notes of what I just edited, and then come back and say something that's in the video. Because like whenever you're making videos, the last thing you do is you want to talk about something you don't have a video for, because then you got to go find the video. But yeah, I think the one where the gunshot where the chick fell on the ground, that one was definitely it was definitely good.
If you've seen the whole clip for that, she does end up laughing pretty hard while on the ground. So she was at least having fun.
Well, then there's that. I mean, I would play another one, but God forbid if there's anything that I can rouse you about at the end of it.
No, it's okay. Play another one. I don't care.
Yeah. So what about you, James? You have your own YouTube channel too?
I do not have a YouTube channel yet.
No.
Okay. I may make one when I start building my smoker, though.
Okay, so I thought you were like a gun activist, a gun enthusiast.
Yeah, I'm a lighthearted 2A activist. I advocate for things. I talk to politicians. I try to make sure that our rights aren't trampled as much as I can without too much investment.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you'd rather be caught with one than without one, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And if there's ever a situation where someone touches you, like that video that we watched the other day, you'd be pulling a pistol on them right away.
Well, I would make a snap decision as to whether or not I thought that was worthy of a direct threat to me. Yeah. Like if it's just a little shove, tap, whatever, it's like, hey, dude, cut that out. If they don't cut it out, well, then they're pursuing that aggression. And at that point, yeah, they're probably going to get two on them.
Yeah. If you pull it out, you got to use it, right?
Yeah. Oh, you don't necessarily have to, but generally speaking, if you draw your firearm, use it.
Yeah. You're not pulling it out just to scare everyone. Hey, look, everybody, I got a gun, so y'all need to listen to what I got to say. I mean, if you pull it out, it's a moment where you take the safety off and we're ready to go. Yeah,
no, I've cleared leather a couple of times, but I've never actually had to pull the trigger yet. Fortunately, I haven't had to point it at anyone. Like there was this crazy drugged out dude who walked up to me demanding food while I was out cleaning parking lots with a vacuum truck. And I'm like, what the hell are you asking me for, dude? I don't have any food. And he was like, food. And I'm like, you need to get away from me. He just kept getting closer. And eventually I pulled the gun out. Didn't show him. I was ablated and it was there, but he was so close to me. I couldn't see his hands anymore. And he was obviously on drugs. So I was like, not taking that risk. You get any closer and I'm going to drop you. Get away from me. I didn't say that I'm going to drop you. I just said, get away. And he eventually did. But man,
did you use curse words? Did you use curse words that you're sparing us the details right now?
I think I might have said, what the fuck is wrong with you? But other than that, yeah, no.
Yeah, but as soon as he seen the gun, he went ahead and just kind of went the other way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He never actually saw the gun.
Oh, so did you ever pull the gun out where someone actually seen you do it? Like a confrontation or something where you had to...
Yes, I pulled my gun out once. I didn't, like I said, I didn't point it at anyone because I didn't feel like my life was directly in danger at that moment, but it felt like it could lead to that very quickly. Some guy was driving super erratic when the lanes that we were driving on reduced to
road rage.
The lanes were reducing to 1, and this guy was in a Mustang trying to pass me, going like 50 miles an hour in a 30 zone, right?
No.
And so I'm like, whoa, what the hell is that? So, gun out and against my chest going, what in the fuck is your problem? Because it looked like he was trying to run me off the road.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I guess anyone can identify with that. It's a little road rage. Pulled the little gun out. You didn't point it at him, though. You just pulled a little gun out.
No, like I said, I had it out. It was on my chest, and this guy was to my right. So the gun was pointed away from him completely. And I'm like, what in the hell is wrong with you?
I see. Yeah, that's understandable. How about you, Untactical? Like, for people who have weapons, you never know. You hope you'll never need it. You'll never be in a situation probably that you're ever gonna ever need all of these guns that you have, or even one of them, or the handgun. You know, you have it, but it's not like, you know, hey, I pulled it out yesterday, the day before. I mean, it doesn't really happen that there's that moment that you need to pull it out. But have you ever, Untactable, have you ever had a moment like that?
I've put my hand in my pocket while pocket carrying one time.
And
it was,
you're thinking you're going to pull it out. Maybe it might be a situation that you might need it.
So I went like a dumbass. I went to a convenience store in Houston late at night, and there's some, drugged out
case closed
guy with tattoos on, and I got a lot of tattoos.
Yeah,
so I'm not saying
that's
anything
a
about
guy
that,
with
but he's got them
tattoos.
all over his face, whatever. And he's sweating like crazy. And he walks up to me and says, "Give me money." And I said, "No, dude, I don't think so." And I went in the store. Well, he comes into the store, gets up about a foot from me as I'm checking out and says, "Buy me food." And I turned to him and said, "No, you need to fuck off." So he goes outside, and I'm going outside, and he jumps up real quick and runs up to me. And I put my hand in my pocket, and he knew what was up. He backed straight off. I didn't pull on him or anything. I just stuck my hand in my pocket. And he backed straight up and went and sat back down. I got in my car and drove off. That's the only time I've ever even come close.
James is laughing. What's so funny, dude?
I just remembered a funny story from probably about a week ago where I almost dropped some dude.
Oh, I knew there was something more frequent than the road rage one.
Yeah. No, this was something I almost completely forgot about because it was just so bizarre.
All the time, yeah.
I'm like I live in Reno, so this place has just become a homeless hub. There's probably about 20,000 homeless people in this town.
Okay,
it's insane for a town of only about 100,000 people. A fifth of them being homeless is insane. So right outside my door. So right outside my door, there was this homeless guy. Probably 30 feet away from my front door. And he was yelling at somebody across the street. There was nobody there, but he was yelling at somebody over there. And eventually just pulled up his fingers and went like finger bang, at people. And I was like, what in the hell is this guy doing? Whatever. And so I walked past him and he asks me for something, like some change. And I'm like, I don't have any money. Like, I don't carry cash usually. So I'm like, I don't have any money. And he's like, "You're lying. You've got money." Bang! And he did the same thing to me. And I just turned to him and I was like, "You want to try that again?" As I just put my hand on my gun, not my hand, my wrist, just resting my arm on my gun. I'm like, "You want to try that again?" He was like, I wasn't doing nothing. Yeah. All right. That's what I thought.
Yeah. It was a close call. Close call.
I mean, I didn't necessarily think he was going to do anything to me, but probably 30 minutes later, he was chasing some girl who lives in the same building with a cane. So I followed his ass and was like, if he swings at her.
Oh, you're playing Clint Eastwood, the little vigilante situation.
I mean, why else carry a gun but to protect myself and my community?
That's true. That's true. Protect and serve. I'm with you on that. Did you hear that one? That whole thing, Untactical?
No, I had to get up for just a second. I missed part of it.
Bong hit.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, what happened? what happened was James just remembered, just last week where he almost had to pull a gun on another person, but it didn't have to. But the guy was homeless and
just being crazy.
He deserved it.
He almost deserved it. Like I said, he chased after some girl with a cane, and it looked like he was going to swing at her. She ran in fear, and he ran after her. And I was like, okay, I'm following this guy.
If you were in a situation, this plays in my head all the time, believe it or not. So if you're in a situation where there's somebody with a gun, there's a shooter, you're not the fucking police, you know what I'm saying, or Captain Save-A-Ho, but there's someone, say it's someplace that's in a distance where you clearly can disengage and just go the other way because someone has a gun and something's crazy happening. Are you over there going to right the wrong and maybe neutralize the situation, protect some innocent people that potentially could be shot by someone crazy with a gun? Or are you going the other way?
Me personally, I'm engaging.
So if it's like maybe 100 yards away and you're, but you've seen someone with a gun or something going on, maybe a robbery or just something, you're going to go, do something about it? Or...
I'm at least going to investigate. You know, I'm going to get closer, try to put myself between other people if that's what is going down. But just looking at a situation where you see somebody with a gun, unless you see them actively shooting, you don't necessarily know what's going on. They could be shooting at another active shooter. So you don't want to just go in guns blazing shooting at people. You got to figure out what the hell's going on first.
Let's say a robbery. You see someone go into a convenience store with a gun, and it looks like they definitely have some people at gunpoint or something, and you're far enough away. You're not even in there. You're just watching through the window. Are you going to try to get a little closer to, you know, make this situation safer, so to speak? Or are you going to just kind of say,
if I'm outside the convenience store and I see somebody with a gun holding up people, I'm going to see if I can get close enough to get a shot on him through the glass and just end it.
That really? Wow. How about you, Untactical? What do you think?
I think if there's innocent people that could be hurt, I need to get involved.
Really?
I think so. I mean, what, that mall shooting in where is that, Ohio? I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, something like that. Who knows how many people that guy would have harmed or killed if that concealed carry holder had not stepped up.
Yeah, I mean,
if he had actually fucking law and not brought a gun into a gun-free zone, so many people would have died. But no, he decided to ignore that, brought a gun in anyway, and saved lives. Fuck gun-free zones.
Well, that mall notice is not a legal notice. All those Symington malls have that notice up. That's not a legal notice.
Oh, good to know.
That's so interesting that you guys share that same opinion. I mean, I can see, like, I see the gun shootings in a church. Or a school or a church would be a good example. You're in the church or even a building, a movie theater. You see those too, where someone has a gun and something's going on where they're firing it, and there is no escape for you. If you try to exit the building, you could be shot. There's some shit going on. So just for your own personal safety, it's only a matter of time, process of elimination for it's your turn, or it could be. I can see using force in those situations, but when you're not in danger whatsoever, but to put yourself in that, you know, take away the gun part. If you see two people fighting, you know, you can fight and probably defend someone, or you say, hey, that's between y'all and I don't want a part of it, or, you know, getting involved when there really was an exit, but you got involved anyway. That's an interesting point of view.
Well, that depends. You know, if I see two grown men beating the hell out of each other on the corner, I might, you know, call it in, but I'm not getting involved in that. That's not them. If I see a grown man beating a woman on the corner, that's maybe a different story, or, you know, beating a child or who knows what.
Sure.
That's a different story. I think
when the gun comes out, though, if there's a gun and someone has someone else at gunpoint after a physical altercation, or whether there is or isn't, that's when you feel like you should get involved.
Well,
it's tough. It's tough when you talk about it like that.
It's tough when you talk about it as you know, where I live. I live in Harris County. I'm more likely to be prosecuted than the guy committing the crime if I get involved.
Well, you know, you also have a family to think about, and
Right.
you know, it'd be hard to explain that. What did he corner you? You're like, no.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
did he point the gun at you? You're like, no. I was listening to James on this podcast, and he encouraged me to go and save
I
the
do not
day.
condone or encourage anyone to violence.
Yeah, so we're gonna name him in the lawsuit and see what happened was. Yeah. No, but seriously though.
No,
it would be
that's a
tough.
sticky situation. But I think if, you know, in a case of a public place where it's an active shooter, I think as a gun owner, you have a responsibility to protect the innocent people that aren't armed from someone who's trying to kill them. I don't think I could stand by and do nothing.
Well, if you're in a public place and you're also in the public place, it's really a matter of self-defense. If a person has a gun, and as long as it just kind of points somewhere in your direction, you can get hit. I mean, that's self-defense, you know, in my opinion. But Roger, look at everyone starting to talk about guns now. Never mind. It is to fear of bodily harm or death for myself or someone else.
I think he's saying New Mexico. Yeah.
New Mexico. Yeah. I was like, never mind. And then I'm like, that shit didn't make sense. Okay. New Mexico. Yeah, that's right. James said it. Grizzly Greg's on your back, man.
I did.
Thanks, Roger. Thanks, Roger.
You guys want to know what my favorite firearm chambered in 22 long rifle is?
I'm interested. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I'm pot
It
committed
is
now.
the American 180.
The American 180.
It looks very much like a Thompson submachine gun with a circular drum mag on the top, laying like a pancake, holding up 180 rounds, well, 176.
Do you have a picture of this thing that you speak of that you could share with us?
Yes.
Isn't it just right next to your desk?
I wish I had one. They're machine guns. They're not exactly easy to find.
No. They have this machine gun thing that's at a store down the road from where we live, but it shoots 223s. But it's this belt-loaded machine gun looking thing with the belt going into it. I seen it for myself. I was like, damn, that thing's crazy. Are you sure that's legal? And the guy was like, yeah. This is it just shoots 223. I was like, huh. All right. Anyway, what else we got going on? Any other cool gun stories from Untactical Texan and weapon expert? You think you're a weapon expert? Would you consider?
Oh, absolutely not.
No?
Absolutely not. No, I'm just a collector, a hobbyist, and I happen to get into making YouTube videos mostly because my wife pushed me to do it. So
You do the videos. Hey, look, James.
yeah. So a short story about how I got started on YouTube. I ordered a holster from a company out of Bryan, Texas.
Okay.
And when I got the holster, in the bottom of the box was a card that said, if you make a video review on our product, good or bad, we'll give you $150 store credit. So on my videos, my very first video I ever posted was that video. So I got $150 store credit, and my wife said, hey, you like free stuff. You need to keep doing this.
Oh.
So 2 years later, here I am.
Do you still get free stuff?
Oh, yeah. I get stuff to review all the time.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How about you, James? Anybody give you anything to review?
No.
Oh, well, you have to go to Bryan, Texas, apparently. Untactical has this story. He probably can point you in the right direction.
I didn't go there. I just ordered it off their website.
Oh, well, you can order off the website.
That's a long drive for a holster.
Yeah, it's actually not that far from us. We're in it's College Station. We're in about 45 minutes from there.
Yeah, you're a long drive from me.
Yeah, an hour. Yeah, it takes me an hour. That's why on Saturday, July 20th, from 1 to 5 p.m., we are going to be at the Cobble and Spoke in Houston, Texas, which is about an hour drive. And having about 5 or 6 beers is not very difficult. It's very easy. The beer is very good. The atmosphere is awesome. But the hour drive after the said beers might put me into a road rage situation with James, where I might have to brandish someone who cut me off from when 2 lanes go into 1. That's what really, gets the firearms moving out the window.
That's the danger zone.
The fact that he was 2 city blocks behind me when I was half a block from this merge, and he decided to rocket his way up to it just so he could be in front. Like, what in the hell are you even doing, dude?
Yeah, I think we need John Cox. Come on the show, sir. Yeah, we need John Cox because he, as a former police officer, I'm sure he has plenty of stories of him pulling his weapon on people to make James look like it's just child play. Oh, you only pulled a gun on 3 people last week? Oh, I got this other story.
That's how you got that free sweet tea.
Yeah.
I need some free sweet teas right now.
Yeah, exactly. Or else. Yeah.
I don't know how I can share the picture. Sorry.
On the bottom it says present. Are you
Not for me.
You on your cell phone?
Yeah.
Where's it at? Yeah, if you're
I just Googled it.
What am I Googling?
American 180.
The American 180.
So that's a 22 version of the I forget what it's called, but it has a larger brother caliber, right?
I don't believe so. It was designed in the 1960s as a standalone for police.
Oh, okay.
Which one is it? Is this the one right here? Where it's on the right?
Also,
it'd be the one in the upper left.
This one?
Yeah, that's the American 180.
Also known as the dinner plate.
The dinner plate, because it has
Yep.
that little round on the top.
Yeah, and that can be either 180, 177, or 280, 274, I believe, rounds in the magazine.
So this is where it looks like it's almost in the way of the sights a little bit.
The sights are very high, but it would come really close to interfering. There's a little bit of clearance over it.
So this is semi-auto?
That's fully automatic.
Fully automatic. Okay.
They never made a semi-automatic version.
I see. So that's a fully automatic 22?
Mm-hmm.
This is for squirrel hunting?
Yes.
Well, like I said, it was designed for the police because at the time 22 was thought as a less lethal round, but if you throw a whole crap load at somebody, you'll drop anybody eventually. You could punch holes in cars and stuff with it.
Right. Swarm of bees.
Swarm of angry bees. That is what it was nicknamed.
Yeah, well, look at that. You learn something new every day.
I love that gun.
The American 180. What'd you say your experience was with this? You got to shoot it one time?
No, I have not yet. I've seen a couple in person, but unfortunately the person who owned it said the firing pin broke on one of them and the bolt just wasn't even there on the other one. So couldn't shoot those. But I have seen them get shot in YouTube videos, like with Forgotten Weapons.
I think Brandon Herrera has one up too.
Brandon Herrera does.
Yeah. Now you're gonna make me look at my Google Photos and show you some cool guns I seen the other day. But anyway, that is an interesting story about what it takes to pull a firearm out and how close you've actually gotten to using it in real life situation.
And the one limiting factor, generally speaking, is, I mean, it's not even a limiting factor. It's just something that's always in the back of your mind anytime any situation like that comes up. You know for a fact if you pull that trigger, you're going to jail. I don't care if you're in the right. I don't care if police see you do it. You're going to jail.
100%.
You're going to have to prove your innocence, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And here you'll probably be prosecuted no matter what.
Yeah, especially if you shoot the wrong person, if you know what I mean. But yeah, that's sad, man. It's sad, but guns are important.
In 6 years of carrying, that's the first and only time I've ever put my hand on my firearm while someone was kind of getting close to me.
Yeah, my wife, she's a gun enthusiast, and she has quite a few, as a matter of fact. But she always acts like she doesn't need one, and then all of a sudden, I took her off on Martin Luther King Boulevard to go to the bathroom at McDonald's on purpose, and then halfway through that experience, she was very happy that she had a weapon with her. But it's just those situations, like even where we live, going to the gas station, and all of a sudden there was somebody that's clearly on drugs, and they're just going from gas pump to gas pump, hitting people up for money. Hey, what'd you give us money? And then she's like, oh my God, he was damn near threatening this other lady and this other person. And, I think I was like going to the safe just in case to get the gun. And I was like,
that is not how your wife sounds.
I know. Well, she's so sweet, right? And she's like the least confrontational person that you'd ever meet.
Very nice.
And as far as like her, putting a weapon on someone, I would just never in a million years even think it would even be possible. She's such a sweet person, but life kind of throws you a curveball and puts you in some fucking weird situations that is just out of your control. And if you don't have access to protect yourself in that manner, flee, run, physical altercations, like females, that's not going to be a first 5 choices, but flee the scene, or be a victim, or being taken advantage of by someone who's coming upon you. But having, especially for females, having a firearm is definitely something good. John's saying, where's the link? I messaged you earlier, dude.
Well, I'll say that I'm responsible for a whole bar full of people that cannot carry in there because of Texas laws.
Yeah.
Which is why I do. So I'm responsible for the safety of everybody in there.
Well, when you're at a bar, the chance, not the one that you're at, but let's just say a honky tonk bar, fight bar type of thing where, hey, that's my girlfriend. Oh, that kind of bullshit. Where people are getting in, they're dancing, and you have those kind of interactions where people get drunk and you ask them to leave 4 or 5 times or altercations. I can totally see why you would need to be able to protect everyone in there.
Well, because also criminals don't care about gun laws.
No,
they don't care what signs on the door. They don't care whether they're supposed to carry or not. Criminals are going to do what criminals do.
So
you can pass all the gun laws you want. Criminals will never obey them.
it's just like legalizing marijuana. I'm like, oh my God, he's smoking a joint. How the hell did he get that? You're like, because no one gives a shit about it's illegal.
So 2 things real quick. We passed the hour 45.
Okay.
And 2, I was reminded about a story of this dude who wandered up to me. This was right after I decided to start carrying a gun in the first place, right? And I was still kind of uncomfortable with it. I didn't have it on me at work. I put it in my backpack, but I didn't have a safe, so I decided to keep it at home one day instead of putting it in a locker or something at work. And that one day that I decided to keep it at home, I'm getting out on my bike. It's a nice $500 electric bike, putting my helmet on and all that stuff. This guy stomps up to me. He was like, give me the bike. And I just turned and looked at him and I said, I'll fucking stab you, because I still had a switchblade. And I just cranked my throttle because it's an electric bike, and whang! And he just looked at me like I just broke his brain with that.
Yeah, so Grizzly Greg, I mean, I'm a little bit behind on the comments, but Grizzly Greg was definitely supporting you 100%, James, and saying road rage is real. So I think he is an avid supporter of the 2 lanes going into one, and you pull your firearm out to get the right of way. So definitely have a supporter there. And then, dessert plate and dinner plate. Obviously, you're talking about that gun that we were showing earlier. And then Fidgety. Look at Fidgety. I was lax about carrying, but now I always carry but also carry a knife, pepper spray, pocket air horn. A pocket air horn. That's interesting. Good to have the right tools for the appropriate response. I mean, can you imagine her purse with the pepper spray? And then I'm surprised we don't have a taser in here. Fidgety.
Yeah, she's missing a roll of duct tape too.
Yeah, roll of duct tape, handcuffs. It makes for a good Saturday night, right? No, I'm joking. Yeah, look at that. She has the knife, the pepper spray, the pocket air horn. She has the whole survival kit. And then, of course, she's also carrying a firearm just in case it gets to get lethal. So
I actually decided to pick up a non-lethal EDC, but it's not something that's physically painful in any way, shape, or form.
Roger says she just has to swing her purse.
Absolutely. It's like 70 pounds of.
Yeah, like where grandma, you try to rob grandma, it's like, they hit you with the purse. Oh, she does have duct tape. She's a Southerner.
Every good Southerner has duct tape.
Yeah, and they don't eat instant grits. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So this little thing is a pocket flashlight. Can get fairly bright, whatever. But it has another mode where it's also a laser. And you can definitely blind somebody with this or something. Very handy to have.
Fidgety said she's had to pull her gun out on someone twice, but she sounded like more than that. Come on, Fidgety, jump on here. What are we doing? How do we send? I gotta hear this story.
It should be. I think you sent it. She's in that group.
I do. I'm in that group, Fidgety. Jump on here real quick. Let me hear the story about you having to pull a firearm on somebody. Yeah. So if you go into the messages, and I believe, what is it? Which group is it?
Let me look real quick. Hold on.
Is it like-minded chat? No. I got Lanu's got me in so many chats over here.
It's the Lanu Range Minded is the heading on it.
Okay. Here, go to the Lanu Range Minded one, and this it. And also John Cox, jump in.
I think Fidgy's in there.
Yeah, I just uploaded it again because there's so many. Everyone's like, "Hey, I started a space. You want to come hang out?"
So it looks like I'm gonna have to send some coffee to Joe here, at least in 2 minutes once we pass 2 hours.
Well, it looks like we're all going to be sending some coffee to Joe.
Yeah, he called it apparently. Wow.
Like Java Joe. Uh-oh. Look what we got here. Let's get out of here. Let's bring up. All right. So we have.
Yeah, with John.
We have 2A talk and tactical. So, John, did you hear the discussion that we were having about pulling firearms on people?
No.
Yeah. So
We're thinking.
Put some bass in your voice, dog. Yeah. Turn your mic up a little bit.
We're thinking that's how you got all that free sweet tea.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, no. I clicked on the link a minute ago and it just kept spinning.
That's all good. So James told a story about, road rage and some different potential altercations that didn't happen, but it was close calls. And Untactical had one experience or two that he almost had to pull a firearm, and both of them agreed that if they seen a situation, they would side with law enforcement or say, "Excuse me, I got it from here," and they would address the situation, with a weapon if needed. And so then I said, we need to get John on here, and that's when I started texting you because we're all kind of telling stories about having a firearm, but you're never going to use it, or there's never a situation that you're ever going to need it. But in your not at work, but in your personal life. What situation has made you, show somebody, or you had to pull it out, or you thought that you were in trouble?
I've actually got the photos on my phone. But 2 years ago, we were having a rash of
burglaries.
Let me call them thugs. They were taking vehicles and ramming the vehicles through the front of the storefront of a gun shop.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in 2 of the videos, one of the guys was wearing a big, like a winter coat, blue, and it had an insignia on the left breast. Couldn't really tell what it was. So when I was working for a friend of mine at his pawn shop, he had gone to the bank one day. So it was me, assistant manager, and a younger guy, Zach. Well, Zach doesn't carry, but these 3 black guys come. Are we live?
We're live, dog.
Oh, okay. So these 3 black guys come in.
Were we going to say something else if we weren't?
No. I was just going. So these 3 black guys come in, and instead of going around a display case, I call them H-frames. They're like the metal racks that you can put stuff on. Instead of going around them and over to the gun counter, they step over some shop vacs we had in the store, and they go over and they're looking at the pistols. And so Zach goes over to help them, and they're looking at a Taurus G2C. It's like a $249 gun. So they're looking, and one of the guys says, well, what do you need to purchase this? And Zach said, well, $250 and a pistol permit. And he said, okay. And he said, well, I'm gonna go get my permit. So they walk out, go back out the front door, and our store was at the end of a strip mall, so to speak, and we had a small parking lot over to the right. So they go out the door and over to the right like they're going to their car. Well, then the youngest of the 3 comes back in, and he walks up to the counter. Now he's holding his cell phone. And he walks up and he says, can I use y'all's phone? I need to call somebody. And Zach says, yeah. So he hands him the store phone, and he calls, and nobody answers. So he hands it back, and then he says, wait a minute, let me try this. So Zach hands him the store phone back, and he calls, and I hear him say, are you okay? Are you okay? Well, when they first walked in, I got the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I'm like, something's about to happen. So he talks to somebody. He says, are you okay? Please tell me you're okay. He goes, yeah, I'll be home in a little bit. So he turns around, he hands the phone back to Zach, and he just stands there just staring at us. And then Cam, the assistant manager, he come from the back, and he said, are you okay? He goes, I just got robbed. And I was like, what? He said, I just got robbed. Those 2 guys just robbed me. We were going to rob you. And I said, whoa, wait a minute. You were going to what? He said, we were going to rob you. And I said, oh, okay. Well, about that time, the guy with the heavy blue coat come back in and saw me. he starts lifting up his coat on the right hand side, and all I see is a drum magazine. Well, I start clearing leather. Well, he saw me and he jumps back out the front door.
This as a civilian or as a police officer?
This is civilian. I was working part-time at a pawn shop here in Winston.
Okay.
And so they take off. Well, so we call the police. They roll up. The kid, I don't think the kid knew what he was doing was illegal, but he met these two yahoos on Facebook, and he was going to get them to do a straw purchase. So he had already given the guy in the big thick coat $300 of his cash. Well, they took his money. So when me and one of the officers go back and we're looking at the surveillance video, that we got a camera that points to that where they parked, and sure as hell you can see them. They backed in, and when they went back out, the guy wearing the thick coat, he sits down in the driver's seat sideways, pulls out a Glock, had a switch on it and a drum magazine, puts it to the younger guy's head. And we don't have audio, but you can see him mouthing something, and the young kid, he like ducks and runs. And so yeah, they robbed him.
Hey, real quick, John. Hey, Fidgety, if you just go to Kingdom Radio TX and just message me, because I'm not seeing your X profile here. Just message me and I'll get you in here. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. So come to find out, when we're looking at the surveillance video, and I said, I think this is the guy that's been doing these other break-ins. He said, you think so? And I said, yeah. So we go back and we pull the video from local news footage and start playing the video, and we look. Sure shit, that's who it was. I don't think they ever caught him. But my thing is where our gun counter was, on the other side of that, there's a like a hair salon product place. It's run by a mom and pop Asian. They don't even speak any English. But I was like, when all this was going on in my head, I'm like, if I have to shoot, Zach's going to have to duck. And he and I were making eye contact. And so he knew what I was getting ready to do. But my thought process was, what if my bullet goes through either one of them, or even I miss and it goes through the wall? Am I going to hit somebody on the other side? Because it's like I said, it's a strip mall. And as far as I know, the wall, what the walls are made out of is just like, I don't even think it's sheetrock. Not that that would matter. But, I was like, is my bullet going to go through and hit somebody over there? I don't even know what the hell's going on. Not that it mattered. But yeah, you think about that shit, and it rattled me. Rattled me pretty good.
All right. So this is the same question that Untactical and James both answered in a very aggressive manner.
Hey.
I know. So basically, John, you're a civilian. There's a situation going on, like inside of a building, say a gas station. Maybe it's a holdup, or someone's got a gun, or something's going on. You're not in the building. You're in the parking lot, or you're far enough away where you can definitely just go the other way and just avoid the situation. Are you going well, I know former law enforcement, maybe you might have an obligation that these guys don't have, but are you going in there to investigate and possibly, diffuse this situation, or bring a settle to it, or are you walking the other way?
If I see it going on inside.
Yeah, you see that someone's got a gun and there's an altercation going on, or something's going on. They haven't shot anybody, but they're holding somebody up or something like that. It's a robbery in progress, probably, if the police would say it. Are you going in there to take care of it yourself as a civilian, or are you just calling the police and staying a
I think
safe distance?
if I'm outside and I see it going on inside and no shots have been fired, I think I'm going to be a good witness. Because I've often played that through my head. What will I do?
Sure, I think everyone has.
Yeah, so if I'm outside, we all say what we'll do and what we won't do, but I think I'm going to try to be a good witness. Now, if they start, slinging lead, then, I'm going to step in. We're going to have a little firefight.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Right.
So, because I've often said, if I'm inside the store, and they pull a gun, it's on. We're going to rock and roll.
All right, guys, I got to hop off here for a little bit.
All right, Untactical. It's always good hanging out with you, man. Appreciate you coming by, stopping by. You missed the whole story with John. How he said that definitely if he had the opportunity, he would definitely go in there and put the badge and gun on and go save the day.
I don't think that's exactly what he said. I was here.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's not what he said.
Oh boy. All right. I'll see you guys later.
We'll talk soon, bro. All right. Untactical texting, everyone. Follow him on YouTube. All right. So anyway, yeah. So you're being former law enforcement. Do you have an obligation, like a doctor, if you see someone that needs medical attention? Do you have an obligation? in that way?
I actually had a situation like that come up one time, and every state's different. But in North Carolina, and this may or may not answer your question, but like if I ride by a vehicle accident, or something like that, I am officially not CPR certified. I know how to do CPR. There's a law, I forget the name of it now, but it's basically, do you have an obligation to render aid if you know how to do it? And there used to be a caveat where if you know how to do that, and you just go on by and somebody finds out about it, they can come back and sue you. But I'm wanting to say they done away with that years ago. It's like a Good Samaritan laws, I think is what it was called. But yeah, I'm just that kind of person. If I see something going on and I think I can help, I'm going to stop and help. I mean, I've done that with law enforcement even after I've retired.
So you stop. So if you see some police in the middle of something, you'll stop by and help them out as a civilian.
If it looks like they need help, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've actually done that
because you're former law enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, we see videos all the time where just the average citizen stops and helps an officer.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I am.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What about you, James? If the police are in a little situation or something, you'll jump in there and help out?
I've actually done that. So yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, I didn't provide much assistance. Officer was in an entanglement. I asked if he needed assistance. He said no. He was proven wrong. So I just helped grab an arm. So I wasn't slinging lead. I was just helping wrestle somebody.
Not slinging lead. Listen to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things,
Looks like we're going to have Fidgety coming up.
The one time I have done that, the officer actually, he didn't know who I was at the beginning, but when when we're trying to get the guy in cuffs, I done an arm bar. He's like,
an arm bar?
Yeah. He's like, how do you know how to do that? I was a retired law enforcement. He said, oh, thanks for helping.
Oh, other than that, like, hey, can you get your crazy ass and your gun out of here?
Yeah. Dude was like cooked spaghetti. Like he was bending and flopping and carrying on. And yeah. He had his hands full.
Yeah. Look who we got. We got Fidgety. What's going on, Fidgety?
Finally, huh?
No, I know. You were like, hey, would you just message? I'm like, I don't think I have a message.
Well, I tried to look up your account.
It's blocked.
And we're following each other. And I can't DM you. You have your DMs turned off.
Yeah, that was my wife's idea.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think she's seeing a couple DMs, and you know how like you get a bunch of them, and then all of a sudden they're inappropriate. And she's like, "Who the fuck are you talking to online?" And then sending you this kind of stuff. And I said, "Man, I swear, I don't know who this person is." You know what I mean? Those little troll accounts, or whatever.
Wearing.
Yeah. Well, Jake sounds hideous. Well, Jake is actually a guy. I mean, whatever.
Jake from State
Farm. But they never
Yeah.
believe that on the DM.
Yeah, it's Jake from State Farm.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's white Jake. But now we got more muscular, more popular Jake. So anyway, but Fidgety has a story. So Fidgety, you had a real life situation. So you have a horn. You have
I carry like a little arsenal going on in my car everywhere I go.
You use the boat horn?
I have used the air horn. I've used the air horn more times than I've pulled or anything. And
but you've had to pull a gun on a couple people, but the air horn is the number one go-to. So if you ever have a situation, you got the air horn. That's the first.
That's the first. That I've been yelled at in stores by liberals.
So that's when you pulled the air horn out in the middle of a store?
Yeah,
I see.
yeah, because I generally, like, if I'm going into a store, I'm parked in the parking lot. I don't carry going into that store generally, right?
Yeah.
But I'll
well,
have
you
like,
carry the air horn and the mace and stuff.
yeah, the air horn definitely. And I've actually had a liberal screaming at me going from the store to my car. I mean, just screaming at me. And so, yeah, I pulled that air horn out, and every time he screamed, I, rang the air horn.
You gave another a dose of the air horn. You hearing this, Big Ron?
But I was thinking when I was doing that, I was walking back to my car, and I'm like, if that son of a bitch gets too close to my car, yeah, I'm going to be pulling on him. Like,
You're gonna pull a James on him.
Yeah, he was definitely unhinged. And but no, the 2 times that I pulled, I did not aim. It was more kind of a preparation of defense.
What do they call that? Brandishing?
Yeah, it kind
Brandish?
of was, but at the same time, the first time was kind of funny about it because so I worked at this manufacturing plant, and like, within a half-mile away was a marina. And so during lunch, I'd go watch TV at the marina and just sit and kind of get away from people, right? And I'm sitting there one day, and kind of far off, well, probably, I'm not going to judge the distance. I'm going to say about 20, 30 yards off. So it was a good little distance from exactly where I was sitting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this girl, I'd seen this girl while I was sitting there, and she's carrying this suitcase, which is, like a rolling suitcase. And I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to be really nice here. Excuse me. I thought to myself, oh, look, it's another crack whore, right?
Oh, because she had a suitcase with wheels on it?
Yeah, because we lived in this neighborhood that was known. We lived in Grant, Alabama. And Grant, Alabama, A&E had done a series on that region because this woman lost her brother to meth.
Oh.
And so A&E, and she started this kind of organization to help people off meth, which was unsuccessful. And A&E did a story on her, and they called it Meth Mountain, so it always got known as Meth Mountain, right? And it was pretty bad in different places of the mountain. And
how does the suitcase play into like
you're a
crack
there
whore?
was
Not
there was
just
a
on
girl-
crackhead, you're a crack whore with a suitcase.
Yeah, there was a girl, and like down the street from us, there was a bit of a meth neighborhood, right?
Oh.
And we would see this girl going back and forth from the houses, from these 2 guys' houses, between their houses. And she would be with one for a little while, and then I guess they would get in an argument, and she'd go to the other guy's house. And she was definitely a meth head. And so, like, anytime I see some super skinny, kind of cracked out girl carrying a suitcase, that's the first thought that hits my head.
Understandable.
And I was just like, kind of went back to watching TV. Well, this guy pulled up, and apparently she was leaving him, I guess. I guess they had gotten in a fight. And he pulled up to where she was, and now she's about 20 yards from me. And he started hitting her. Like, they started fighting. And then at one point, I was kind of watching it because I was like, no, he's not doing that. And I started to get up, and I see him like pretty much pick her up and shove her through the driver's side window.
Jesus, did you grab your air horn?
No. I grabbed my sandwich, damn it. I was prepared.
Yeah.
No, I jumped in my car because I saw what was coming. He was about to drive off, and I reported it. I called the police and reported it.
So you were like going to jump in the car and followed them?
I did.
I see.
I did, actually. And you kind of see, you've run into situations where you've seen women kind of getting beat up by these guys who were bad choices to begin with, and the women weren't great choices to begin with either. I'm not going there, but I've been in a few of those situations, and I don't tolerate that very well. I don't like a bully. Right.
Especially a dude hitting up, beating a woman up. That's another level of bully.
Yeah, it really is. And so, so I called the police. I hopped in my car, and holy crap, he almost outran me. And I was in a BMW, and he was in some piece of crap. I'll never drive another BMW.
So you're in a high-speed pursuit?
Yeah, pretty much going through a marina, through a park, getting out onto a main road. And he's flying, I mean, he knows I'm following him. I've got the police on the phone in the car, and I'm reporting it, and I'm trying to get close enough to see his license plate. And he turns down this one road, and he kind of loses me. So I pull over, and I'm talking to the police. I'm giving a description of the car and everything, and there's like a little store next to me, and all of a sudden I see this car coming back. And I'm thinking, what the hell is this, right? And at that point, I pulled my gun out and put it on the console, because you just don't know what kind of whack jobs you're going to be dealing with, right? Why is he coming back? He lost me. There was no reason to come back. So the girl gets out of the car, and she starts walking to the car. I've still got the police on the phone in the car, so they're on speaker, but they're not saying anything at the moment because they hear me talking to her, and I'm like, don't step close to the car. And she keeps coming closer. And I'm like, I'm absolutely 100% serious. Really do not step closer to my car. And she comes up and she looks down and she sees the gun, immediately starts backing up. And I was so glad she didn't say anything like, oh, you have a gun or something. All I wanted her to do was go away. Right. And, but with the police on the phone, I was just like, yeah, don't say a word, please. But she just backed up, and the situation was, easily enough done with. And I think the police went and checked it out. They're usually pretty good about that.
So you also are like this Clint Eastwood female version vigilante situation, where if you see a crime going on, you jump in your car and say, hey, there's a person who just committed a crime that I witnessed, like a citizen arrest. You're like chasing down where they almost got away from you in your BMW.
Well, yeah, and it sounds kind of idiotic. I realize that was kind of an idiotic thing to do, but I
think it's heroic.
Well, I just can't stand a bully, and I'm not like 500 pounds or anything, but I was a goalie for 25 years, so I get kind of
goalie.
Yeah, like soccer goalie and lacrosse.
Soccer.
And so I tend to be, goalies are trained not to be afraid. You have people coming right up to your face trying to intimidate you, and we just don't get intimidated, right? It's not in us. And so the second time was kind of the funnier time. We were going on the road. I was going on the road. I was heading home from work, and I'm going down this road that's a little 2-lane country road, runs right by that marina, as a matter of fact, fun road to drive. And I come to this line of cars right before a little concrete bridge type of thing, right? And I look ahead, there's maybe 3 cars in front of me before the bridge, and in front of them is this big tow truck, right? Or like work truck or something. And I see the guy who has gotten out of the work truck, and he's huge. I mean, big, fat Alabama boy, right? Like one of those bubbas you don't really mess with a whole lot. And he is mad. I mean, like just pissed. And in front of him is a little Corvette, brand new Corvette. And the guy, like, I don't know exactly what happened. It was the Corvette driver's fault from what I could gather. But he destroyed that Corvette. He took it into the concrete of that bridge, and that car was gone. It was total. And but he was only about my height, and so he was about 5'3", 5'4", and here he was looking at this guy who was like 300 pounds, just huge, right? And you could tell he was scared. And so I actually did put my gun on my seat as I was walking towards the situation, because I realized he needed some help. And I don't know if you've ever heard me say Kingdom. I also used to play pool. So
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty
Are
good
you
at
any good at it?
defusing. Yeah, I was. I traveled around the South playing, and I had sponsors, and I was pretty good.
Well,
And
usually shooting pool can get you into an argument pretty damn fast.
sometimes, so you have to be able to diffuse those arguments, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I could see brandishing a weapon in a disgruntled person about a pool game, especially if you're betting, or what the rules were, bullshit like that.
no, I had backs, so I
Oh,
never had
back.
to do that. Yeah, I was like, take them out back and get me paid. That's all I care about.
Oh, so this is in addition to the air horn and the mace and the weapon.
No, at the time I didn't carry. Like at the time, I didn't even really know how to shoot. I learned when I was like 10, but I never really did that or anything, like growing up or anything. And it wasn't until after that someone took me out and taught me how to shoot handguns and all. And I don't know if you saw the comment, but my first tactical was so nice giving that girl a 22 because my first handgun was a 44. And I was so scared of it because I swear to you, I thought I was going to shoot it and the recoil was going to cause the gun to come up and knock me out by hitting me in the forehead. I was so positive that was going to happen. And as it turned out, I loved the gun. Absolutely loved it. And so, but this little guy is standing there. You've got Bubba who just wrecked his truck and that was probably his livelihood, so you got to have a little bit of compassion. You completely understand why he's ticked off. Where we were in Alabama was very rural. You needed your vehicle. It's not like there were buses or anything, right?
So I guess I missed the part on both stories where you pulled the gun out on the person.
I didn't pull it actually on the person. I kept it to the side to keep it. I made it seen. How about that?
Okay.
I made it known. I'm sorry. It wasn't that exciting. It was just, I made it known. The little guy though kind of thanked me because he was, he was just like, could you stay here with me? With the big guy. And I was just like, big guy, you got to get back in your truck. You're just going to make things a lot worse.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. I think I've asked pretty much everyone, but if as a responsible gun owner, of course, if you've seen something going on like what I've asked the other guy, if like there's just someone's got a gun and it's something that you feel uncomfortable about, someone's in a situation, are you going to go over there and try to defuse it? Because obviously you followed them. You would?
Yep, absolutely. Wouldn't even think twice about it because,
not even
like
twice.
I said, I hate a bully. I mean, I hate a bully, and I'm not going to see a bully cause more damage in our society.
Especially a bully with a gun.
Amen.
Wow.
Yep, he's going
You hear
down.
that, John?
I do.
Fidgety she ain't messing around. She don't need a badge. She sees some stuff going on. She's gonna handle that.
Well, the police come after, not to knock the police or anything, but typically the police come after the crime is committed, which is why we carry, right?
Sounds good.
Right. Yeah. But I've also seen incidents where if your life or the others are not in imminent danger, I've seen the argument, why did you put yourself like Kingdom's example was, if you're outside and you see them being robbed inside, do you go inside? The argument has been made, why didn't you just be a good witness and get a vehicle description or a tag or something like that?
You know what? There was a case in Huntsville a while back.
Huntsville, Alabama.
Amen.
Right.
And roll tide, baby.
Yeah, cam out. Yeah, cam out.
And this woman who was up on charges of road rage, she had pinned a guy to a wall with her car. She was out of control with the road rage, which if you've ever driven in Huntsville, Alabama, you can pretty much understand. But she was awaiting trial on that. And sure enough, gets out on the road again and starts acting a fool, right? And this time it's with a woman. And the woman tried to get away from her. She went down on a bypass road and she tried to get away from her. And got to the light. And the other woman came up behind her and got out of her car and started screaming and everything else. And of course, this woman didn't know she was up on a road rage charge. She just saw this pretty much screaming beast coming at her, right? And she pulled a gun out and she shot her. And that all sounds like she was completely justified. But when she went to trial for that, the woman who shot the road rager, they actually found her guilty because they said she should have gone ahead and gone through the intersection and turned and gotten away from her. And I never agreed with that. I was like, if you're caught in a situation, and granted, if you're going into a store, you're kind of creating the situation. But if someone has their gun drawn, they mean business. You're not taking it like, oh, they're just threatening at that point. They've got it drawn, and that puts people in a lot of danger. And I wouldn't be able to handle that.
Well, that's why a lot of states, well, I say a lot of states, several states have adopted the stand your ground law. And not only that, but you have no duty to retreat. And we've seen a lot of that come after, what was that guy's name down in Florida that shot the black kid years ago? Can't remember his name now. But yeah, Florida adopted that stand your ground law and no duty to retreat. So it sounds like what you're talking about, she had a duty to retreat and could have retreated, but she didn't.
Well,
and I've seen people get hung up on that because they did not retreat. But like here in North Carolina, you have no duty to retreat.
Yeah, in Alabama, that was a really weird thing, but it was because she was in Huntsville, and Huntsville is pretty liberal, actually. Even though Alabama is a very red state, Huntsville and Birmingham are pretty liberal areas, and I think that's the only thing that got her, because Alabama itself is actually very strong on the castle law, which includes your car or anything like that.
Yeah.
So she had every right to protect herself.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I did not see that. Those intersections where they were talking about were extremely busy. I don't think I would have felt like I could run a light effectively and not get in an accident.
Gentlemen and lady, we have passed 2.5 hours of deliberation.
I know. I don't know why it's taking so long.
I would have thought it would have been pretty much what Bev told them not to do. It's like, hey, you guys think she's not guilty? All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go home.
Yeah, it's like, hey guys, whatever you do, don't go in there and do a straw poll and then come back out 5 minutes later and say that she's guilty. Just make it a little longer. You review some evidence and make it look like you were looking at some stuff. And that's what I gathered from that.
Yeah, I think it'll come tomorrow.
That's kind of what I was
the next day.
yesterday.
What do you think about the Karen Reed murder trial? The whole entire thing, talking about people being bullied. That's a great opportunity to transition into that one. What do you think about that one, Fidgety?
I've listened to it on and off, and I've been following with updates from Joe and all. But at first, you're thinking it would take way too many people to set her up, right? You'd have to have way too many people into it, like all the people in the house, the cops from the town, that type of thing. And you're like, that's so unbelievable. But then as you listen to the evidence,
the elegance,
the dog and everything, I still can't get over that dog. You listen to the evidence with the dog, and like it was a back of the head injury and that type of thing. I don't know. And if these are small towns,
what don't you know? Whether she got hit with the car?
I think Karen Reed is innocent.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. I really do. I think the phone calls kind of sealed it for me, because I know when you're upset with your other half or something and you're trying to get a hold of them. If my husband didn't call me back in 15 minutes, I would be shocked. And that's not my rule. That's his, like how he is, right? And so
you got him on a 15-minute leash.
I don't have him on any kind of leash, trust me.
Okay, all right. I was just saying.
but he, you know, there are certain routines that people have, certain habits and returning phone calls and things like that. So if she was used to talking to him and they had an argument, which I really don't think was pertinent, but I could see where each one of those phone calls increased in anger. And then the one in the morning was definitely kind of panic. And I'm like, that's just the natural progression. If someone was trying to hide that or something, I don't think that they sound quite like that.
Yeah, you know, that's an interesting perspective because I've been following it, you know, since about a week into it actually, and then listening to other podcasts and trying to research and really figure out what I was talking about and what the case is all about. And every day it's just another chapter that's opening up. You're like, oh, really? I didn't know about that. But it's interesting to hear an opinion of someone who's just starting to look at it, just talking about that one thing. If that's the only thing I've seen is just that one thing about the conversation and the voicemails. The Commonwealth thinks that's very incriminating, but you know, I think the jury's seen it the other way, like you were saying.
Yeah, I don't see that as incriminating. I see that as support for her.
Yeah, James, what do you think about the Karen Reed murder trial in its totality?
It is a clown show, as far as I can tell. As much as Fidgy says that it's too many people to have a conspiracy, the entire group of people in the house and all the people in the police department, I don't see that being a problem at all, especially when you take into consideration the what was it, Proctor, who said I'm gonna pin it on her, I don't care what the truth is and all that shit. It's no, that guy's got a leaky nut, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, once you go see the penitentiary, it'll be a definitely leaky blue nut. But yeah, what else about you think the cover up is no big deal? There's 10 people in there. 10 people a part of the cover up. That's not
10, maybe 12. That's pretty easy to cover up. Once you get into the 20, 30, 100 people, that's where it starts being impossible. But 20 people or a dozen people, you can keep a dozen people quiet, especially over a murder.
Well, when you have a dozen people inside the house, it starts with everyone in the house knows what happened. That he goes into the house, and then an hour and a half hour later, everyone's leaving the house, party over. Everyone knows what the hell happened in the house, and everyone's talking amongst each other. If I didn't know the details or I didn't see that first punch, I seen the end result. You're like, hey, here's what happened. At least a dozen people, just because a dozen people are in the house. And then you have the lead investigator, and he has a boss, and this person, it wasn't that person, it was their daughter or their son that was in the house. So therefore you have another person who knows the details, but they're protecting their loved one who was, involved. And then you have family members and investigators and my friend over here. And, if you just help me out with this one thing, or if you could just not tell them about that one video. And it's just just little things that people just could be incompetence, but just little roles in it. Not like I seen it and I'm covering it up. I mean, all I have to do is just say, I didn't talk to him about that one subject that one time. It just has to be quiet about that one thing. It's not like a complete murder cover up. It's just a white lie, I think, for some people's involvement. But I think there's probably about at least 20 people, or at least 12 people who were in the house and knows what happened. And they've told some people too, just because you can't shut up about it. And they've told a couple of their friends. So at this point, there's probably about 30 or 40 people who know the real story about what happened. And there's 12 eyewitnesses for sure.
Well,
yeah, and that's where it starts getting dangerous.
Yeah, what do you think, Johnny John? I see him sitting there with his Mount Rushmore pose.
I still stick to the idea that O'Keefe walked in the house. There was an argument with him and Higgins over Karen. Things got out of hand. He got knocked out. Whatever. Dog somehow or another got a hold of him. They took him outside and slung his phone out there. And then, did they intend to kill him? I don't think so. But then when he died, they're like, oh, hell.
Yeah. Do you know a piece of evidence that Alan Jackson brought up in the closing arguments that I don't think is mainstream, everyone talking about it, everyone pointing it out? And because I listened to about 3 or sometimes 2 and 3 podcasts about the Karen Reed trial a night, different people. And the thought I thought was interesting, he said, not just like when you say, hey, tell me about the Apple Watch or the Apple data for the phone. And you say, oh, he made this many steps and he went up 3 flights of stairs, right? I mean, that's what you're thinking. But
Right.
Alan Jackson broke it down. He said he made 28 steps and went down the 3 flights of stairs, which explains him going to the house and coming down. But then it says at this other time at 12:30 something, Karen Reed is not at the house. She's already went home and she's already connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house. She's not there. The evidence shows that she's not there. But then at that time, whoever's holding his phone took 30 more steps after she was already at home. So how did she run into him and then his phone took 30 more steps 10 minutes later, after she was already at the house? When he said that in closing arguments, I was like, damn, that's a good point. Not really a lot of people are talking to, but that is like another clear evidence that he didn't do it. Or she didn't do it.
I wrote all that down. From 12:31 to 12:32, there was 35 feet was traveled.
Yeah. What do you think about that one, James?
Damn near impossible for the state to explain away.
You have to ignore it, right? You just have to ignore it.
That's exactly it. That's why AJ was like, just ignore that,
Yeah. What other notes did you write down, John?
Well, I've got all the Apple stuff. And to that too. And I was thinking about this today. I think, we've heard the saying before. What's that saying? Like, too much information can hurt you. I think with all these times and steps taken and floors traveled and all this, I mean, I hope the jury did this, but you got to write all this down and then go back over it a couple of times to fully understand it. Like, even I got confused when I was writing this stuff down. From like the milliseconds, 12:21 and 10 seconds and all that. I mean,
yeah. Well, one of the things that what is happening is they did a Google search at this time and or the butt dials. It was this amount of time in this second, and then the call back was the same exact time, but just a different second.
Right. And then so that Google search was done at what, 12:27?
2:27 a.m.
Yeah. So from 12:21:14 to 12:24:37, 3 floors or equivalent to 3 floors were climbed. And then from 12:31 to 12:32, 35 foot was traveled. So she Googled that before.
She Googled that, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are sitting here butt dialing each other, right? At 2:22.
Right.
2:22, they're butt dialing. Jennifer McCabe goes to her house, and this is at 2:27 when she already went upstairs. She was in her closet. She was texting, or in her bedroom or whatever. She was Googling how long to die in cold. She wasn't at the party. She'd already took them kids home. She was at her house. And then it shows her nervously pacing back and forth inside the house all throughout the night, not sleeping at all, until she got the very first call from Karen Reed. Hey, where the hell's my man at? Oh shit. Let me come over and help you out and help you find him. Let me ride with you. That's how it went down. But that was 2:27. But at 2:22, 5 minutes before, that's when the butt dials allegedly happened between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. But it's all right there at that time. I don't know. He went in there. There was an altercation. Within an hour, everyone's leaving the house. So I don't think they said, oh shit, I seen this, I'm leaving. Whoa. Before you do, let's make sure we have our story straight. Hey, you two kids, let me give you a ride home, me and my husband, so we can make sure that you got your story straight. You didn't see a damn thing. You hear me? While he's taking these kids home and stuff like that. So, I mean, something happened. There probably was a talk. Here's the situation. We're going to take care of this, whatever, but this is what's up. I mean, something like that, right?
Yeah, something along that lines. And you know, in jumping ahead, I was thinking about this
It
too.
happened fast.
I think
As soon as you got there, I bet you.
What Joe was talking about too, this investigation was, you know, it's been sealed. I think you're going to see this agency or a number of agencies involved in this mess. Department of Justice is going to step in. I don't.
They're already in, aren't they?
Well, I mean, more than they have to this, and I know they're waiting for this to play out. But yeah, I think you're going to. I don't even know that you don't see just them coming in there cleaning house and starting from scratch, or even doing away with the whole police department and letting the sheriff's office take over.
I think you would have to, because how high does it go?
There's no trust there.
Because you have the two lieutenants, the lieutenant in charge of, you know, Tully, and then the lieutenant in charge of the CERT team, whatever the hell his name is. And so you have these different lieutenants, but they're all like, well, no, I mean, I'm just acting on the orders of the major.
Yeah.
And you're like, and all of you all have this story of, you know, what's happening, and you're deleting, you're the Tully, you're the one that received the video from the Sally Port. And then now the Sally Port has all been deleted and stuff, but Tully's the one that received the evidence, and he's in charge of the evidence. He's the custodian of the evidence. You know, all of from the Sally Port to the Proctor to all these other things. Tully, his boss, is the guy who's like, he's the one responsible for all this, and he's the one that has the lock and key to secure all of this and whatever. And he received the video from the Sally Port. So, I mean, how could you not say it's at least at the lieutenant level? But wouldn't you also say you have the county of the selectmen and Chris Albert, and you have this? Doesn't it go higher than that? And how high does it go? And I mean, like cancer, how deep do you have to fucking cut it out?
Well, that's what I was thinking too. I mean, I think, and we may not, but
Ken Berkowitz, the chief of police, definitely.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what I was getting ready to say. I mean, I think you're going to see the chief involved in it. I think you're going to see some of these town council or whatever you call them. What was it you just called it?
It's the selectmen.
I
know,
think
they're having a meeting tonight at 7:00.
Imagine that.
No, it's their monthly meeting or whatever the hell it is. But anyway, it's tonight, and it's an open forum, and you're going to have after this thing with Turtle Boy, you're going to have Chris Albert fielding some questions about, hey, so you're going to beat his head up and down the sidewalk? You know, there's going to be some people asking about that, and maybe some other stuff too. The two people that got arrested.
And I mean, you know, you got this going on in your town. You've already got a light shining on your town. Why say and do things like this to draw more attention? Just like, you know, Turtle Boy, like when he was talking to, what was it, to the governor, or was it the mayor?
That wasn't Turtle Boy. That was just someone on the internet. But yeah.
Oh, okay. So, you know, she's not answering questions. Well, you can take that as, you know, she can't comment because she knows there's an internal investigation going on or has been concluded. And then on the other side of it, you can say, well, you know, I'm not implicating this at all, but does she know something we don't? I don't know. I mean,
no, I think, you know, just some fucking Johnny Badass John Cox was like, hey, let me get my damn camera. Hey, governor, tell me about the Karen Reed trial. And they're like, what? She probably doesn't really fucking know about
but
that.
He was asking, are you going to look into your state agency? I mean,
oh, yeah, on that. It's like the governor, you're not going to do a press conference with that dude's camera. I mean,
no.
you might get in the car and say, what the fuck was he talking about?
But it is a legit question.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a right way to do it. No, yeah, I totally agree with that. But yeah, it's a legit question. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, do they have awareness of it? Or is the person who, whatever, how high it goes, and then it goes to her, is the person that reports to her, the person who's in the top in charge under her, are they telling her, oh, it's all bullshit, they're making this stuff up? You know, there's this little fucking journalist guy is just stirring everything up. He's got all these videos acting like we're corrupt, and I don't know, we have a restraining order against them, but as soon as this trial is over, it's going away, but we didn't do anything wrong. So then you have these little people, hey, you know, they may not have any awareness, but this trial,
I gotta answer a phone call.
Yeah,
y'all go ahead.
But this trial is definitely brought some serious awareness to the corruption in the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk County district office.
Well,
Big
I
Ron, are
hope
you there, though? Oh, good. Fidgety.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to hear some more comments about the Karen Reed trial. I know Fidgety's chomping at the bit.
Take it away, Fidgety.
Well, hey Ron. There are two things there. One is I really hope something does get done about that police department. I live in Georgia, so I have zero faith about that because we're watching all the corruption in like Fulton County.
Oh,
And
I
nothing's
know.
being done. She just won her primary.
She did?
And, yep. Fannie Willis. That friggin'
Oh
board.
yeah, I've been keeping up with that too.
No, yeah, John's all about Young Thug. He has something for Young Thug.
But and she's just a disaster. And the more you hear about her, the more you realize how much corruption there is in Fulton County. And you're just like, people, they're robbing you blind. Why do you keep voting for them?
It's not
Georgia will put up the dumbest people for reps. I mean, I think Hank Johnson is still a rep here. He was the Guam is going to tip over guy. And so I don't have a lot of faith in that. But the other thing is, did you guys not, like, if I was sitting on that jury, one of the deciding factors for me would not be like necessarily all the evidence, but it would be the fact that the state didn't bring in bioengineers, but the defense did. Like, okay, you're going to ignore their information, but we're not. We're going to go ahead and put it on the stand. Like, we got nothing to hide.
Well, those bioengineers were hired by the FBI, and they gave them to both the prosecution and the defense. It's just the prosecution chose not to use them.
Yeah, the prosecution don't want to. Yeah, that would be.
That was from a federal grand jury, which after this case is over, that federal grand jury is what they hired them for. And they did their accident reconstruction and the physics guy and all this other stuff. And they said, no, this didn't happen. And then that one stopped like in April. And a lot of the people who are testifying in this trial, they also testified in that federal grand jury. So they're saying, but they're not allowed to say that in this criminal trial. So they'll have a piece of paper and they'll say, didn't you say this? No. Well, and then they'll grab the paper. Well, let me put this in front of you. This is something you might recognize. Didn't you testify in another hearing? That's how they're referring to it as, but they're talking about the federal grand jury. So this is going to go further. There's just not going to be any TV in the courtroom, right? Right, Big Ron?
I don't know. Do they allow TV for a federal grand jury?
Not the grand jury. This will be for the actual trial. Assuming that the grand jury turns into a trial. That they don't cover federal.
Oh, I'm sure someone's going to be covering it so we can stream it live and talk about it.
Well, it'll be like the Hunter Biden trial. There's no cameras inside no.
Yeah, me and Kingdom, we're gonna have to run up there and during break have to run outside.
Yeah, we're both going to run up there, but then as soon as he starts running, I'm almost going to just have to tie my shoe for a second. I'll call you. Call me when you get there.
Hey, on a side note, John, did you pick that smoker up completely put together?
I did. So I forgot a friend of mine. Actually, I went to school with him, but it's one of my girlfriend's cousins. He is a manager at that Lowe's where I went, and I called him because, long story short, I called Lowe's corporate, and they said they wouldn't price match it. Home Depot because it was on sale. So I called him. And he goes, "Yeah, we will." And he said, "What's the model?" And he said, "I'll see if I got one." So he did. He said, "I've got one in the box. I've got one put together. Which one do you want?" I said, "Well, can I get the one put together?" He said, "Absolutely. It'll be up front." And when I got up there, it was up
Only
front.
got 5 dings in it.
No, that has no dings in it.
I'm fucking with you, dude.
Yeah. So
if he had bought it from Home Depot, it would have had dings, but he bought it from Lowe's. People who shop at Lowe's don't ding shit.
Actually, if I bought it from Home Depot, I wouldn't have got it.
Only thing I would say, John, is go over all the nuts, bolts, and screws and make sure they're all tight.
Yeah, I will.
Wow, John, you're getting advice on how to buy a grill that's already been put together.
Good advice. Well, actually,
Good
I
advice, yeah.
had read some reviews where people had gotten one already put together, and it was either missing some bolts and screws or it was leaking because or smoke was coming out everywhere because some bolts wasn't tightened. So yeah, I'll do that with anything. I go back over it.
There's a gasket you can buy for it too. I was talking to Vet about it. That you can buy to go around that main door that'll seal that door back up a little bit better. I need to mention the vet. I need to mention the vet though if he's in the chat somewhere. Now that he's used that smoker a couple of times and thermal cycle, that he needs to check all of his nuts and bolts again.
Wow.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, and yeah,
Where's
I've
the
actually
picture of this
seen
damn
those
thing?
deals.
You already got it now? Oh shit! What's going on here?
Well, we got.
Oh shit! What's going on here? We have a verdict?
Either a verdict or a break-in for the day.
Well, it's 4:20.
Come on, Lally. Holy God, I cannot believe the court's back. Holy shit.
So what was it?
Smoke
3
them if you
hours?
got them.
What was it, James? 45, something like that.
We started when the live stream was at 4:39, so
12:30
we're
my time.
almost at 3 hours.
Okay.
Yana.
Let's watch O'Keefe's brother.
That looks like a verdict.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck yeah, dude. There's a mob of people outside, and they're not going a damn place until they see a not guilty.
I would totally agree with Joe about the week thing. If it was possible, they would come back with a guilty verdict.
Week and a half, he said. Week and a half. Karen Reed, I know this is very stressful being in this situation that they're about to read this. Even though you know it's going to be innocent, I know it's very stressful. I just need you to calm down, relax, chill out. You got this. No matter what is said, whether it's guilty or not guilty, I want you to just control your emotions. Isn't that what the conference is right here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, share this feed. I bet you a lot of people don't even know it's fucking back on.
Like, share, comment. Help the algorithm.
Let's hear
All
from the
right,
jury.
jurors, so as you know, I sent you in a note at 4 o'clock asking if you wanted to come home and come back tomorrow. You said yes. I apologize it took us so long to get.
Oh, they're just going home.
Ah, damn.
I'm going to excuse you for today. When you come back tomorrow, you will start again after coming into the courtroom. So
Who's the one person who's holding out? That's what I want to know.
and the questions also concern the audience.
12 angry men.
Do not discuss this case or any aspect of this case with anybody. Do not do any independent research or
All right.
investigation.
I got
into
this,
case.
dude. I've got a
If you
doggy
happen to
emergency.
hear or
I
read
do.
anything about
I will
this
catch y'all
case,
later.
Please disregard it and let us know. You've all worked so hard for this last 8, 9, 10 weeks, however long it is. let's just make sure that you continue to be as secure in how you've done things as you can. We really appreciate it. So we will see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Good, all rise, jury up.
Jim?
Dude, we just went to like 1,400 people.
Nice.
Yeah, they're breaking for the day. I guess they sent the letter out and they said, yeah. So what does that mean?
All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be a recess.
There's like a couple of people holding out. Is that what we're talking about here?
It's also possible that they really wanted to go over all of the evidence. You know, there could be a couple of people like, yeah, okay, that's great, but let's just go over this evidence one more time. And they may be on the fence and just really looking to dive deep into it. And 3 hours may just not have been enough.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking like less than an hour. I mean, what the hell do you need to hear? Karen Reed did not back into him. I mean, all this other stuff, what are we going over? You know what I mean? I just listened to it yesterday. But I guess. What do you guys think about it? Leave a comment. What do you think about it?
I mean, literally at this point, when the guy came out and said there was no absolute way that she hit him, the car didn't do it, the injuries aren't concurrent with the car, that was the end of it. There's nothing else to deliberate at that point, because there's testimony that never happened. What are you deliberating at this point?
Exactly. That's exactly my point. It's like, who in there is not sure that she is not guilty? You know, who's being hung up? And it's like, all I need to tell you about just what Big Ron just said, just these two things. Just these two things. There's no reason to talk about anything else.
I think they're buying time because the judge told them they couldn't come back in like 5 minutes, take it seriously. So they have to go back and make it look like they're taking it seriously. I think it'll come tomorrow. Probably after lunch.
Obviously. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, tomorrow. I mean, so obviously we won't have a show tomorrow because we'll just be waiting for them to say, hey, there's a verdict in, and then boom, 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 right back at it. But yeah, that was a close call. When I seen everyone back in the courtroom, like, oh my God, well, I haven't seen a damn thing on X. I got 13 feeds open. I got every fucking thing. Like anytime someone would say anything, plus I have the live feed going with the volume up. So if it comes back, I can span to one of these screens. And I was like, I haven't heard a damn thing. And then I heard the noise. I was like, what the hell? They're back. This can't be the verdict, right?
What happens?
I'm surprised it's not, though.
Kingdom, what happens if, because, okay, so if they find her guilty, but then an investigation is done into that police department and they're all found to be like corrupt or they're let go or whatever they do, right?
Yes.
They exact some kind of justice on them. What happens to her verdict? Because to me, that negates her verdict.
If she's...
Because all the evidence they gathered is null and void at that point, if they're considered corrupt.
I mean, if the jury of your peers finds you guilty, you're guilty, period. I mean, you can appeal it.
Well, technically, yes and no. There are certain laws in some places. I don't know how this state handles it, but in most jurisdictions, if a officer has been involved in a case where it's proven that they falsified evidence, almost every single other case that they've had before gets immediately reviewed or tossed. Those people can get set free immediately in a lot of cases.
I know, but I think the difference is if the jury came back and they said she's guilty, then that would validate and say they didn't plant evidence. The jury said that they believed that was the evidence that happened. So I think a guilty verdict, you wouldn't have the police getting repercussions and stuff because obviously the jury thought that they were telling the truth. But that's not what's going to happen here for sure. No freaking way. They're going to say not guilty. I'm surprised they haven't said not guilty yet.
I think there's too much evidence at this point showing that the police department did try to do covers up regardless of what the outcome is.
I agree with that 100%. Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
You know, from a female's point of view, what was it? The one guy said, the one officer about he wished she'd kill herself or die or something like that.
Yeah, Michael Proctor.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking, you know, it's kind of funny because I hear the libs talk about like what Trump said in the locker room 30 years ago.
That's
And
locker
I'm
room
thinking,
talk.
yeah, I'm thinking that's just ridiculous, you know. But to hear an officer say that to me, that alone, I would have been like, okay, she's not guilty. I don't even care if she killed someone at that point. If the officers are saying things like that, they need to go. How do we get them out? Right?
You think locker room talk is bad? You ought to hear what it's like on a Navy ship when we're underway.
I know. I think we all can agree. If I took any of your phones and started going through it and everything, there'd be some Google searches, and you know what I'm talking about. There'd be some stuff on there you would be like, oh my God, I can't believe everyone's seeing this. I think we all have that one. But when you're a law enforcement and you're talking about a suspect that you met, I guess everyone tells that story like lawyers, you know, like you're like, no, you're not supposed to tell anyone. But every time you meet a lawyer, they just tell you about every freaking case that they ever had. You know what I mean? That's all they talk about. So I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, that's always, you know, I'm not law enforcement or military or anything. I was IT, and it still drove me crazy whenever I heard people in IT, like, it's one thing if we were talking amongst ourselves, right? Like, can you believe how that person's just brainless? You know?
Well, you don't think that someone's going to grab your cell phone, and then you peel the curtain back and you have this person and you're investigating this person, and you don't have, but even, I mean, all these incriminating things through something that wasn't available like 10 years ago. You know, now it's all of a sudden like, holy shit, this is what happened behind that. You can actually recreate, you know, what happened. And those police officers look terrible.
You know how you fix some of that, Kingdom?
Fire the motherfuckers.
That too, yes. All of them need to be put under investigation. Every single one of them. I said that before, that everybody needs to be put on administrative leave. And I agree with what you were saying earlier, or I think it was you, might have been John, maybe it was James. I don't know who it was. About the, you know, place being gutted. Sheriff's Department needs to take over. I made that comment earlier in the week or last week that's what needs to happen. But you use an encrypted chat service.
Encrypted chat service.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like what's it called? Signal?
Yeah.
Yep. Like Signal.
Yep, I got Signal.
So that's where I'm going wrong. I need to use the encrypted chat service.
Well, like me and my extremely close friend, yeah, we use Signal.
Yeah, the kind of talking that you reserve for only really good friends.
Yeah.
Or family. I signal with my parents.
No, these are strictly guys that I was like, one of the guys, him and his wife both worked for me in the military. His twin brother is my best friend. So it's, yeah. Those are the people that are in my Signal.
Yeah, the one that they cuss like sailors.
It's probably because they are.
Yeah.
You know what? I gotta hand it to the military though, because it's funny. I have all the heart in the world for our veterans and everything, but they're the best people to have on X, because they are the funniest people I've ever seen. Like, they just get down and dirty with the punchlines, and you're like, yeah, I love you guys.
It's because we're all mentally deranged.
That's okay. You're not liberals.
Oh,
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Here's a little known fact that you may not know there, Kingdom.
Okay.
But Mrs. Big Ron was also in the military.
Was she? What the Navy, I would ask?
Yeah, she was a jet engine mechanic.
Well, since your fascination for jet airplanes, I see that it runs parallel across different areas of your life. You met her in the military?
Yeah, actually met her in where I live now. Her and I were both stationed here together.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome. You have that common ground and that experience and stuff, you know.
So you can imagine what it's like in my house, like Fidgety's saying, with two people with deranged sixth sense of humors.
Okay, that's not just military, because I'll say this. My husband's favorite movie is Forrest Gump. And the reason is not because he actually liked the movie. It's because the kid gets hit with the brick as he's running, and so he can rewind it. And my favorite is Casino, because Sharon Stone takes a hot hit at the end, and I keep rewinding it, and I'm like, die, Sharon Stone.
Oh, the Forrest Gump one, when the teacher goes over there, whatever it is, and then all of a sudden he comes out of the house like, yo, mama. He really cares about your education. Yeah.
That was filmed here, by the way.
Who?
Forrest Gump. It was filmed in Savannah.
Was it?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
I just thought that was kind of cool.
We have 1,670 people just jumped up listening. Hey, welcome everybody. How you doing? You don't have to pay $5 to get a comment in there. Put a comment in there. Put on YouTube, put on X, and let's talk about this Karen Reed case or whatever you want to talk about. Got our buddy James on here from Nevada. He's originally from California. He's a self-proclaimed not a Joe Biden supporter, but he's definitely a free Karen Reed person. So there you go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And tonight there's going to be a juicy episode on Night Court with Joe Lanou, and Big Ron knows a little something about that. Open forum, I think. You're going to be talking about your grills and how to, if you're a man and you know how to smoke and smoke meat and cook and barbecue and you're into that manly kind of shit, they have a show about that.
Barbecue, bourbon, and guns.
Yeah, that'll get your testosterone going. Yeah, so definitely 2A, a Night Court, Joe Lanou, definitely. They do police use of force on Fridays, and it's a very pro 2A crowd. I will say that. But anyway, back to this Karen Reed trial. Yeah, I thought that was interesting about the phone, about how the phone was moving 30 steps after Karen Reed had already went home. His phone is moving like someone's carrying his phone around after she's gone. So that right there, if the phone is found underneath his body, and that's just how it happened, then who had his phone for 30 steps and whatever, and then put it back under his body right there, if that's where it was found in the first place? If he was laying out there in the cold, like they suggested.
How many steps was it from where he was found to the house? Did anyone do that?
I don't know. I imagine that 30 steps probably sounds pretty close. I don't know.
Yeah,
the yard's not that big. I mean, it's a small yard.
Is it?
Yeah, it's what I mean. Was it like 20-some feet from the sidewalk to the house? It's not a big piece of land. I mean, I would definitely see why the dog would be barking. You know, I mean, it's not like it's a mile down the road. I mean, it's a short house, like 20 feet. It's just a small little yard. He's laying in the yard. I mean, and all those police officers and emergency vehicles and stuff, and they're acting like they slept through it. Come on. The thing about what the jury is deliberating about, it's just like the guy, you know, that he did not get hit by Karen Reed, and he's out in the yard. You know that she didn't do it. What else is there to talk about? There's like 20 or 30 different things just like that to talk about. I mean, I could sit here for hours and hours and hours and tell you shit that doesn't add up and doesn't make sense. You know, in this case, especially, there is no like, well, if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. And, you know, that's the only thing I got to talk about. And don't disregard the knife and the murder, you know, that's just the gloves. Let's acquit. Man, from Proctor, there is so much stuff out there that to talk about, but all of them lead to she should be not guilty. They really. But look, Vet's here. What were you saying, Big Ron, about Vet?
I was saying because he was in the Army, he doesn't know what he was doing.
I thought you were asking something about a smoker or something.
Yeah, I was saying since he's already thermal cycled that grill a couple of times with that great looking chicken he's done in the phenomenal looking brisket, that he needs to check all the nuts and bolts that holds everything together now that grill's thermal cycled, because that stuff will loosen up a little bit, and that'll help seal the grill back up.
Yeah, old veteran LT3. What's up, Vet? Heck yeah.
Yeah, you know, I eat only fish because I've had a heart problem, so I'm really picky about, like, I don't eat a lot of meat or anything.
What kind of fish?
And, but he put that brisket up, and holy hell. That was the first time I think I've ever wanted brisket in my life.
Oh, Big Ron?
When Vet put that brisket up,
Oh,
I
Vet
was just
got
like,
this,
oh my God, that's just wrong.
Well, as many people don't know this, and I was actually lectured myself that this is not like front page news, but Big Ron is like a executive chef type of person who makes these 4-course meals behind the scenes.
Right? That's incredible, Ron.
Big Ron?
I've been known to make chicken cordon bleu and some other stuff.
Oh no, he's being modest. Oh, wait, what was it? What was that last one? Was it Memorial Day? And you were asking, we were talking or something. You're talking about what you made for dinner, and I was like, oh, I just had steak and lobster and whatever, shrimp and something. And then you were like, oh yeah, well, and then he had like a 1-up big time on that one.
I don't know what I can't remember what it is I made because I do all kinds of crazy stuff.
No, you made the Indian food.
Oh, that's right. I did chicken tikka with chicken marsala, some lemongrass curry with some garlic buttered naan and some samosas on the side.
I know. So then I was like, man, what the hell? I was just bullshitting around, I guess. Listen to this guy.
Ron, can you DM me your address? I'll be the one ringing that doorbell. And when you make something, you better answer that door.
Yeah, Vet said thanks for the tip.
No worries, brother.
Yeah. Well, you sounds like you're eating lunch, bro.
Just my daughter made some Cheddar Bay biscuits last night. I just walked through the door. I'm actually getting ready to switch over from my phone because it drives me nuts using StreamYard on it to my big headset.
Yeah, I hear you. And I got some stuff to do too, but we reached 1,700. So we really appreciate each and every one of you listening, and definitely everyone sharing, supporting, and free Karen Reed, man. Free Karen Reed.
Free Dexter Taylor.
Free Dexter Taylor. Yeah, free Dexter Taylor, man.
And the J6ers.
Have we heard anything about his appeals?
From who? I haven't heard anyone really even talking about it ever since that unfortunate situation that we don't need to speak about. The Dexter Taylor situation. He tell him about the story, James. For those who are just listening to Karen Reed, tell them about the story in New York about this bullshit 2A thing.
All right. Dexter Taylor, known on X as Carbon Mike, was accused and convicted of creating illegal firearms by buying 80% lower kits, which were perfectly legal when he bought them, and assembling firearms and never, ever shooting them. Not even at the range, not even to test them. He had no idea whether or not they would actually function. But somehow, some way, the police got wind of his collection of firearms that he had been constructing at the personal cost of around $80,000. Raided his house, found all the firearms, and charged him with 11 felony counts, sentencing him to 10 years in Rikers, state penitentiary, and all for building guns, which is totally legal everywhere in the country except New York, apparently. Just because he didn't ask daddy government, hey, please, can I please have a license so I can enjoy my Second Amendment right? And while in court, his dumbass judge decided to say, don't try to argue the Second Amendment here. It doesn't exist here. This is New York.
So basically, he just was a gun enthusiast and he lived in Brooklyn. This guy's never been in trouble before in his life, man. This guy's like a pillar of the community kind of guy, just software engineer, if you can imagine. And so he's just like has this, newfound fascination for guns and, whatever. And he can make these guns that you can fire them without the actual ammunition, but with this something that simulates it for non-lethal firing for testing and for guns. So he has these whole things and he orders these couple parts and he's putting it together and whatever. And then one day the ATF busts down his door and of his apartment and takes him off to jail, right?
Slight correction there. The ATF was involved. The FBI was involved. However, when they got there, they were like, yeah, he's not breaking any federal laws. We're out of here. And New York was like, well, since we're here, he's breaking New York laws, so we're going to take him.
So, but yeah, so he got the NYPD, I guess, no?
Yeah, NYPD arrested him.
Yeah, so NYPD, they bust down his door, they leave it kicked down, take all of his he was a future radio podcast, had all this radio equipment and a software engineer, all this stuff. They take all of his computers and all of his guns, and then he ended up making it out on bail, where he really started his and trying to talk about the case and bring awareness. And he was on a bunch of big shows and Fox and Newsmax. He was on a bunch of big shows, and a lot of people calling New Orleans, picking him up.
Dana Lash had him on one night.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, that's just to name a few. There was the whole bunch of other ones, like millions of views. But then he went to court, and it was just guilty. And then he went back to sentence, and they're like, you're thinking, this guy's never done anything. Once it was guilty, this guy's never done anything. And then you go to 10 years. It's like you could fucking kill someone in New York and get less than 10 years. I mean, you could beat up a police officer, and there's just so many different stories that you give this guy that's actually, doing the right thing, a taxpayer, an honest citizen, that's just on this technicality about you didn't get a permit to register that gun. You're allowed to have it but you needed this permit. Since he didn't have that little permit, all of a sudden his ass is sitting in prison for 10 years. It's like, what? This shit don't make no sense. That one right there, it's been like 2 months ago, and the story has kind of cooled off, where people aren't talking about it every single day like they used to. But on this appeal, we need to kind of get it ramped back up and find out when this appeal is, because maybe it doesn't need to go to the Supreme Court. Maybe there'll be enough awareness on the next level appeal.
I would actually prefer it to go to the Supreme Court.
Well, who has the money? And then by then, what are we talking about? 6 years down the road? I mean, how long does it take to go through all those different processes to get there?
Well, since there is a party that has been immediately injured due to color of the law in complete defiance of Bruin, I'm pretty sure he could actually get an emergency counsel with the SCOTUS probably next year, 2025, 2026.
It's hard to do that from prison, especially when... I'm sure getting an attorney like an Alan Jackson type of guy, that ain't cheap. And if you don't have a way to get out on the outside and make money to afford that lawyer, it's tough to do it when there's been no income for 2 years.
I'm pretty sure there are a bunch of lawyers who would take that case pro bono.
Yeah, you're right about that. What do you think about that one, Big Ron?
Well, Colian Noir is a lawyer, so I'm kind of surprised he didn't try to help out there with that, given the fact that he's a lawyer. Although he's only bar certified in Texas, not bar certified in New York, so that would probably be the issue.
Yeah,
I believe he did try to direct Firearm Policy of America guys over there.
I'll tell you what, the whole Dexter case really put a bad taste in my mouth for a lot of these gun groups. I've always been against the NRA for a long, long time, but a lot of the other ones now, it just seems like all they're there for is to take the money. They're not using it where it needs to be used. If they were really pushing like they say they're pushing, why are we still dealing with the NFA? Why is Dexter still sitting in jail? Why wasn't a lot of that money used to help an innocent man?
True.
That got hemmed up on a bunch of useless state issues. And in my state, we give the alligators guns, so everybody's got a gun here. Alligators, crabs, hell, we don't care.
Yeah, dogs.
Yeah, we've all got guns.
Chloe's got a gun. Yeah,
Chloe's got a gun. Come on down, we've got guns. But these other, the only time you see these agencies get involved, or these nonprofit quote unquotes that get involved, is when there's national brain just died, hasn't had bourbon yet, national attention to it.
Yeah,
where the ones could be bringing the national attention to it, and they're not. They could help push this to the Supreme Court. They could help shed light on the crooked judges and the crooked laws that are there. But I think it all falls back to my favorite saying when it comes to places like New York and New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, California, just to name a handful of them. Govern me harder.
Govern me harder, Daddy.
That's all they care about. How much government can we get into our lives? And you know, I know we talked a lot during the whole Dexter Taylor beginning, and we've even had it in some of the night court shows. Um, you know, where's the breaking point? And I think for a lot of these people that lean that direction, there is no breaking point. It's that is their persona. They love it. They like it. They want more of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're living in a apartment complex, you know, but this is not like some people, when I say apartment complex, something might instantly come to your mind, like when I say Walmart. But like in New York, they got these badass apartment complexes, you know, where people have these $1 million condos inside of them, but you're surrounded by so many people. So, you know, it seems like these laws or something just to protect that no one's even allowed to have a gun around me and stuff. There's so many people around you. I mean, it's hard to put yourself in that situation, but taking away the Second Amendment in New York, that's like unconstitutional and unheard of, un-American. It's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, I think one of the things you need to look at with this is, you know, we've got all these gun laws on the books. I hope we just lost somebody.
Yeah,
we got these gun laws in the
James.
books, and you know, one of the things, I think one of the standard thoughts is that there's a roughly 20,000 or 30,000 gun laws on the books. When you look at state, federal, local, county, and I don't really know the real number. That's just the one you keep seeing. James is back. But why do we have them? Murder is already illegal, so we don't need all these crazy gun laws. You're already not supposed to murder somebody. You're already not supposed to, you know, to maim somebody. So we don't need all these gun laws. It's all about control. That's all it is.
Did you all see where the Surgeon General this morning came out where he's recommending against firearms? And it was pretty. He was pretty lengthy about how he was doing it.
I seen the White House make a couple statements about it.
Gonna say federal, or because I know Florida's Attorney General, I think he has he carries.
Yeah,
This is the Surgeon General. So he's saying that us having guns is creating a health crisis, and that's his stance on that. And he came out this morning with that, this morning or yesterday. But I posted it, and there's also a congressman or a congresswoman. I was just trying to find her name because I had a friend who went off on that. Introducing a bill from to restrict on semi-automatics.
See, and that goes back. The whole thing isn't. It's not about making anything safer. They're all the data shows that all that stuff didn't work. Even the assault weapons ban didn't work. That's why it was sunset and it was never renewed. It wasn't about that it worked, that it stopped violence, because at the end of the day, a criminal is going to criminal. If you right now at this very minute, if you could say poof, every law-abiding citizen on the face of the planet and or in just in America, all of your guns are gone, not a single one. The criminals are still going to get the guns. Because in nature, that's a criminal. They're going to do what a criminal is going to do, regardless if it's stabbing somebody, shooting somebody, running them over with a car. And these are all things that have happened in the past 3 to 5 years. Stabbing, shootings, running people over with cars seems to be the new one. They love to run parades over. You know, it's already illegal though. You know, what's the big one they're pushing right now? They're complaining because you can't sue the gun manufacturers if somebody is shot with a manufacturer's firearm. Well, that'd be like me suing Dodge or Ford or Tesla because a drunk driver ran them over. You know, it's like going up to somebody and saying, "Oh, well, there's been a bunch of rapes. You need to cut your penis off." Well, I didn't rape anybody. You're right, you didn't. But to prevent somebody from doing it, you need to cut your penis off. And it's the same idea.
What are they called?
Mutes.
Munichs.
Munichs. That's it.
Munich.
No dick.
The goal isn't really to. The goal is to make us like Australia or Canada. Good luck to them.
Yeah, but I agree with you, Big Ron. You're making like the best points, man. All the points that you're making, it's obvious that you talk about it every night.
Hey, I'm the quiet one in the show.
I know. Well, the smartest person is the one listening. Speaking of which, we have 1,721 people watching. And I will say that tomorrow we are having the verdict. So I don't know when that'll be, but then Thursday, we definitely have the Donald Trump, Joe Biden. Donald Trump, Joe Biden. So I don't know who you're going with, but that debate between those two is definitely going to be newsworthy, and you can find it here.
Yeah, we will be doing a live show.
We'll be doing a live show, and that one, I'm not sure what to expect, but I bet you Big Ron has a lot better idea about it.
Well, I think what we're going to have with that one, since it's going to be CNN hosting it, we have massive left wingers that are going to be moderating it.
Massive left winger.
Massive left wingers going to be moderating it. They're going to be muting former president's mic when he's not. When he is or
MAGA
isn't.
more than ever.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not MAGA, nor am I'm not MAGA, nor am I not MAGA. I try to go with the person that has my benefits, my best interest in. Not every politicians don't always have your best interest, but as of right now, the people that are running, the former president has my best interest. I will tell you that when he was in office, because of the tax breaks that he did, and some of the other laws that he had put in place allowed me to buy my first house. Had more money in my pocket. Luckily for me now, my house is worth 4 times what I paid for it.
Amen.
But there's no way I could sell it, because then I would have to buy another house the same size, and it would be 4 times the cost. And I'm not going to get rid of my interest rate. But I think what we're going to see is they're going to let Biden go long on his answers. They're going to cut Trump off. You're going to see him lose time. They're going to cut him short.
Yes.
The moderators are going to be confrontational towards Trump. They're going to softball Biden. There's already talk that they're trying to get rid of the podiums.
Well, it's CNN, so
Yeah.
of course it's going to be some bullshit. It's fake news.
There's talk about getting rid of the chairs getting rid of the podiums. And they want to put a couch or a plush chair in there because Biden just can't stand for 90 minutes.
Oh, so they're looking for like a full-on nursing home situation.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they're talking about. He's been in hiding for, I guess, the past week, and one of the things that he's practicing for his debate prep
is sitting on the couch.
is standing for 90 minutes.
Get the fuck out of here! Are you serious?
I swear to God, Kingdom, standing for 90 minutes. I think they had on MSNBC this morning.
You gotta be joking, dude.
That's part of his prep is standing for 90 minutes.
But he doesn't have he's not going to get a drug test. Aren't they just going to drug him up and give him something?
Well, yeah, they're going to give him some sort of concoction. That's like they did the last couple of times, and I think that's why
the State of the Union address is the one where he was really on fire. It was like, I haven't seen that before, or since, would be a better word. I haven't seen that since, but on that State of the Union, he didn't like walk in. He kind of just went from person to person, where that way they can kind of escort him down the aisle in a sense. But when he went on to the podium, he had a great speech on that particular one. That's where it's like he hadn't been on drugs. There's no way.
Well, if you notice when he does some of his speeches, especially the ones where he's on whatever concoction they give him, his levels go up and down. He'll go from being kind of angry and aggressive, and then you see him, he gets down and he whispers into the mic real quiet, and then he goes back to being almost like energetic and surprised again. And I think that's a big sign of him being on something. I think we're going to see that in this debate. You're going to see him very energetic towards the beginning. He's going to fade out towards mid, and then he's going to come back up again, and you're going to see him fade again.
Well, I don't know, because he is kind of a little snappy old man, and I'm sure Trump.
He's got corn pop he's got to worry about.
Trumpy Trump is going to be throwing some lawn darts at it in his direction, so he can't just sit there like a little wolf and say, I'm not going to address that based on his attitude. I mean, he's going to have to fire back on something, but Trump's mic will be turned off while he makes his point. So,
well, there's been speculation that Biden's going to come out, and one of the things that he's going to use is that Trump is a quote unquote convicted felon.
Oh, 100%.
What I personally would do
wouldn't
is
you?
Trump should come out with a copy of his daughter's diary, and it says, and you're a pedophile, and hold up the pages where it says he used to go take showers with his daughter.
Yeah, I mean, that, and you could talk about, Hunter, of course. I mean, you could talk about that, but at the end of the day, I think that's a lot of reason why people are just sick with politics in general. It's just so much bullshit, and not about, tell me about how you want to affect me as an American. I don't give a shit about all this other stuff. how are you going to affect me as an American, and what can you do for me, and how can you elevate our country? And MAGA, I'm not MAGA. I'm all about making America great again. And I would love to see, pass that on to my children and their children and stuff like that. This awesome experiment that turned into America that's really young compared to other countries. But, this awesome place, America, I'd like to pass on a great one. And I don't like the direction it's going. And making America great again sounds like, what we need. And Trump has adopted that. So at least it looks like he's standing by trying to make America great again instead of Joe Biden was Build Back Better.
I haven't seen anything built back. Nothing's better.
Yeah, not a bit. Kingdom, have you seen or I don't know if either one of you have seen the Agenda 47? Have you guys looked at that?
What is that?
My daughter was talking about that.
Wait, is that the one with the presidential security?
No, that's Trump's 47. I think it's 47 points for when he enters back into the White House. And if you go to his campaign site, you can see all the points listed and what he's doing and how he's going to do it. So exactly what you were talking about, Kingdom, of how are you going to make life better for me? That's in there. And every day, if you follow me, you might want to hit the notification. Well, no, you don't, because I repost a lot. But every day I've been putting up a different point of Agenda 47 and how Trump plans on rectifying the situation. I think yesterday was.
About the no more federal income tax?
Yeah, a little bit.
He's been saying that like the last couple speeches, but
yeah,
I think
he's going to do tariffs, which is what we had prior to income tax.
So big run. So instead of charging Americans income tax, he wants to tax people who are bringing the stuff over here and tax them more of tariffs and things for bringing stuff into the country, and not federal income tax the actual citizens. Since there's so many people that are illegal and not paying fucking income tax anyway, but everyone's paying sales tax, so they want to tax it a different way. And it seems like a decent idea. Have you heard anything about it?
I haven't heard anything specifically about that, but that's what Florida does. We don't have a state income tax. We have a consumption tax. So anybody who comes into this, so anything anybody buys in the state, taxes are taken from it. And I'm 100% okay with that. I may pay a little bit extra on certain things, but I've got better roads, a better education system, and a surplus of money. So I'm not against it.
But this would be also not just no state, there'll be no federal either. So someone who lives in Texas or Florida like us, I don't know about the lump of money you got to give them, but I got to give them one. And it would be nice if I kept it in my pocket.
Oh, I completely agree.
So for real, it stimulate the economy for sure.
Trust me, I get nailed pretty heavy.
Stimulus package.
So 1913 is when the federal income tax started. And it was only supposed to be temporary, if we all remember that from history, for those of us that actually had good history teachers. It was only supposed to be temporary, then it was supposed to go away. But like Reagan said, government never gets smaller, it only gets bigger. And, we're never going to get rid of something like that. But to remember, America was founded on the fact that a bunch of us got angry because of a 2% increase in tax on some tea that we tossed in the harbor. And here we are in some states, California and New York, to be more specific, where you're paying almost 60% of your total income to tax, whether it be federal, state, or local. That's the one of the big reasons that Trump got rid of the salt tax, for those that know what salt is, which is state and local tax. And what was happening is places like New York, California, New Jersey, Pennsylvania that have high state taxes, they were allowed to write that off on their taxes and charge the federal government for it. So the federal government was paying for the state and local tax as part of the write-off for those people. And then Trump got rid of that, and all those states got angry, because now the people were having to pay for that salt tax out of their pocket, and their constituents were mad because now they are actually feeling it, VFX.
Wow.
So I think things like that need to come about. I mean, if you look at California, it's got, a 16% state income tax along with state and local. And then depending on what your income rate is, most middle class people pay 25 or 26% income rate, I think is what it is, for anybody over 100, and I think it's 115,000 a year or 121,000 a year joint
is 26%, and then you throw in state at 16%, so now you're at like 32, and then you throw in local and county. You're already at 50 or 60%. So for that $1 that you make, 60 cents of that goes to the government. You get to keep 40% of it, and everybody's happy about it. And that drives me nuts.
I mean, you see a lot of the rappers and a lot of the 50 Cent, like he's here in Houston with us.
Yeah, he's like 10 cent now.
Well, no, it's like a lot of these guys live in California. Joe Biden said if you make over 400,000, and I'm not saying that I do, but if you make over $400,000, it's 50% tax. And you're like, what? Over 400,000. There's a lot of people making over 400,000. 50% tax. That's 200. I mean,
400,000 is not hard to make if you've got a decent job, your wife works, and you know how to manage your money correctly.
I know.
400K is nothing. And with the way inflation is and everything like that,
what you get taxed on that is crazy. I mean, what we bring into our household and what we get taxed out. And Georgia has pretty high taxes to begin with too. But 2 points about the taxes though. One, this lower point is what do you guys think about Trump getting rid of taxes on tips?
Yeah,
that was a big thing to me because the IRS goes hard after cash tips. And
well, everyone in the club getting tips.
Yeah, you're stripping income. You'll finally get the full amount of the tips, right? But the other thing is, it'll be really interesting if he does go with the tariff style, because it won't be those it'll be interesting of how it changes how taxes are passed on to us. So like if you're taxing companies, I think Biden's taxing them 26% now. If you're taxing companies like that, how will that cost filter down to you and me? I think that changes a little bit there.
Yes.
Well, one of the things you need to look at, a lot of companies have moved before Trump was elected the first time. A lot of companies had moved their home offices to Ireland. And what was the purpose behind that? Because Ireland has an extremely low corporate income tax. So they moved their home offices there. That way they aren't paying American taxes on those companies. So when Trump pushed down, God, you guys are making me sound like a super mega. I know, right? It's just facts, though. I mean,
if you have hate in your heart, let it out.
America.
Yeah, America.
Who said that?
But no, if you lower the, and this is, people get into this argument, and it goes back and forth between trickle down economics and what is the newest thing that all these socialist kids are talking about, owning the means of production.
Yeah.
So if you look at trickle down economics, some people say it works, some people say it doesn't. But if you're taxing a corporation massively, then the corporation is not going to absorb that cost. They're going to pass that cost onto the consumer, whether that's a price increase in the product or if that's a way to get cheaper materials to where they're making that product at a less cost, but it's also going to be lower quality. Remember, made in America used to mean something. Made in America today means you're probably going to fall off. So they got to find some way to offset that cost, and it's going to be to the consumer. And that's what started the whole problem with the inflation here in the United States. Was there was speculation that when Biden went in office, that he was going to shut down a lot of the oil production, which he did, and that caused a panic, which it did, and that inflated gas prices, and that got passed on to the truckers, and that got passed on to the food costs and transportation costs. So that inflated to what we have today. And now these companies are making these record profits. They're not going to back the prices down, even if the gas prices go down. It's going to take federal interventions to do that, as much as I don't like the federal government involved in stuff like that. But that's what's going to happen. So we have to find some way to get inflation down. And the way to start is with gas prices. If you get the gas prices low enough, then that means transportation costs go down. You no longer have to pass that extra cost off to the consumer. The products that you're buying become cheaper. Energy costs become cheaper. People have more money in their pocket. It just trickles down. And when Trump lowered the corporate tax, you saw a lot of these companies coming back to the States. They started coming back. Detroit started to get built back up. Yeah. You saw Michigan getting built back up. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, is that a lot of these taxes and this, the One China movement, where they started letting China build things and import stuff into the U.S., is when we start to see a downfall of our industry, whether it's steel. In fact, the last steel company the American Steel Company was just bought by Japan. It's
U.S. Steel.
U.S. Steel was just bought by Japan. It's no longer
They're
American.
actually their corporate office is in Pittsburgh.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's a nice place. Laura and I have both been there. And when I was like, they got bought by Japan, you're like, what the hell?
Yeah. Yeah. If you've never been to Japan, man, that's one of the things that makes Japan. In fact, it's one of the things that make a lot of other countries more prosperous now than the U.S. is they don't do what the U.S. is doing. Japan, everything there is Japanese made, Japanese built, Japanese sold. And that's where it saves their country. When Bonnie and I lived there, we literally watched a 15-story building go up in about 4 weeks. And it's because they work 3 shifts. They have pride in their work. Everything's built there in Japan, and they can get it on site right now.
Wow.
And these are earthquake, tsunami proof buildings. It's not like where they're building, shanties like they have in, LA. These are real structures.
Shit.
You like that?
Yeah. If your house doesn't have wheels on it, you ain't got a house. You know what I mean?
Right. No,
I mean,
in
if
LA,
not,
it's got to
you're in
have
a cardboard
sticks.
shelter. This fucking
Yeah.
thing.
But that's the way it is for a lot of those countries. When you look at China is the same way. Everything's China made, China built. They export. America has gotten to the point now because of all these policies that we're no longer a consumer, or we're no longer a producer. We're a consumer. We've become a locust. We consume everything, but we don't produce anything. And that's part of the problem.
A lot of that was during Obama's administration, where he really.
I agree.
He did a number on manufacturing, and that's the field I work in, IT within manufacturing, and I can't tell you what he just decimated manufacturing in America between the corporate taxes, which is what Biden has on them now, and things like that. I'm surprised the business community isn't screaming at Biden right now. Like they actually did that with Obama. I'm shocked they're not doing it with Biden.
Well, it's because they've moved their corporate offices overseas to places that have lower taxes, and they're making record profits. It's like a lot of I'm not exactly sure what your age range is, Fidge. I'm sure you're probably right around my age, but remember back in the day, airlines used to be comfortable to fly in. Every seat lined up with a window. Now. Every seat lined up with a window. They didn't charge you for baggage. You got somewhat of a decent sandwich and some nuts to have on the flight. And now they've squished the seats together so much that quote unquote window seat that you've gotten is, maybe behind you or it may be in front of you. And, they've taken away reclining from the seats now. That's an extra upcharge to get a reclining seat. You may only recline 2 inches. And you got these weirdos that don't want you to recline anymore because you're invading quote unquote their space as they stick their bare feet above your seat up onto the walls and stuff. So, and this is all caused by, being able to have record profits. And it's just, there's so much that we could change with the way the U.S. does stuff. And I think when people go overseas and live abroad for a while and see the way other countries do things, you start to see some of the flaws in the U.S. The flip side of that is you also see the things that make the U.S. so good that other countries don't have. Prime example, I was in Malaysia, and I'm on like the 15th or 16th floor of this hotel overlooking the Petronas Towers in Kuala Lumpur, and I've got kids downstairs in the streets eating out of the trash cans. For the most part, you would never see that in the States. There's programs that we have in place for the most part to help catch these windfalls. Now, I know there's people out there that would say we don't, but for a lot of the cities we do that help with these, whether it be a homeless shelter or food banks at the churches or things like that. We have these windfalls. You don't have that in other countries. You don't have welfare. The poorest people in the United States, the ones that are on the welfare and, complain the most in these other countries would be considered middle class. Because poor people in other countries don't drive, SUVs with bling rims and cell phones and big screen TVs in their house and, eating steak. These people are lucky if they're living in a cardboard box. They may or may not have shoes. And if somebody doesn't give you a handout, you ain't going to get money. Philippines was a prime example. Philippines was horribly ravaged. There was 2 classes, either wealthy or not wealthy. That was it. There was no middle class. And I think that may be where they're trying to push some of this stuff. If they can get rid of the middle class, then they can decimate the U.S. to a point to push other agendas.
True.
Yeah, and there is one thing, Ron, that I kind of want to clear up about something you said earlier, because it was partially right because of where you live. I'm assuming you live in Florida.
By God.
Okay.
Raise hell, praise Dale.
Yeah,
I'm
sure
your neighbor, howdy neighbor. But when you're looking at, when you're like, you were talking about having a house and how it's increased 4 times in value. I would say 2 times of that is because you're in Florida. In other words, it's such a desired destination to live right now, right? Like you guys just have people flocking in Florida. But the other half of that, people kind of lose that. They look at the value of their house and they see this really high value right now, but the value really is no different than it was a few years ago. It's because the value of the dollar has lessened, so you need more to hit that same price. And so that's really what you're looking at. Your value didn't really double because your value of your dollar went down so much.
Oh, I 100% agree with what you're saying. Inflation is a huge proponent.
Yeah.
It's also BlackRock, State Street, and then a lot of those other major investing companies that are coming in. Vanguard that are buying up all the housing. You know, I could put my house in the market. So I paid about 180 for mine. About 180. Right now, it's listing, if I was to go on Zillow, for like the high 3s, low 4s. This house is not worth that much. But these major companies will suck this thing up above that. You know, I could put it on the market for 4, and they'll give me 450 just to get me out of my house.
Yep.
And they turn around and they rent it out. You will own nothing, and you will like it.
We moved.
You'll like it.
We moved to Georgia 3 years ago, right? I think this July is the 3rd year, and we were kind of in a desperate situation when we were looking. We originally we had plenty of time to look, and it was during COVID, and we were looking across 7 states, and we were going. You know, we can work from home, so we could work from anywhere, right? And we were traveling around to all these states looking at houses all the time, and we kept getting outbid. And there was just no competing against a BlackRock or a Vanguard or anything else. But you also see a lot of houses sitting empty because these companies own them. They won't rent them out. They're sitting on that property, right? Which is giving us a false real estate valuation because the inventory is low with them just sitting on those houses. Even renting right now is crazy. And we were getting pretty desperate by the time we found this house because we had sold our house. I had 4 dogs, and no one was renting to anyone with more than 3 dogs. And I mean, it was absolutely insane. I mean, just by the grace of God, we found this house. And we watched the value go up, but we're not. I'm like, that's a false value. It doesn't really mean that. It's still the same value as when we bought it.
Well, it's still increased in value a hell of much.
I mean, we bought ours for $450, and I think we looked the other day and it was like $668 is the value on it.
Because I think right now, if you were to try to buy the same house that you bought before, but you had to pay the price that it is now, you'd be like, I don't know. I don't think it's worth that. You know, but that is what it's worth if you're a new home buyer trying to buy a home right now with this high ass interest rate.
Yeah.
I think what you have is it's not even people can even afford 400. It doesn't even, the number is not as important to most people as the amount of money you can afford to pay per month. And when the interest rate goes down, that amount you can pay can buy more house. And that's, I think, when the prices went up is when the interest rate was down so low. And I think pretty much everyone is refinanced at that very low 3% interest rate or whatever it was. But now that it's up to 6, 8, 9%, you know, you're like, damn, I don't know. And the value of the house is super high. But I think if you did something like stimulate the economy with saying, hey, you don't have to pay taxes and whatever, then people can afford more money per month. Same with gas prices going down. People can afford more money per month, and that's going to make the real estate market boom. And the stock market, but that's so fucking unpredictable. Stock market does good sometimes when the economy is bad, just for different reasons. But I think that definitely now's the time to get into real estate right this second, if you're not already.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that because I was reading an article earlier where they were taking like medium, middle income and median house sales, and they were figuring that you had to put down, like, on a $330,000 house, you had to put down something like $127,000 for your down payment. And people can't afford that. That's like 12 years of just basic. I'm putting 10% of every one of my checks back to buy a house, right?
Well, it's somebody who just sold a house has that money to put on the next one. I mean, it's the people who are already in the game can keep playing, and the people who can't afford it, they can't play. And the people who are rich, they're buying the shit with cash. You know, they're doing cash buys. The interest rate doesn't matter. And so they're acquiring all these properties that are lower than they should be because the interest rate's higher, and they're accumulating all this real estate. It seems like that's in every single travesty that happens in life, someone else is looking at the same situation as an opportunity. And I think now is a good opportunity to buy real estate. Or as we get closer to the election.
Well, we're looking at buying some real estate. Won't be here though. It'll be in Belize.
Belize? I know. Yeah.
Belize.
Every time I go to Belize, I'm like, why can't we just live here? I mean, I know they don't have a trash service.
I mean, if things go sideways, that's kind of my thought. If Biden is elected again, we're going to sell this house. We're buying something smaller, and we're buying a house in Belize.
You're going to move there?
Dual citizenship. Yep.
Interesting. What about you, Big Ron? You been to Belize? I've been there like 4 times.
I have not. All of my travel has been around the Ring of Fire.
That ring of fire.
Burn, burn, burn.
Yeah, at least I ain't a leaky balloon nut.
Yeah, when you said ring of fire, that was the first thing that came to mind. So I'll save you with Johnny. Yeah, Belize is very nice. If you ever take you're in Florida, it's weird that you wouldn't get on a cruise ship. Being in the Navy and take a little West Caribbean, East Caribbean cruise, 7-dayer.
My wife has been trying to get me to go on a cruise. Oh boy, for as long as I can think.
It's the cheapest way to travel.
I keep telling her I've been on cruises before.
Yeah, wait.
Hey, Kingdom.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard Ring of Fire sung by the group Home Free?
No.
They are an a cappella group, and they are fantastic.
Let's see what you're talking about. Oh, it's a YouTube video. It's like it's the whole thing. Let me see.
Yeah, Home Free does all kinds of good stuff.
Love is a burning thing.
It's kind of like the pentatonics, right?
Yeah, it's all without music.
For you, like a child. And the flames went higher. And it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire. The ring of fire.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty cool. James?
Yeah, I like Home Free. I got hooked on them from their sea shanties.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They do a whole bunch of sea shanties. They even have a sea shanty medley where it's a bunch of them together.
Featuring Avi Kaplan of the Pentatonics. Yeah, it sounded like Pentatonics. You know, that type of... We listened to some of their little Christmas tunes. Laura's a big fan.
Ron, I have a site for you. I'm going to DM it to you. It's
I'm scared.
I know.
No.
And she also has an air horn.
So if you say something I don't like,
I can imagine that fucking boat horn, like you're in a public, like she says she's at a shopping mall. You know the fucking boat horn, that loud ass boat horn. So she's in a shopping mall, and she feels like she's threatened in any way or something. She says she pretty frequently she just hits the boat horn just to get people away from her.
So, well, you had all those people. You know what made me start carrying that? You remember when
I don't know
COVID was going on, and you kept seeing videos where, like, just nut jobs were screaming at someone about not wearing a mask. Well, I wouldn't wear a mask, so because it.
Oh, you give a little taste of the air horn if they mentioned anything about it?
Yep. So I was like, okay, well, if anyone comes up to me like that, I'm just going to air horn them. I don't understand why people don't understand that that's an easy solution.
That's a good way to social distance. I mean, I found out later that Dr. Fauci said that was all bullshit, but that the social distancing, the air horn, I'm sure helps keep people at least 6 feet away.
Yeah, and if they're yelling at me from 6 feet away, the air horn covers that space.
Oh, it's just see, Big Ron, actually drowning out the seatbelt thing that dings at you. You're like, man, just you turn the radio up longer. See, she has the air horn.
Yep.
I actually wanted to engrave social distance right here.
Oh, that's the social. Is that the enforcer?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there you go. See, James ain't afraid to pull his gun out on anybody. We've learned that the last couple of days.
Is that a SIG, James? That looked like a what was that? The
PMR 22?
No, 365.
That is a Smith & Wesson.
Oh, it is
45.
No, it's probably
9 mil.
9 millimeter.
Yeah, it's the Smith & Wesson Shield 2.0 Easy.
My wife carries a standard shield. I actually won that. Wife carries a standard shield.
I would have bought the standard shield, but when I held this one in my hand next to the other shield, for some reason, it just fit in my hand perfectly. Like, I don't know why. I just love the way it fits.
I'm like that with my SIG. I've got big old meat pads here, but for some reason that 365 just locks into my hand.
Yeah,
I'm like that with my Taurus. I have a PT 140, and my hands are very small. I have very small hands. I'm like the little SNL skit, with the woman with the little plastic hands. but yeah, I tried the Remingtons that were recommended more towards women and things like that, and I hated every single one of those. And my husband had the 140, and I just loved shooting that. I was like, no, it fits. There's less recoil. It's a better gun.
If it fits, it sits.
Yep.
Yeah, my cat was like that.
So, Big Ron, we forgot to ask you, being a weapon owner, have you ever had, you always play through the experience, like, what if I actually need this and all this shit that I have? I mean, what if, God forbid, if there ever was a situation, but, have you ever been in a situation where you actually was like, oh my God, I actually need to use it for whatever reason?
Oh yeah, every day. I just walk out the door blasting.
Really?
I live in Florida. Everybody has a gun.
Yeah.
No. I guess I kind of make sure I don't put myself in a situation where it may. I mean, you never know when that situation is going to arrive.
Yeah, it's so far fetched.
Yeah, I'm very picky of where I go, where I sit. Never have my back to the door. I don't know if that's the fact that I carry a gun or the fact that I'm in the military.
I'm the same way.
I think the closest I've ever come was last week. I was at a sketchy gas station filling up my work truck. And I carry a Bond Arms with a pair of 410 shotgun shells in it that are critical defense. So it's 2 ballistic tip hollow points with 2 balls behind it.
Oh.
And I had that in my pocket, just in case. But I mean, I've never been in a situation where I've had to think about drawing or needed to draw.
Yeah.
It's fairly safe down here. I mean, Florida gets bad rap, but it's I mean, an armed state is a polite state because you never know who's got one down here. With the way Florida laws are, as long as you don't have anything in your record that would prohibit you and you've got a valid driver's license, lock and load, baby.
Yeah, just carry it wherever you want to. You ain't got to conceal anything. Open carry.
Yeah, you can't open carry in Florida. That's actually illegal, which is kind of odd.
That's a Texas thing.
Unless you're fishing. If you've got a fishing pole in your hand, you can put an AR on your back and it's completely illegal. Makes no sense. It makes zero fucking sense.
It doesn't?
It does. That's the way it is. If you're fishing, hunting, or hiking, you can open carry a gun. But if you're just walking around in everyday clothes, you have to have it concealed.
So you have to have a little mini fishing rod in your.
There's a guy that's got a YouTube channel. He actually drives me nuts, and I'm not going to mention his name because I don't want to promote his channel by any means. But he does down in South Florida, down in Fort Lauderdale, Miami area. He'll go down to the jetties and stuff, or to the bridges on like A1A and stuff with a fishing pole in one hand and an AR-15 strapped to his back, just so the cops will harass him so he can make YouTube videos.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've seen visiting a couple buddies where you're fishing, especially night fishing, and there's all kinds of crazy shit and alligator gar and beavers coming up the stream, and you're like, damn, what was that? What was that? I mean, fishing pole kind of dangerous on some of these, the different things that are in these creeks in Texas, at least in these rivers.
Yeah, here in Florida, you just got to remember you got to rub their belly.
Yeah, the alligators for sure. Yeah,
swamp puppies love to have their bellies rubbed.
Is that how you do it?
Yeah, that's how you do it. I'll tell you what, though, they're good eating though. I love me some alligator.
Swamp puppies. I love that channel.
Puppies.
Out here in Nevada, open carry is legal.
It is?
Oh, yeah. Which is totally weird for a blue state to have legal open carry.
I figured that out when I was down on Fremont Street, and there was a guy that was open carrying a 92 FS on his hip. I was like, what? I didn't know Nevada was open carry.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
sir.
think about all the people who go into Vegas with a suitcase full or a briefcase full of money type of situation, backpack full of money, or they win a bunch of money. You damn near need something to escort me at least to my car.
Roger,
you are actually not allowed to carry guns in casinos anymore.
Well, not in the casino, but if they help you to your car, everywhere else you go, the hotel and blah, 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 and everything else.
Yeah, they could do that.
Yeah, I mean, Las Vegas is dangerous.
Roger Baker said that it's the same in New Mexico. They can open carry there too. I think it doesn't. Doesn't Phil live in New Mexico, or is that Arizona?
Yeah, he lives in Arizona, I thought.
Yeah, that's it. I couldn't remember.
Yeah. Well, interesting show. Big Ron, if you were witnessing something like an interaction like you heard us talking about earlier, like say at a gas station and someone went in there and they had someone held up or something, like you could save it, but you're not in the building, you would actually go pursue it and save the day, being having a firearm on you. Would you do that, or would you go the other way?
So there I was blasting away. There's actually some legal problems with that. If you're not actually involved in the situation and you see it happening, and you get involved, depending on what the outcome is, you can land yourself in jail. So you've got to be kind of careful with those situations. If I'm in the store and it's happening while I'm in the store, then yeah, I'm going to check my line of fire, my sight picture, get into a position where I'm not going to hit innocent bystanders to the best of my ability. Then I'll neutralize if need be. Or, shuffle people into the back of the store to get them out of harm's way. But if I'm outside of a store and I pursue in to neutralize the problem, then you could put yourself into some legal issues with that. And it's going to depend on each state and local laws. So,
I mean, even though you're saving the day, really.
Even though you're saving the day, there is some legal issues with that. That's why they had to pass the Good Samaritan laws. And I don't know if that situation would fall under Good Samaritan laws, but they had to pass Good Samaritan laws because, somebody would pass out on the side of the road because they were out running 50 miles a day, and, their heart's the strongest part of their body when it gives out. And you'd go out and do CPR. And anybody who knows, if you do CPR correctly, you're going to break the sternum. And these people were suing people because they were breaking their sternum and doing harm to their bodies. So they had to pass these laws so these lawsuits would stop.
Wow.
So yeah, like I said, it would all depend on the situation. I know you guys were talking about signs. Florida's a no sign list state, if I remember correctly. There's any sign that you see posted in the state of Florida has no legal bearing to it. There are some places that I just don't believe you need to carry. It's posted not to carry there, and there has been some tests on that. Where people weren't arrested, but there was other things done. Disney is one of them. I don't see a need to carry at Disney, and I do go to Disney a lot. I know some people we got 1,700 people watching us tonight, and probably be like, oh my God, the giant rat. I grew up on Disney. I like Disney as in Walt Disney and what Disney was, not this current irritation of Disney. But there's no need to carry it at Disney. There's too much of a chance of like the gun falling out, somebody getting a hold of it, getting left on a ride. And you don't really want to be carrying an extra pound on your hip for 18 hours in the sweltering Florida heat. Places like that, you don't need to carry. But there's other places that I do. I think the funniest thing is you can't carry at a post office. That just cracks me up.
Yeah, that surprised the hell out of me when I first started carrying.
Like, Constitution doesn't apply at the post office. So it would all depend, open situation in a mall. Yeah, I would engage the target if I was close enough. If I wasn't close enough, I'm not going to go seek the target. I'm going to do what I can to get the people out of the building. and provide cover in case that target comes towards those people. But I'm not going to go and do a tactical search and start clearing rooms, room to room. So that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I seem to be a person that just tries to avoid, if at all possible. I mean, if I'm into some kind of situation, it's because it was just unavoidable.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I heard you saying that you don't like guns and you're scared of them and they're icky, and that your wife loves them. So
yeah, did I say that out loud?
I'll have to DM you later. I don't normally post pictures of my family online. I'll DM you the little thing that we had going Friday.
Okay. Well, then there's that. But yeah, 1746, man. That was a good show. I think it had something to do with me posting on X saying, "Hey, we have a verdict. Tune in." And then the people were like, "Hey, man, what the hell are you talking about? They know damn verdict." So
yeah, everybody came in for the verdict.
I know, that's exactly right. But yeah, I thought there was. I couldn't believe court was back in. It surprised the hell out of me.
DMs turned off. Damn it,
me.
You.
Oh no, we talked about that.
I couldn't DM him either, and he was like, "Come into the room." I'm like, "I can't get a link."
where is the
DMing you shit?
Is it privacy and safety? Probably.
I have no clue.
Yeah, I think so.
I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, me either.
You want to DM me? DM me.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Doesn't mean I have to answer it.
Yeah, that's right. That doesn't mean we're friends. I just want to make that clear. I think you just search for Big Ron. Yeah. Well, I guess I'll figure it out. Big Ron. Here it is, right here.
Well, great show. I think I'm going to catch some sleep before work tonight.
Yeah, me too, man. Tomorrow's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be Trump, so we're looking forward to that one. And I'm gonna kick out and just play this little thing. And I have let me see here, test. Big Ron, I got you a test, my friend. So DM is on the way.
Copy, thanks.
And Fidgety, I appreciate you jumping on the show, even though I had to jump through a few hurdles. I appreciate you sharing.
Oh, it was fun.
It's great to have you.
I always like supporting you and Joe. So
yeah. Well, after the Karen Reed trial, I'm not sure how much you're going to see me after that. I got to get back to work and actually work on the OJOB, but we'll see. We'll see. I think I'll cover a little bit about the election. It does have me fascinated, and I think it's a big thing covering the election. But I started covering that like when Trump first was doing his very first campaigns, and then what he did in New Hampshire and all that. And then ever since then, if you ever listen to him, it's like kind of like the same exact speech over and over. And I just got busy and got bored. But yeah, I'll try to get back into it.
There you go. Are we going to do a bingo for the as we're all watching the debates together, since you guys are streaming it?
Cool.
We need to have like a Joe Biden bingo.
That's why I don't post stuff like that on the internet.
Yeah. That's
wait,
cool.
I thought the debate was Thursday, not tomorrow.
It is. It's Thursday.
Thursday. Did I say tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Verdict tomorrow, hopefully, and Trump on Thursday.
Mrs. Big Ron has just informed me that my victuals have made it to the table.
10 for. Have a good one, my friend.
All right, guys. We'll catch you tonight. Have a good night.